We are live from the GameZenter in Minnesota for this Planetary Qualifier. We've got Cad Bane's last weekend in front of us. He was suspended this past Sunday. That'll take effect starting on Monday. So he's got one last showdown this weekend, and we're going to see how this plays out. I'm Josh Snyder, joined by Mason Jacobson with me. Mason, so good to be here with you, and I'm excited to see how this Planetary Qualifier unfolds. What are your thoughts coming into this weekend?
Yeah, it should be an exciting weekend. I know a lot of people are excited about giving Cad one last go before he rotates or gets suspended, and that takes effect. It should be really exciting.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I think there was some feelings, I should say, of some players and some talk in the community. A little bit disappointing that Cad Bane does get to be around one more weekend. I know that a lot of players are really itching to see what the meta looks like post the Cad Bane suspension. So these planetary qualifiers this weekend, we will see Cad Bane still highly represented, very likely the most represented leader in each of these planetary qualifiers. And I'm sure he'll be making plenty of top cut appearances and likely taking some down. But I think that's the real excitement in the community right now. What does the format look like going into next weekend? That first weekend where Cad Bane is suspended should be exciting, and I know that the community is looking forward to it. But today, Cad Bane is still here, the bounty hunter, still going to try and claim some bounties. But it looks like for round one, Mason, we are going to have Lando Calrissian versus Boba Fett. It looks like Boba Fett Lake Country, and I can't quite make out the base. I thought it was Command, but I couldn't quite tell if it was Command or Vigilance. Looks like it is Vigilance. So Lando Vigilance, something that we have seen a good bit of. Should be an interesting matchup right away.
Yeah, it should be exciting. We'll see if the Lando player is able to. I don't know who's favored. It might be the Lando just because of the hyperspace disaster. If he can get that out early before Boba can get on a ship or when Boba gets on a ship. So we'll see how that goes, see if Lando can pull that off or not.
Yeah, I think that is going to be the real question. Can Lando Calrissian keep Boba off of these ships? We know that in the ideal world, Boba Fett deploys onto one of the space units, fires off that 4 damage, and then potentially even has the big topple plays, etc. But in this particular matchup, we know that Lando, pretty controlling style deck, wants to just try and keep that board clear and really mess up Boba's game plan. Boba will absolutely want to be the aggressor, and we'll have to see how it plays out. It looks as though, if I'm not mistaken, that it will be Lando starting with the initiative for game number 1.
Yep. We see them drawing their opening hands here. Here you go, ready to dive into the first round.
A look at Lando's hand. Do see a couple possible turn 1 plays. I believe Yaddle is there, Owen Lars as well, good old Uncle Owen. But a lot of times, Mason, these decks, of course, you can throw out that turn 1 play, but a lot of times you are seeing that turn 1 action ability on Lando just to get that early credit generation right away, and that actually pairs quite well. If you keep Owen in hand as well, you could have a turn 1 play and get the credit generation online. So that's how we're going to start this planetary qualifier. Lando using that action ability. It is Vigilance the call. It's Yaddle discarded off the top, 1 credit token generated. And then Cyril Karn is going to be the opening play for Boba Fett. And here comes that Owen Lars.
Yeah, that Owen's going to be really good to get that early game restore off, as well as the draw card when it's defeated. It can soak up a couple indirect damage before getting a card. I mean, ideally an Anakin or something like that for Boba so he can deal with the space. Or for Lando, I mean.
And so with the initiative, it is going to be Cyril Karn attacking into Lando's base. That's 2 damage on, and we do see that on attack trigger, disclosing 2 aggression and a villainy aspect to put 2 damage on Owen. Lando would have to discard 1 card from hand to avoid that damage, and that will not be the case. And then an indirect damage from that Boba triggered ability coming through as well. It also goes to Lando's base. It is Christian, the player on our left on Boba. So it is Christian and then Simon piloting Lando. So Christian and Simon facing off here in the opening round as Owen swings and restores 2, back down to 1 damage on base, and continuing to curve out nicely is Christian as we see the droid missile platform. Now the action back over to Simon. Has all resources still open. 1 credit available. And interesting play here. We are actually going to see the Mandalorian being played on the 2nd turn of the game. That credit token is cashed in to play the 4 cost unit on the 3 resource turn. So Mandalorian, that 5/4 shielded unit, will have some good pressure in the ground arena now on Simon's side with Lando. And it is going to be, once again, Christian with the initiative. First action, the hunting aggressor is the play. So now all of the indirect damage that Christian deals is going to be a little bit more threatening. There'll be 1 extra indirect damage coming through with that hunting aggressor. Back over to Simon with Lando. Has Owen and the Mandalorian in the ground arena. Restore 2, still possible, but would love to get another attack through on the opposite side to have that Restore 2 in full effect. Mandalorian attacking and defeating Cyril Karn. Getting that on attack trigger out of there can be quite deadly. So quick 5 damage. Taking out Cyril Karn. 4 damage to base with that droid missile platform. Brought Simon up to 5 damage on base, and now restoring 2 with the Owen Lars attack. And a solid play here for the space unit. Direct hit going to defeat that vehicle unit, the hunting aggressor. And just like that, it's only the missile platform in the space arena, and Lando's done a good job at minimizing the early threats. Christian has, once again, got a hold of the initiative on the 5 resource turn, reaching for all of those resources. Justifier is the play. That 5 cost unit dealing 1 damage to Owen Lars. So Owen Lars is defeated, and an advantage token will be given to the droid missile platform because Owen was defeated. However, Simon does get that when defeated trigger, gets to search the top 5 cards of the deck for a force unit, and it looks like this time around he has missed and not finding the force unit. And also an indirect damage is what Christian was pointing out there, because the Justifier dealt non-combat damage, that Boba triggered ability, allowing 1 indirect damage to go through to Simon, and that 1 indirect damage onto the Mandalorian. And now the Mandalorian is open to get in 5 to base. So 7 damage on Christian's base, but Christian does return fire with 5 power of his own coming through, with that droid missile platform having the advantage token. So it's 8 damage now on Christian's base, and Christian has the actions to take. All resources available using that action ability. But this time it is Bo-Katan discarded off the top to create that credit token. Not really the card you want to see being discarded. And Simon does also play down Corona 4 in the space arena. Wasn't able to use up the rest of his resources, but the Corona 4 does offer a threat in the space arena to interact with these space units that Boba Fett has brought out early. So here we are, 6 resource turn. It's time for these leaders to deploy. Boba Fett going to deploy onto the Justifier. 4 damage will be dealt. It's going to be 2 damage to the Mandalorian, 2 damage to Corona 4, and looking through the resources, Christian going to find the Centicaz, plotting that out, and now the Justifier with +4/+4 going to attack. A big swing here with the Justifier. Massive play, that trigger going to deal the 1 damage to the Mandalorian to defeat it, an advantage token given to the Justifier. So that's 9 power right now on the Justifier. A big hit should bring Simon up to 17 damage on base, 13 HP remaining. Action back over to Simon. Still has to deal with that droid missile platform, showing another 4 damage in Boba's space arena. Does the Corona 4 go and answer that missile platform before it gets in? Big turn here for Simon. Desperately needs to stabilize now that Boba has been deployed. Corona 4 is going to attack into the droid missile platform. Now, Corona 4 does have that on-attack trigger that allows Simon to give -2 power to one of these units. And unfortunately, the -2 power, it won't quite be enough to keep Corona 4 on the board. So both units defeated. 3 indirect damage being dealt with the when defeated trigger on the droid missile platform. So now that's another 3 damage on Simon's base. It's 20-7, the damage totals on each base in favor of Christian.
And Lando has no units on board. We'll see if he can stabilize here. It's looking like he might need a hyperspace disaster or something like that to take care of that Boba. We'll see. We'll see if Lando can pull out of this.
Yeah, this is a tough spot for sure. Action ability used, another credit token generated. And then Lando Calrissian is deployed. 1 token defeated, 3 credit tokens generated. It leaves Lando with a total of 4 credit tokens now to use.
7 being spent. Or 8.
It's a big
8
play.
for the home 1.
Yeah, it's exactly what he needed. Home 1, putting the big Space Sentinel in the space arena there.
And healing up his Lando
Justifier
fresh with the win played ability, allowing him to hopefully trade into a couple of more ground units if Boba decides to play him.
Definitely a big stabilizing play. Lando Calrissian also taking out the Centicaz on that turn, leaving the ground arena cleared on Christian's side of the board. So Lando just inching closer to stabilizing. Owen Lars comes down as well. An important Restore 2 being shown in play. And it's worth noting the Justifier only has 8 power and can deal 1 damage with the on attack, and that's not quite enough to get through the 10 HP on that home 1. So the home 1's certainly a problem, as Fett's Fire Spray is the play for Christian. And 2 indirect damage going through to Simon's side of the board. Both of the indirect damage onto the Lando leader.
Yeah, that Owen Lars is going to be a problem for this Boba player. That Restore 2 being able to just get in there could put him beyond the distance that Boba was able to close. We'll see if Boba has a way to deal with it, or if he can deal with the home 1. It looks like an Anakin's getting played down to shrink the Justifier, which I think should allow the home 1 to trade into it. So that would be amazing for Lando to pull off. We'll see if Boba has an answer, or if this Justifier is just gonna looks like he's just attacking into the home 1, putting some damage in before he is defeated.
Yeah, that's a tough spot for sure in Boba's situation there. Christian losing that Justifier piloted by Boba after being shrunk with the champion of Mortis. And that home 1 is still ready. Owen Lars able to Restore 2. Christian does have a way to use up the rest of those resources. Another space unit in play. It is a droid missile platform Mason, there is still 5 HP left on that home one, which means that that home one can soak up both the Fet's Fire Spray and the Droid Missile platform as home one does attack in and defeats the Fet's Fire Spray unit. Christian just claiming the initiative, and now Lando Calrissian leader unit attacking for 4, so it's 18 to 11, the damage totals in favor of Christian, but this game, the momentum has swung indeed. Simon has stabilized and now looking to turn the corner and try to win this game. Christian does have the initiative. 8 resources to play with. Does Christian have a way to try and swing things back in his favor? It is going to be a charged with treason, and he has the 2 aggression aspects in hand to disclose, and that will be 5 damage dealt to one of these units. Home one is the target. It is defeated, which clears up the space arena.
Yeah, and 1 indirect being triggered with Boba. Looks like it is put on Anakin Skywalker.
With the space arena open, 4 damage possibly could come through with that droid missile platform, and Simon will have to start thinking about a potential aggressive negotiations for Boba in the space arena, and Simon doesn't want to deal with that. So here it is. Lost and Forgotten is the play, defeating the droid missile platform. 3 indirect damage all onto Anakin Skywalker, but 3 damage being healed from Simon's base back down to 16. He has once again had an answer for Christian's play as another copy of droid missile platform comes down. I believe that's all 3, but the damage race now going to flip as Simon attacks for 5 with Anakin, 4 with Lando, restoring 2 with the Owen Lars. All of a sudden, Simon ahead in the race, 20 to 14, the damage totals, and Christian in real trouble at this point in game 1.
Yeah, we'll see if you can pull through with a Devastator or something like that, or if you can get a good space presence, maybe trade with kill a couple of these ground guys. But that Owen Lars in the ground arena is just going to continue to heal to every single turn, even if Boba can deal with the other 2 units. One is just putting him further and further out of reach from Boba's Devastators and Aggressives and things like that.
First action for Christian is the Hunting Aggressor. Once again, that increases the indirect damage going over to Simon by 1. But Anakin Skywalker attacking for 5 means 1 more swing with Anakin. This game would be over. The droid missile platform attacking for 4, 25 to 18, the damage totals. But Simon can just continue to restore with Owen. 2 copies of Owen here in game 1 have been absolutely crucial. So much damage restored. I believe that was the Von Rex TIE Interceptor played for Christian here on the bottom of the screen. But at this point, there's only 2 ready resources for Christian. Simon is going to attack for 4 with Lando, leaving 1 HP on Christian's base here in game number 1. Excuse me, 5 HP. We're on the 34 Lake Country. Did forget that for just a second. So that does mean that 1 more attack with the Anakin Skywalker would do it. And here is Galen Erso for Simon as well, shutting down a potential important card for Christian. Will not be able to play, or will be able to play, but it'll lose abilities whenever Galen Erso is in play.
I imagine it'll be the Devastator. I can't say for sure, but that seems like a good card for Lando to name, stopping that 5 indirect that Boba will be able to assign. Actually, +2 because of the Hunting Aggressor. That seems like it would be pretty good, but...
That's absolutely right. The Devastator's so good with Boba, especially when that Hunting Aggressor is in play. But Christian is staring down. Lethal in the ground arena. Does he have an answer? It is going to be Planetary Bombardment. So it is going to be a total of, is that 9 indirect? I don't think there's a capital ship. Yeah, there's no capital ships in play. So it's just 8 indirect damage plus 1 from the aggressor should be 9. And then, of course, Boba could trigger as well, but we haven't seen that just yet. Simon just divvying up this indirect damage from the planetary bombardment. Some damage put on Galen Urso. And I think he does have some breathing room on the base as well. Can put some there. He will do just that. 5 indirect onto base. Here comes the other indirect with that Boba trigger. Looks like both of it going on to Lando Calrissian leader unit. And then Anakin Skywalker will attack for 5 and close out game number 1 for Simon. So Lando, after falling behind in the race early, was able to stabilize, turn the corner, and take game 1 here in round 1 of this planetary qualifier at the GameZenter in Minnesota.
Yeah, we'll see what cards, sideboard cards, Boba can bring in to maybe help that matchup a little bit. It looks like he has some Arvel Skeins, so I imagine those would be coming in here. That can definitely help get rid of those early game credits, especially if Lando decides to make one turn 1. He can just play the Skeen, get some damage into base or onto the units.
Is absolutely right. The Arvel Skeen, very good in these credit token matchups. It was interesting because going into the Galactic Championship, credits were not really on the mind of most players. Arvel Skeen was not something that was being commonly run at the time. There was a little bit of Director Krennic floating around in the meta, but Lando was really MIA. And then, of course, Lando getting into the top cut at the Galactic Championship with Eclipse bringing that Lando Vigilance deck into the spotlight. And then all of a sudden, we started to see a good bit of Lando, and we really see players starting to respect the credits once again.
Yeah, Lando definitely had his way for a little bit, not having to worry at all about any sort of credit hate, being able to just safely make that credit turn 1 and then be able to play a Kanan, or like we saw last game, the Mandalorian, just a big 5/4 shielded unit.
Is there any other cards you might be looking for specifically from Christian's side of things to help in this matchup, Mason? I know you talked a little bit about the Devastator is crucial, very important to try and close out the game, and then into things like that Planetary Bombardment. Didn't find the Devastator in the first game, but I'm just curious what your thoughts are going into game 2 and what you might be looking for.
One thing I wouldn't be surprised to see is if the Boa player actually decided to flip onto the ground and maybe get some sudden ferocities after the size report, especially if Simon puts in more, takes out maybe his ground sentinels because Boba's mostly in the space, and then Boba could just Christian could just flip on the ground and then maybe put 2 sudden ferocities if they're still on that card and get into the base for a lot of damage. That way, the hyperspace disaster can't just clear out all his units, or even the home one like we saw.
I love that call out. I believe it's a very viable line because Simon has to put a lot of resources into the space arena in this matchup. You want to try to keep Boba off those space units, but yeah, if you just flip to the ground, you may not be expecting it, may not be prepared for that big ground presence. We saw Synthicaz being plotted out in game number 1. So in one action, you could be looking at a total of 9 power presented in the ground arena between Boba and Synthicaz, and then things like Sudden Ferocity as well, and just really load up that Boba Fett. And that could be difficult to get through as well because I'm not sure how many Sentinel units Simon has in the ground arena, but we saw the big home one, the 710 Space Sentinel unit come out in game 1. And that really was, I think, the card that allowed Simon back in that game.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't looking good for him for a moment there, but being able to heal all of his units too. I know he only had 1, but if he had established a board of units that had all been pinged, being able to drop that home one, heal them all fresh, let them be able to take more of that indirect damage, as well as just representing that huge 7-10 Sentinel that you were talking about, is pretty insane.
Here we go. Game number 2 is underway. Christian with the initiative starting things out A little bit different here in game 2. It is BT1, the play. That great 2/4 unit that has been a staple in these aggression villainy decks ever since it was released in A Lawless Time. As Simon is going to continue the trend using that Lando action ability on the opening turn of the game and discarding one of those big late game bombs in Chimera, that out of aspect Chimera, to create the credit token, and no Owen Lars to go alongside of the credit generation on that opening action phase, as Christian does retain the initiative.
Yeah, I know these Lando decks also do run that Anakin Skywalker unit. So getting that villainy unit in there will definitely turn on the villainy side of Anakin. So if you can get a heroism unit in the discard pile as well, that'll make Anakin a -6/-6. So getting that Chimera out there early in the discard pile is going to be pretty good for Simon if he can draw an Anakin Skywalker unit.
It really does make that Champion of Mortis so much more threatening, as the droid missile platform is the turn 2 play for Christian, and Simon responds with a turn 2 direct hit, cashing in the credit token to play that 4-cost event, defeating the droid missile platform. It does send 3 indirect damage plus 1 more from Boba, so 4 indirect damage coming through, as well as 2 damage from the attack with the Blasto Mech, the BT1. So 6 quick damage on Simon's base. He will have the initiative going into the next action phase, as he just continues to look to try and stabilize as best as he can in the early game. And one thing that you mentioned, Mason, is the Kanan Jarrus. And if Simon is running it and had it in hand, would be a good tempo play here. Could replenish that ground arena and bounce that BT1 back to Christian's hand. We'll see what the play ends up being as he thinks through his resourcing decision.
Yeah, if you had Kanan here, that would be very strong, especially being able to get a store 1 body to start healing up that damage off of Simon's base.
Simon in the tank here on this resourcing decision. Must have been a difficult one, but sometimes that resourcing decision can be crucial, because you could lay down a card that you would need over the next few turns and it end up costing you the game. So laboring a little bit, but we're ready to go here on the third action phase.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Simon really has a play that would really answer this BT1 very well. He's got the Casca in hand, but without it being turned on, because none of his units were defeated this phase. It's just a 4/4 unit without Sentinel and without the Mandalorian token. Over here, just being able to get all this free indirect damage on the base because Simon has no units out. We'll see if Lando can do anything. It looked like he had an Owen. That's what he's going to play now. Hopefully that can stick and get him some restore. We'll see.
It's absolutely a dream scenario for Christian when your opponent has no units in play on 4 resources and you're just guaranteed that indirect damage all going to base. You know you're the aggressor in this matchup. Your eyes are wide open there. He's excited. The Owen comes out, but definitely not the most efficient turn for Simon. He did create a credit token with that Lando action ability, discarding the Galen Urso off the top. And Simon will have the initiative, but he has 11 damage on his base. He's staring down BT1 in the ground arena, Fett's Fire Spray in the space arena. On the plus side, he does have Restore 2 now in play. Let's see what this first action is. 5 resources and 1 credit is available to Simon, and he's going to cash in that credit on the 5 resource turn to bring out the Anakin Skywalker. You talked about this interaction, Mason. He has a heroism and a villainy card in play, or in the discard pile, I should say. And that means -6/-6 in total to the Fett's Fire Spray, defeating it. And now he's got a 5 power threat in the ground arena that can help clean up on the next action phase.
Yeah, that Lando Mill last turn, getting the other heroism unit in the discard pile was definitely very good for this Anakin Skywalker to be fully turned on, being able to take out that fire spray. Looks like a punishing one's played here. on Christian's side to finish off that Owen. That BT1's been pinging every turn. It looks like Lando finds a Yaddle to add to his hand.
Yeah, the BT1 on attack trigger, very important in that spot for Christian because it did hit, while it was a good card, it was an aggression card on top, the Devastator, dealing that 1 damage to the Owen Lars, which means it had 2 damage on, and that's what allowed the punishing one to ping it off, get the restore 2 off the board. Now, Simon did find a copy of Yaddle with the win defeated trigger, and will have the initiative going into this action phase. Anakin Skywalker in the ground arena, staring down that Blasto mech on the other side of the table, but 6 resources. Keep in mind, no credits right now for Simon, so if he does want to try and get that maximum effect of the when deployed ability on Lando, he will need to generate a credit, but it doesn't look like we're going to see a credit generated. Instead, it is a lost and forgotten to take out the punishing one, which would have been a punishing play for Christian to have Boba go on to and have that massive threat in the space arena. So solid response for Simon. Heals 3 from his base. Hunting Aggressor, the response for Christian. And now Anakin Skywalker able to attack and defeat the BT1. BT1 did some good work in game 2, but finally taken off the board. And Christian just going to claim the initiative, not deploying Boba, doesn't want to give up that initiative.
Interesting play. Neither side deploying their leaders. Lando, because he cannot take that credit, I would imagine. So he wants to get that extra value out of his leader there. And Boba, we'll see what he has over there. Maybe he wants to trigger Cinto with plot or something. I know Simon, I think, did have a hyperspace disaster in hand. So if Boba does decide to flip on this ship, we'll see if he did have that and if that is going to be what is played here.
Could be a devastating blow indeed. Boba Fett deploying onto the Hunting Aggressor. 4 damage dealt to Anakin Skywalker. It is defeated, and Centicaz is deployed once again. An attack from 7. That is a 7-power Hunting Aggressor with Boba piloting it, and it puts Simon up to 15 damage on. Let's see what that play is going to be. The credit token generated, discarding 1 off the top. So now Simon still has 6 ready resources and the credit. His opponent has just claimed the initiative. Lando Calrissian is deployed. That 1 credit will turn into 3. And that does mean that he could play something that costs up to 9 resources with those 3 credit tokens. Let's see what the play is going to be. You talked about the hyperspace disaster. That could answer the aggressor with the Boba. But he also does have to keep in mind the ground arena.
Could also play that home 1 unit that we saw last game. That would be definitely a huge wall for Boba to fight through. The 7-10 would at least take 2 attacks from this Boba on a ship.
Simon is going to deal some damage to the Centicaz. 4 damage, both units just trading some damage. And now let's see what the big play is going to be for Simon. It is home 1 yet again into the space arena, healing that damage that Lando just took from the attack into Centicaz. A really nice line of play for Simon. He's got the Sentinel in the way of the Hunting Aggressor, and the Hunting Aggressor with Boba is even less threatening than the Justifier was. It's only 7 power with no on-attack trigger. So that home 1's 10 HP lining up quite nicely at the moment.
Yeah, we'll see if Boba has a card to answer this. He played the Charge with Treason last time to do 5 damage to it, so that could be a good play. Get some damage in, swinging with Boba, take it out. You do take 7 back, but you at least defeat the big home 1 threat. So we'll see if he plays something like that. We'll see.
Christian with the first action. Once again, getting in good amount of damage early, but stabilizing well. Simon has been doing as a Planetary Bombardment is the play. And this again is going to be 9 indirect damage because of the Hunting Aggressor. There's no capital ship on Christian's side. The Hunting Aggressor is just a transport, is not a capital ship. But it's still a lot of indirect damage to think about. Of course, home one has 10 HP, 2 HP left on Lando, 15 HP left on the base. So 5 damage on Lando, 3 on the base, and 1 on home one. So after that play, it does leave home one with still 9 HP, enough to soak up the attack from the hunting aggressor and still be in play. And now it's Bo-Katan Kryze for Simon, -3/-3 to both of Christian's units. Sentikaz is defeated.
And now, just like last game again, looks like home one will be able to take out this ship that Boba is piloting, still stay alive because of that XP token and because of the -3. We will see if Christian has a play, if he can stick a unit to deal with Simon's threatening board state here.
What a board state this is, Mason. That home one getting the experience token when the Sentikaz was defeated. Bo-Katan allows you to dish out experience tokens each time you defeat an enemy unit. And now the hunting aggressor, -3/-3, down to, I believe it was a total of, was it 7 HP? I think it was 7. And that means it is just enough for home one. Actually, home one with the 8 power now because of that experience token. So had a little bit more to cover the HP on that space unit, but home one nevertheless going in. And Christian, once again, dealing with the home one, has been quite his nemesis here so far in round one. And Lando Calrissian going to attack and trade with the HK-47 that just came down on the previous action for Christian. 18-0, the damage totals in favor of Christian, but it's a home one and a Bo-Katan Kryze in play for Simon. A board state that is very overwhelming for Christian.
It looks like Simon did forget a couple of his Bo-Katan triggers. There's nothing we can really do about that now. We'll see if it matters. But yeah, if he had triggered them, he could have put in the XP on Lando to allow him to not die into that HK-47. Again, we'll see if it matters or if these 2 units are enough. If they do remember, Bo-Katan is a mandatory trigger, I believe. So we'll see.
That's a great point for sure. So unfortunately, missed trigger there as IG-2000 the play for Christian. 1 indirect damage coming through with that Boba trigger. So now a couple damage on Bo-Katan, 6 damage in total on the home one. Still has 5 HP remaining though, with the experience token on it.
Oh, it does look like he's, putting on the
looks
XP
like they are fixing it
now.
Okay. Yeah, it would have been 2 experience tokens last turn with the hunting aggressor and the HK-47 defeated. But even as it stands right now, there's a total of 16 damage being represented, ready for Simon between both arenas. Has yet to spend any resources, as it does look like we have some interaction here with a judge just trying to figure out the correct board state before we move forward in this game. It's been all Christian both games to start, but then Simon just does so well stabilizing. The 8-cost home one, the Sentinel unit, has been such a pivotal piece for Simon to get back in each game. And it does look like we have that cleared up now. Mason, an experience token given to both Bo-Katan and home one, as again, it was a mandatory trigger. And that just means there's another 2 damage being represented for a total of 18 possible damage. So here we go. Simon going to start the attacks into Christian's base. 9 with home one. And a play of Topple the Summit for Christian. is going to deal 3 damage to both of Simon's units because they are already damaged. So maybe now Christian will be able to finish off these units on the next turn, but needs to do so quickly, Mason.
Yeah, it looks like Home One is just damaged enough that that IG-2000 will be able to trade into it next turn if nothing removes it or happens to it.
Simon will start to use up his resources, has lost and forgotten, so the IG-2000 will not be able to trade with that Home One. 3 damage healed from Simon's base. Christian's board completely cleared. And things are continuing to go from bad to worse for Christian here in the opening round of this Planetary qualifier. Has to win this game to force a deciding game 3, but it is not looking good as Simon plays down a Corona 4 as well. Going to generate another credit token. Also, another experience token was given to Home One when the IG-2000 was defeated. So, lethal, I believe, in play now for Simon on this turn.
Yeah, Simon, like you were saying earlier, definitely has been able to turn around these games. The beginning of this game, he didn't really have a lot. He was able to play some big bombs out there like that Home One and Bo-Katan to really help him stabilize throughout these games.
Simon showing lethal in 2 actions between the Home One and the Bo-Katan Kryze. That is 19 damage between the 2 of them. Currently, let's see if Christian has any type of response. Hunting Aggressor, the opening play that will not immediately impact the board. And now Simon going to attack for 10, 28 damage on Christian's base. Has to answer Bo-Katan now or it is game over. Planetary bombardment. It'll be a good bit of indirect damage, but I think Simon could safely just put a lot of this damage or all of the damage on base and then attack for lethal with Bo.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like he is dividing it out, but like you said, I think after he finishes putting out this damage, he should just be able to swing with Bo for 9 to base and close out this second game here.
Things up. Still has a little bit more indirect damage to divvy up. Again, the base absolutely can soak this up. It is not enough to deal lethal for Christian. And it looks like that is going to do it. The action should be back on Simon. He will attack with Corona 4, close out the match, 2-0 for Simon and Lando here in round 1. Boba Fett had such a good run at the Galactic Championship all the way to the finals, but ever since the Galactic Championship, Mason, it has seemed as though Boba has struggled a little bit and definitely struggling a little bit into Lando to start this tournament.
Yeah, Christian showed off some of his big units there. It was unfortunate that he wasn't able to draw either the Ninth Sister or the Devastator, either of those games. I think those are going to be pretty important to help him beat Lando's top end. But nonetheless, 2 good games. Simon was able to stabilize very, very well. Good job piloting on both of the players' ends.
Definitely, and such a good point as well. No big top end for Christian coming out in either game. The Devastator was discarded in game 2 off of the BT1, which certainly could have impacted that late game for Christian, and Planetary Bombardment was really the only late game play that we saw, which each time Simon had the units in play or had the HP left on base to really divvy it out in an advantageous way for himself and come out on top as we wrap up the coverage for round 1. I do believe we're going to step away for a short break, but stay tuned. We've got more action from the Game Center coming up next. Don't go anywhere. We are back live here at the Game Center in Minnesota for this Planetary Qualifier. It is going to be Cad Bane Vigilance, the boogeyman of the format here at the feature table in round 2 versus Darth Vader, the Victor Squadron leader, paired with Cunning. I'm Josh Snyder. I'm joined by Mason Jacobson as we get ready for round number 2. Mason, how are we feeling right now?
Feeling pretty good, as we can see. Like you said, it's gonna be Vader Yellow versus, is this Cad Green? I think. So we'll see how this match ends up going. I am excited to see if this is Cad Green, what they pull out. If it's Cad Blue, then I'm excited to see if he has any, if he can answer the Vader base.
Yeah, it should be interesting for sure. Now, I'm actually seeing something very peculiar on Melee, Mason, and I'm not sure if this is accurate. I couldn't quite tell by the picture here. I can't quite see it on the table, and now it's being covered up. I should have looked more closely. I think he showed us the cards up close to the camera, but this might be the forward command post base, Mason, which is the 20 HP base from the intro Battle Hoth starter set, which means he's starting with 20 HP. He's on Vigilance, but he has 10 less HP. This could be insane. Like he's working with a huge handicap here.
Yeah, what? Huh. I wonder. Uh, Hold on, I'm trying to remember. I think we have some of those intro battle hoss sets, and you might be able to turn that base around to make it a 30 health base. I'm not sure if I can remember. I don't see why he would be playing this base if he could only go to 20 health. I guess we'll see in a second here.
So it is
Well,
Ethan
after this
Cole
game on.
on the right, on Cad Bane Vigilance, and then it's Cody Frechette on the left, piloting Darth Vader Cunning. And again, maybe this is for the memes this weekend. We know that Cad Bane, this is his swan song. The last weekend that Cad Bane will be legal in the Premier format. This is it. His last weekend to claim bounties. The announcement was made in the meta checkup stream this past Monday, and this coming Monday, Cad Bane will officially be suspended from the format. So maybe this is one of those last deals. Ethan Cole says, the deck's so good, I'm going to try and do it with 20 HP. But nevertheless, we'll see if that's the case or not. The fist bump is given. We are ready to get the opening game underway. Ethan Cole starting things out with the initiative, playing that Emissary Sheathipede, and a good response for Cody playing the Onyx Squadron Brute. And I think I've got them mixed up here. Sorry, it's Cody that played the Emissary Sheathipede. It's Cody on our left on Darth Vader. It's Ethan Cole on the right playing Cad Bane. So that was Ethan Cole that had the good space response here in the early game and using that Cad Bane ping. Cad firing the blaster up in the skies at that Sheathipede, dealing 1 damage. And it is Cody with the initiative going into the second action phase.
Yeah, we'll see if this base is truly for the memes this last weekend of Cad Bane. That would definitely be very interesting. If so, then Vader is definitely happy to see that. 10 less health to chew through on Cad Bane is definitely going to help him a lot in this race.
Yeah, that is absolutely right. Cody Frechette playing the Victor leader. That is going to give each other space unit that Cody puts into play +1/+1. The Sheathipede now a 3/5 with the damage on as the action goes back over to Ethan Cole. Cad Bane triggered ability appears to be the action. The question is, that damage going to be dealt to Victor leader or the Sheathipede? Seems like Ethan Cole bit in the tank on where that should go. Of course, we can't see his hand. Could have a lot to do with it.
Looks like he's taking that back. We'll see if he decides to play something else here or not.
Doesn't appear that Ethan Cole can answer either of these space units in one action. So very likely that Cody will have the Vader action ability active on this turn, being able to attack with that Sheathipede, trying to build up as much pressure in the space arena early as you can.
Depending on what happens here, I could definitely see this Sheathipede going into that Onyx Squadron. Yeah, we see Cody going into the Onyx Squadron, stopping him from being able to trade into all of Cody's TIE fighters and things like that.
I
An
like
Onyx
that a lot.
Squadron boot being played down for Cad Bane. Cody deciding if he wants to use Darth Vader leader ability to make a TIE fighter. Looks like he's just going to claim the initiative for now here.
I do like this play because it makes sure, like you talked about, the Onyx Squadron Brute can't easily pick off the potential TIE fighter tokens, but it also works to protect that Victor leader. Of course, the Victor leader much more important to Cody Frechette than that Sheathipede. And the Victor leader actually keeping the Sheathipede in play right now, as it does have 4 damage on, has that additional +1/+1 at boost because of the Victor leader. So with the action, Cody Frechette once again going to take out that Onyx Squadron Brute with his first action, leaving Victor leader the only unit in play. And now Ethan Cole, if he does want to use that Cad Bane action ability, much easier choice as the Victor leader gets pinged for 1.
Yeah, also killing both of those Onyx Squadron Brutes allowed for to stop all that healing, because when defeated, those Onyx Squadron Brutes will heal 2 from the base, but if there is no damage dealt to the base, then obviously there's nothing to heal. So going into there instead of into the base or something like that stopped the healing in the future.
I think if you're Ethan Cole, as much as you want to deal with the Victor leader, as much as you would have liked to heal that damage, it essentially healed damage anyway, right? Because it kept Cody from going into base with the 3 damage from the Sheathipede, as Cody Frechette does have an ambush unit playing the Pirate Snub Fighter to ambush and defeat that Vanguard bomber that dealt 2 damage to the Victor leader, the TIE Dagger Vanguard. So big play here. Cleans up the space arena on Ethan Cole's side. We do finally have that TIE Fighter token created off the action ability on Darth Vader and the Boba Fett pilot put onto the Victor leader, which means that Victor leader has +2/+3, going to be a lot more difficult for Ethan Cole to get through.
Yeah, not using that wind plate as an upgrade ability to ping anything, but definitely gonna make this Victor leader a lot harder for Ethan Cole to deal with. Looks like he's just gonna no glory it. Get rid of that. Definitely a good play. Also, defeating the snub fighter as part of that. Very good play for Ethan Cole on his
Strong
side.
play for sure. That CAD ping on the snub fighter while it had the extra HP because of the Victor leader, and that is what allowed it to be defeated once the Victor leader fell. But look at this, Mason. Cody is able to replenish that space arena right away. The A-Wing and the stolen AT hauler in play. Another TIE Fighter token is created with that Vader action ability. 7-0 the damage totals on base in favor of Cody. And right now, he still has really good pressure in that space arena.
Yeah, we'll see. I thought I might have saw a miss trigger there. Did you see if Cody attacked with a unit other than his token TIE fighter last turn to base before using Vader ability?
Yes, he did attack with the Victor leader before the No Glory.
Okay, perfect. So then, yeah, nothing wrong there. Perfect. Yeah, like you were saying, Vader definitely was able to establish a massive space threat yet again. It's been hard for Ethan Cole to stay on top of this. Looks like 2 Garindans
Wow,
being shown here.
massive.
We'll see if both of them get played or not, and we'll see what is named as well.
Rancor Keeper was the play for Ethan Cole. And that Darth Vader leader going to be piloting the stolen AT hauler, giving the AT hauler +5/+5. 2 TIE Fighter tokens will be coming alongside of it into the space arena. 2 copies of Garandan which means that when played ability, you name a card, take a look at the hand of Ethan Cole. Clearly didn't hit on the first one, but now when you play the second copy of Garandan, you know exactly what Ethan Cole has in hand. You can name what you need, and it is the Condemn that gets stripped from hand because the Condemn would have been great onto that stolen AT hauler. Really like this play from Cody Frechette. Make sure that AT hauler is protected with the double Garandan as Ethan Cole does deploy his leader unit, but now a big attack. 9 damage to Ethan Cole's base as Cad gets in for 4, damaging the Rancor Keeper, another damage to Cody Frechette's base. But now the question is, if it is just that 20 HP base, Mason, this would actually do it.
We'll see. It looks like it is not a 20 HP base
Okay.
because otherwise this game would be over. Yeah, that must mean then you can flip those bases around to the 30 health side. I couldn't remember from our copy that we have here. Definitely makes a lot more sense for Ethan Cole to be using a normal 30 HP base instead of a 20 HP base for today.
Very cool. Okay, so now it all makes sense. It is 20 damage on Ethan Cole's base. There's the Night Sister. Another copy of Garandan for Cody Frechette. He discards it. That means only 2 damage going to be dealt with that Night Sister onto the Rancor Keeper. And that does mean that an extra damage pings onto Cody Frechette's base. But 9 damage with the stolen AT hauler. One more action is lethal for Cody Frechette. And it looks like
going to close out this game here soon in a second. We also saw last turn with those Garindans, stopped Cad Bane from playing any cards last turn. It just skipped his whole turn. All he had was 2 Nine Sisters, I believe. So he had some. When you ripped the Condemn out of hand, Ethan Cole had nothing to do that turn, which was very big in this game.
Yeah, what a crucial moment in game number 1 for Cody Frechette. Double Garandan on the deploy turn, plotting both out. And Cody Frechette has the early 1-0 lead here in round 2. Ethan Cole throwing us that curveball with the forward command post base, but in the end, he is running the 30 HP. That's something that I'm learning, something that I did not even realize that you could flip those to the 30 HP. That's really neat. So Mason, you taught me something new here.
Yeah, it makes sense for the intro battle Hoth because then you start your game, you play on the 20 side, and then when you're done and you're feeling confident, you can flip it over to the 30 HP side and play like a real full game of Star Wars Unlimited.
That's cool. No, very good. That is something that had completely eluded me previously, but again, I think if you handicap yourself 10 HP, not going to win many games, even if Cad Bane Vigilance is the best deck in the format. Don't think that's going to go very well. We see how rough that would have been with 10 less HP. Cody Frechette still able to get the job done in game number 1. Now, the question going into game 2, what kind of space interaction does Ethan Cole have in the sideboard for this particular matchup? We know that Condemn is crucial to lock down that Darth Vader pilot.
Yeah, we'll see if he brings in Constables or more Condemns. I don't know what CADs are running in the sideboard these days, but definitely would make sense to bring in Constables and Condemns to get rid of that Vader leader and maybe even be able to fight through one of those Garindans if they name the wrong card and you have the other one.
I think another option that we have seen a good bit of, even going back to the Galactic Championship, would be Hyperspace Disaster. However, the only issue with the Hyperspace Disaster, unlike the Lando deck that we saw in the opening round, of course, that Hyperspace Disaster can be played out on the same turn that Vader deploys because of the credits. But here, with Cad Bane, you have to wait until the 7 resource turn. There's no resource cheating with these decks. So can you survive to the 7 resource turn would be the question. Obviously very good if you can, but it does require a certain amount of space interaction before you get to that point. If the Hyperspace Disaster will try and close things out for Ethan Cole, it'll be interesting to see if that is a line he looks to take. Cody, of course, wants to be aggressive. And you talked a little bit about the lines earlier in that game, Mason. Really liked the plays from Cody there, taking out the early space unit that Ethan Cole presented, that Onyx Squadron Brute. You talked about not allowing Ethan to heal the damage. Also protected that Victor leader a bit longer, forced Ethan Cole into that situation where he had to no glory only results. That was really the only out for that Victor leader at that moment. So can Ethan Cole find the early space interaction? And we'll see how Cody Frechette responds to it in that early game. Really thought he maximized his units early in the game in game one.
Yeah, that Victor leader definitely is a must deal with for Cad Bane, especially with this Vader deck, because then they can't play IG-11 or IG-2000 and defeat all Vader's TIE fighters because of the +1 health. It just makes everything a lot harder to deal with for Cad Bane. So he was forced to no glory. Unfortunately, Cody was able to swarm the board again and force him back into a position where he was behind in the board state. But we'll see if he can change that in this game too.
Going to be interesting. Game number 2. At the moment, still seeing the initiative token on Cody's side. Ethan Cole could certainly allow Cody Frechette to have that initiative, but Ethan Cole would have the choice going into game 2. We'll see if we get to a game 3 for the first time on stream here in this Planetary Qualifier. We have a total of 69 players today. So it will be 7 rounds of Swiss and then cut to the top 8. And with it being 69 players, the top 16 players will be guaranteed to walk away with points. So a lot to play for. Even if you don't make the top cut, you can get yourself into that top 16, get on the points leaderboard, as these players hungry for the 100 points needed to get a ticket to the main event of the Galactic Championship in 2027. Here we go. Game 2. Looks like Ethan Cole will actually be starting with the initiative, and it is going to be Rancor Keeper, the opening play. Cody Frechette starting with an A-Wing that will instantly get pinged by Cad Bane's action ability.
It looks like
Oh, no, he
actually that
didn't.
the Rancor, Cad Bane pinged his own Rancor Keeper to deal the 1 damage to base with the Rancor Keeper's ability. Interesting playline for Ethan Cole. We'll see if his strategy against this Vader deck is going to be playing big ground units like Ogdo, Bogdo, and such, pinging them to get that extra damage, and then just trying to outrace this Vader deck in space.
And it's interesting because Ethan Cole was very consistent about that in game 1 also, pinging his own units multiple times once the Rancor Keeper was in play. So just starting the exact same way, dealing that opening damage to Cody Frechette's base, and does give Cody the initiative. So the A-Wing will attack for 2 with the first action, meaning that Darth Vader action ability is in play. And you talked about Ogdo Bogdo. There it is. So this is a pretty aggressive start for Ethan Cole in the ground arena. As Cody Frechette playing the stolen AT hauler, Cad Bane will ping the Ogdo Bogdo. 1 damage to Cody's base with the Rancor Keeper. But now that damage will pour in with the Keeper. 4 damage on Cody Frechette's base early. 2 for Ethan Cole. It is another TIE Fighter token for Cody, but again, 7 damage showing in the ground arena. So Ethan Cole changing up the strategy a little bit. Doesn't have the early space interaction, but does have aggressive ground units.
Yeah, that Ogdo Bogdo is definitely a massive threat that Boba will have to, or excuse me, Vader will have to deal with, or maybe tap down. That's going to help Ethan Cole a ton in this race. And then being able to get all these pings in with the Rancor Keeper, we'll see how this game goes. The race could be very interesting, and it could go either way, especially with Vader's plot cards being able to do Chancellor Palpatine's attack chips from the resources to slow down Cad Bane's interaction.
And at the moment, Ethan Cole actually a little bit ahead in the race. Both players showing a total of 7 damage being represented with attacks from their units. But of course, that Rancor Keeper with that triggered ability could deal another damage. So 7 total damage to Cody Frichette's base, putting him at 11 on. Now the action back on Cody, creating a TIE Fighter token with that Vader action ability. And here is the first piece of space interaction for Ethan Cole, the Onyx Squadron Brute. Saw a couple copies in game one, comes out on the 4 resource turn in game 2.
Yeah, that'll definitely also help in this race because, again, when it's defeated, getting that heal 2 damage from base, if it can take out like that A-Wing, die, heal 2, that essentially stopped 4 damage to his base, while Ogdo and Bogdo and the Rancor Keeper can continue getting in that base damage there.
Pirate Snub Fighter, the play for Cody, ambushing and just trading some damage with the Squadron Brute. Does mean Cody takes another damage to base off that Rancor Keeper trigger. However, frees up the Cad Bane trigger to deal damage to the A-Wing, but now Boba Fett pilot onto that stolen AT hauler. When it's played as an upgrade, he deals damage, defeating the Onyx Squadron Brute, and it's an immediate Outer Rim Constable from Ethan Cole to defeat the Boba Fett pilot, and that means that the stolen AT hauler opened in for 4, 7 damage on Ethan Cole's base, but really love the back and forth interaction here. Cody working around that Squadron Brute carefully, but the Outer Rim Constable at least slowing down some of the pressure of the pilot upgrade.
Yeah, that Outer Rim Constable definitely was an amazing follow-up from Ethan Cole. His ship died. Yes, it got defeated, but he got to heal 2 from base, and then he constabled off the Boba pilot, which was an amazing follow-up. For Cody, though, seeing one of those constables be played already is pretty good because that means there's one less potentially that he can play on his flip turn.
Ethan Cole remaining ahead in the race into this action phase. Ogdo Bogdo attacking for 5 right away. 17 damage on Cody's base. Hold for questioning from Cody will exhaust the Rancor Keeper. And now taking a look at this hand, Ethan Cole had the Hounds in hand, the Corellian Hounds. It was in hand. That would have come out ready. That's a big strip in this spot, Mason.
Yeah, those Hounds definitely would have helped in this race. Being able to just interplay ready, swing in for 5, and maybe Ethan Cole would have pinged them with the Cad Bane ability to get that Rancor Keeper trigger. That would have been amazing for Ethan Cole in this race. Unfortunately, Cody was able to discard it out of the hand with the hold for questioning there, that might have saved this game for Cody Frechette, honestly.
I think you're absolutely right. Definitely keeps him in it. And some more damage coming in from both players. Cody up to 20 after these line of attacks. Ethan Cole up to 12 damage on now, as Cad Bane lining up to ping the TIE Dagger Vanguard that was played by Ethan Cole to defeat the A-Wing. So now once again, that Rancor Keeper trigger, putting Cody up to 21 damage on base. And Ethan Cole is showing lethal just in the ground arena right now. So Cody Frechette, the onus is on him to actually stabilize and get back in this game.
Yeah, this Rancor Keeper has been doing a lot of work this game, as we've seen. It's been 5 rounds, and I'm pretty sure Ethan Cole has managed to use that ability every single one of those turns. So that is an extra 5 damage on base, or 4 damage on base, which is pretty incredible that Rancor Keeper has been doing that much work. Definitely helping a ton in this race that they're having right now.
Absolutely love this from Ethan Cole. Really showing great flexibility, adapting to the situation against this pilot deck. Corellian Hounds most certainly coming out of the sideboard for these types of matchups, these opponents not playing any ground units. And you go Ogdo Bogdo into Corellian Hounds. It's quite the aggressive play. Some more damage coming through. That TIE Dagger Vanguard defeated on Ethan Cole's side. And Ethan Cole does go up to 14 damage after the Snub Fighter gets in. But Ethan Cole has the initiative. Again, has lethal in the ground arena. We'll see if there's any big plays from the resources with that plot mechanic once Vader deploys. First action, Ethan Cole, 5 damage to Cody Frechette's base. 26 damage on, and Ethan Cole's still 2 actions away at this time unless he has some kind of a pump.
Yeah, Cody will probably need one of those plot cards like I was talking about earlier to get out of this one. If he plays either the Chancellor Palpatine from Smuggle to get some Sentinels out there, stop this incoming damage, or he could play the chips to tap down some of these units. Maybe that would help a little bit and let him get in, finish off Ethan's base before it's over. But it is definitely looking a lot better for Ethan than it is for Cody.
A lot to think about right now for Cody. Again, knows that Ethan Cole, without a pump, still 2 actions away from closing out the game, but does have the lethal damage showing in the ground arena between the Rancor Keeper and that Outer Rim Constable. 26-14, the damage total right now in favor of Ethan Cole. Does Cody have a way to turn this game around? Has 10 damage showing in the space arena. Could he turn it around, potentially have some good plot cards? Something like a Palpatine to put some Sentinels in the ground arena and maybe present lethal of his own. We know that these Vader decks can do that. They can present massive amounts of damage on the deploy turn. Here it is, Darth Vader onto the stolen AT hauler for the 2nd straight game. And it is going to be 2 Chancellor Palpatines showing for Cody Frechette. He will plot out the first. That will bring along 2 spy tokens that will get Sentinel for this phase. And if the second one does indeed get played as well, that would be 4. It is going to be the case. The uniqueness rule will kick in. So the Chancellor Palpatine, the first one defeated, but 4 Sentinels, 4 spy tokens, protecting the day right now for Cody Frechette.
Yeah, those may have just saved his game this time. Looks like Cad Bane's being deployed for Ethan Cole. Cad Bane does have Overwhelm, so we'll see if that comes into play here for Ethan Cole.
Big attack of 9 with that stolen AT hauler. 23 damage on for Ethan Cole. And that's a great call as the Cad Bane leader unit was deployed, does have Overwhelm. And now the IG-2000 is the play. This is a very strong play, but it is going to damage multiple units. It looks like Ethan Cole could, of course, damage one of his own units, ping Cody's base because of the Rancor Keeper. You can take out a space threat. You've got a ready TIE Fighter. You have a ready Snub Fighter with 1 HP, that First Order TIE Fighter, and that is going to do it. Cody Frechette will scoop it up after that play. Phenomenal stuff for Ethan Cole. Really shifting gears nicely into game 2 and being the aggressor this time around.
Yeah, being able to play that IG, take off lethal, I think, on Cody Frechette's board, and then ping his own unit to get the extra damage on base so Cad can overwhelm for 3. For exact lethal was an amazing play by Ethan Cole. Very well piloted there. We'll see if he draws the aggressive ground start again in this game 3, or if he decides to take a more control-y approach like he tried in game 1.
It was such an interesting switch for Ethan Cole, believing that with the early Rancor Keeper and Ogdo, he could be the aggressor. The Corellian Hounds would have actually closed out the game earlier, but it was a timely hold for questioning from Cody Frechette to discard the copy of Corellian Hounds, keep the game going into the deploy turn, where Cody at least had a chance, but just had too much damage on the base. And again, Cad Bane having Overwhelm just really kind of put the cherry on top for Ethan Cole in that game number 2. And going into game 3, that will be the question. Can Ethan Cole come out, be the aggressor once again with the good early ground start? But it is a very certain set of units, isn't it, Mason? Because if you go ground with something like a BT-1, for instance, it's just not doing the same thing that you get with that Rancor Keeper, or even if you miss the Ogdo Bogdo, and quickly you just are not putting on enough damage. For instance, we know that these decks run things like Maroc on that 3 resource curve, and that would just not do it. So I think you need the early aggressive ground start, or he needs good space interaction.
Yeah, I mean, like you were saying about that Rancor Keeper. The Rancor Keeper, I mean, in there we saw that it actually closed that game out. I think it got 5 pings total throughout that game, which is an extra 5 on base. If that was in there, Cody probably would have been able to just claim and swing with his Vader to close out the game. But because Ethan Cole decided to ping his own units with the Rancor Keeper and was able to trigger that every single turn, he was able to close out this second game and take them to a game 3.
Such an interesting match so far. Game number 3 should feature Cody having the initiative. Ethan Cole with the initiative in game 2, and the early ground start really worked out quite nicely. But let's see what these players pick up in those opening hands. Of course, game 1, the Garandan was critical for Cody Frechette. He really has made good use of the discard effects, the Garandan in game 1, the hold for questioning in game 2. Didn't completely get him out of the jam, but definitely kept him in it. And we know that that is the one thing that Vader can do alongside of swarming the space arena, putting on very good aggressive plays. You have those tempo plays, targeting the hand, exhausting units. As we get game 3, the deciding game underway here in round 2 at the GameZenter in Minnesota. Emissary Sheathipede the start for Cody Frechette. Ethan Cole playing the Onyx Squadron Brute. So back to the same start we had in game 1.
Yeah. It does look like Ethan Cole's hand is going to be taking a more space approach. I think they're right now talking about CAD ping. I think Ethan Cole may have forgotten to trigger his CAD ability. And then we see the players talking it over now to see if it looks like, yeah, because Ethan Cole forgot to trigger his CAD ability, he'll not be able to do it now because they have already gone into resourcing and started the next regroup phase. Unfortunate for Ethan Cole. We'll see if it ends up mattering or not.
Unfortunately, as you said, going into that regroup phase, drawing those cards, more information had been gained as Cody retaining the initiative going into the second action phase. Let's see what this opening play is. Looks like it's going to be the Pirate Snub Fighter to ambush that Onyx Squadron Brute right away, leaving 1 HP on both of those 2 cost units.
Ethan Cole thinking about using CAD ability to ping the Sheathipede. Looks like it's gonna happen. So yeah, Sheathipede's gonna take 1 damage from the CAD Bane ability. We'll see if it ends up going into these Onyx Squadrons again. Yeah, it looks like it is. Cody's gonna do the same thing he did game 1 and just trade into Ethan Cole's space units.
Now Ethan Cole responds with that Tie Dagger Vanguard. Will be dealing 2 damage to one of the 2 space units that were already damaged. So the Emissary Sheathipede takes 2. It's defeated. And Ethan Cole does get to ready a resource as Cody Frechette plays the Republic Y-Wing. And will also create the first TIE Fighter token of game number 3. Ethan Cole will have the initiative for the first time in this deciding game. Does have the Tie Dagger Vanguard, which could be a trade or potentially just take out that token and keep the Vanguard in play. We'll see what Cody decides to do with it.
If Ethan Cole does have the IG-2000, that would be an amazing unit to play here. Looks like he's just going to go into the Pirate Snub Fighter, so we'll see if he ends up playing it. Maybe he's saving it for later. Maybe he just doesn't have one in his hand right now, but still getting that good trade-off, stopping the 2 damage to base there.
So far in game 3, Ethan Cole has had the space interaction, the early Onyx Squadron Brute into the Tie Dagger Vanguard, but now Cody Frechette playing that Victor leader, so those Other 2 space units, including that ready TIE Fighter token, getting +1/+1. And now back over to Ethan Cole.
We'll see if he has an answer to this Victor leader. I mean, it's going to be this Victor leader, like I said in game 1, has to die if you're playing as Cad Bane. It just messes up the math with all your pings and with IG 2000. So we'll see if he has an answer to it now or maybe next turn again with like a no glory or something like that.
Now look at this play, Mason. An early condemn from Ethan Cole. Clearly doesn't have that IG 2000, no unit to play. So the TIE Fighter token getting condemned as another TIE Fighter token is created. And Cody is going to force Ethan Cole to disclose the Vigilance and Villainy aspect icon to soak up that damage coming through with the TIE Fighter. And Ethan Cole did show that he has Chimera. So if Ethan Cole can stabilize and get to that late point in the game, the Chimera will certainly be valuable as Ethan Cole with the initiative slamming down the Justifier and dealing 1 damage to the Victor leader. But now Cody is open to really have a big turn and pour on a lot of damage.
Yeah, that was an unfortunate last turn for Ethan Cole, only having Condemn in hand, nothing else like the IG-2000 to take out any of the ships and being forced to play it on kind of a unit that you would never, like, this Condemn, I bet Cody is happy that this Condemn's going on his 1/1 TIE Fighter instead of his leader on turn 6, so probably not sad to see that as Cody Frechette. Unfortunate for Ethan Cole. Again, we'll see how it goes. See if Ethan Cole can stabilize, get to those bombs like Pre-Vizsla and Chimera in this game 3.
Love this play from Cody Frechette, not letting the Justifier stick in play, taking out the Justifier while still putting some damage on Ethan Cole's base. Another TIE Fighter token is created in the big bomb space unit, Mason. That Clone Combat Squadron is now in play. It is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4. That's a 8-8 currently because the Victor leader is in play. Of course, it can grow even more. We are at the deploy turn for both of these players. And that Darth Vader piloting could bring along 2 more space units. Ethan Cole using that Cad Bane action ability to ping the Republic Y-Wing. Now has just 1 HP remaining, but this is a crucial turn in this game. Ethan Cole will very likely need some interaction with this space arena this turn, or else this game may get out of hand in a hurry.
Yeah, Ethan Cole probably definitely wishing he still had that Condemn, wishing he wasn't forced into that position a few rounds ago, and so that way he could put it on this Clone Combat. Maybe he has another one, though. The Condemn on the Clone Combat definitely is amazing. Even if you don't have this close for it, it'll still remove the Clone Combat's abilities, making it just a 3/3 ship.
Ethan Cole is going to play Anakin Skywalker, Champion of Mortis, to defeat the Victor leader, which does defeat the Republic Y-Wing in the process, leaving only 3 space units in play for Cody. But there's no answer to that Clone Combat Squadron as Cad Bane is deployed. Cody Frechette has yet to use any resources. That squadron is massive. Vader can still deploy.
Yeah, I could definitely see Vader deploying onto this Clone Combat Squadron, making those 2 extra TIE Fighters, and just making a massive unit in this space arena. I believe it would be swinging for 13 damage to the base, which is pretty incredible.
Yeah, anytime you can have a 13-13 unit, sign me up. That is what the Clone Combat Squadron allows you to do in this Vader pilot deck. That is quite a bit of damage. If you could get in for 13 there, there's still another TIE Fighter token ready. As Cody Frechette has hold for questioning to exhaust Cad Bane. Take a look at Ethan Cole's hand. 3 space units. It's a Chimera, Justifier, and punishing 1 Chimera, of course, the biggest threat here, which would give Ethan Cole the best opportunity to stabilize. It is discarded from hand. Ethan Cole has nothing left to do but take the initiative, and now Darth Vader will pilot the squadron 2 tokens coming alongside. What does Cody Frechette have in regards to plot? It's another Chancellor Palpatine bringing the spies. What a
Yeah.
turn right now for Cody Frechette.
Amazing turn. I mean, when Vader deployed, he just created 5 more units to deal with 2 TIE fighters, Chancellor Palpatine, as well as the 2 spies, upon just making a massive, massive space unit that is going to close out this game really, really fast.
Wow,
Going
what
up to
a. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Mason.
going up to 20 damage on Ethan Cole's base versus, or 20, 21 it looks like. Trying to figure that out, but to the 0 on Cody Frechette. We will see if Ethan Cole did put in those hyperspace disasters that you were talking about. If he did put those in or something like that, that would be one of his only outs, I feel like, to this massive space board that Cody has.
That is exactly what he needs. It's got to be there. It is not. It is HK47. Did not find the out. Ethan Cole giving the fist bump. And Cody Frechette in game 3. An exciting 3-game set here in round 2 of this Planetary Qualifier. And it's Cody Frechette advancing on to 2-0. Ethan Cole down to 1-1 early, but still a long tournament. 5 more rounds of Swiss. Ethan Cole certainly still in contention, can still make a run.
Yeah, that was a very interesting 3 games we had there. Cody Frechette just getting the early space down rush with the victor leader, Ethan Cole not finding the right things to kill the victor leader at the right time before Cody could get a bunch of value out of it. But then in game 2, Ethan Cole being able to just swarm the board with big ground hitters and just slam into the base, defeating Cody before he had a chance to even really flip his Vader leader and do any damage with that. But then in game 3, Ethan trying to take the space control approach. But really, what hurt him the most was not drawing anything to play on that turn 4, just having to lay the condemn on the TIE fighter, I think really set him behind in this 3rd game.
Yeah, that was really quite the moment in game 3. It was a series of events that just didn't go right for Ethan Cole in that deciding game. Unfortunately, missing the CAD ping on the opening turn on the Sheathipede into no unit, no IG-2000, which would have been so good on that 4 resource turn. Only had the condemn onto the TIE Fighter token, and you almost have to ask yourself, is it worth just saving that condemn to potentially throw that down on one of those bigger threats later? Just go ahead and soak up that damage from the TIE Fighter token, because in the end, leaving that condemn restricted and onto a TIE Fighter token, Ethan Cole didn't find another one, and it left that clone combat squadron unchecked and being able to swing in for a massive 13 damage on the deploy turn as Darth Vader came to pilot it so well. What a match. Been a lot of fun. We're 2 rounds in. We've got another 5 rounds to go here at the GameZenter, so don't go anywhere. We've got round 3 coming up next. Welcome back to the live stream of this Planetary Qualifier in Roseville, Minnesota at the GameZenter. We are getting ready for our third round of Swiss. We'll have 7 rounds of Swiss before cutting to the top 8. I'm Josh Snyder, joined by Mason Jacobson. Mason, we've seen some good action so far, some interesting back and forth play, and now we're going to see a deck we haven't seen yet on stream. Looks like we're going to have some Luke Data Vault action.
Yeah, it should be pretty interesting. This Luke Dataval deck, I think there are quite a bit of them at this PQ here in Minnesota. It's definitely a very interesting deck. It's hard to deal with, especially with like the Chewbacca pilots and Luke Skywalker not being able to defeat it by any sort of upgrade hate when he's out on a ship. Lando Calrissian, like we were saying back in game 1, does have the hyperspace disaster, which is pretty good against this Luke deck. So we'll see how Luke manages to go around that. Such.
Yeah, that is the difficulty for the Luke Skywalker pilot deck is it just doesn't have the inevitability that something like the Boba pilot deck has or even really Vader, because when you think about it, Vader can just replenish the board generally much better than Luke can. So Luke, if it's dealt with something like that hyperspace disaster, it can be difficult to overcome, as we are going to see a Lando Calrissian Vigilance against Luke Skywalker Data Vault. 2 decks that have certainly been in the meta. Lando Calrissian we saw earlier on stream, and each of the 3 major events so far this season, Lando Vigilance has made its way to the top cut. So here we go. Game number 1 of round 3. Mike on Luke, Daniel on Lando, and it is an early Corona 4 for Daniel as Mike Cruz plays the Phoenix Squadron A-Wing in response.
Corona 4, definitely a really good card to start out here against Luke. Being able to kill this A-Wing, take one back, definitely going to help clear out Luke's early game space units.
Yeah, it's just so good. That on attack trigger from Corona 4 with the initiative. Absolutely brutal into these space matchups as Mike Cruz does play the red 5. And the first token will be generated off that Lando action ability for Daniel Haupt, as he has the Owen Lars as well. So into the next action phase, it's going to be Owen Lars and Corona 4 for Daniel, and a red 5 for Mike.
Yeah, that red 5 is going to do work with the Luke ping synergies. It'll be able to defeat this Corona 4 right away just by going to base. And then Luke will also be able to ping down the Owen and then kill it with the red 5 on attack if it doesn't get dealt with by next turn. Definitely
First
an
action.
amazing starting unit for Luke Skywalker.
No doubt about that. And red 5 going to attack into base and the on attack trigger, dealing 2 damage and defeating that Corona 4 as Owen Lars does swing, restoring for 2. So Daniel back down to just 1 on base. Back over to Mike. The Resistance Squadron coming out. That Resistance Blue Squadron dealing damage equal to the amount of space units that Mike controls. So 2 damage dealt to the Owen Lars. Daniel playing Huang, but now that synergy coming into effect, that Luke Skywalker action ability, because Mike attacked with a fighter unit, dealing 1 damage and defeating the Owen Lars. And it looks like that when defeated trigger, don't believe Daniel found a force unit, so a bit of a miss here.
Yeah, unfortunate for him. It would have been really great for him to find something like a Yaddle that he could play down this turn. Get that Restore 2 going on with Hu Yang and the Yaddle because they're both Jedis. Yeah, unfortunate miss there from Owen Lars.
Daniel does generate another credit token off that Lando action ability, so up to 2 credit tokens going into the 5 resource turn. Mike still with the board advantage in his favor.
Yeah, and only 1 damage on Mike's base here, or on Daniel's base here, so Still looking pretty good for Daniel. As we've seen in game one, Lando is very good at being able to get the turn around the late game with the bombs like Home One and Bo-Katan and things like that.
First action for Mike attacking into Daniel's base for 3. And then Daniel responding with a direct hit to defeat that Resistance Blue Squadron. And now that Luke Skywalker action ability online, because the Blue Squadron attacked 1 damage to Huang, does leave the Huang a bit vulnerable now to that on attack trigger from the red 5. As Daniel, I
it
think
looks like
Daniel uses that
yeah.
action ability on Mike's deck.
Interesting. Yeah, I wonder what his thought is for that. Maybe he just doesn't want to risk milling something like a hyperspace disaster or something from his deck, and he's like, I have enough credits. It's fine if I miss here. Just call heroism and hope it works.
Yeah, and it did work. He generated another credit token. You generally see this play from the Lando decks if it's a long, grindy game. You want to use the Lando action ability to mill yourself, guaranteeing the credits into the early game and then even in the mid game. And then as you get into the late game, you can actually switch gears and start discarding cards from your opponent's deck in a long game to potentially just mill them out of cards. So definitely an early use of that action ability on Mike's deck, as Mike has yet another Resistance Blue Squadron to defeat the Huang unit with that when played ability. And now Daniel, no units in play, 7 damage on his base, but does have 3 credit tokens available. Could see some big plays. Daniel going to start with a Ryder Azadi, 2/5 unit with Restore 1, but gets to name a card. And whatever Daniel names, Mike will not be able to play while Ryder is on the board. Luke Skywalker is deployed onto the red 5, giving red 5 +3, +4, and a sudden, +4, +5, and a sudden ferocity coming onto that unit as well. So if I've done my math correctly, Mason, that is a 10 power unit with the red 5.
That is. Oh, and it just got tree
No!
remembered from Daniel. That is an amazing, amazing play. Dealing for only 4 costs, dealing with, like you said, the 11 9 unit in space very cleanly. Now it is all of a sudden looking a lot better for Daniel in this board state.
Wow, that was a critical play for Daniel. Now, Chewbacca is a strong play as well for Mike, as Chewbacca will pilot the Resistance Blue Squadron, giving +3, +3. So 6 damage coming through with the squadron. Lando Calrissian deployed, a couple extra credit tokens generated, and Daniel just wants the initiative. So if you're unfamiliar with that line of play, the Luke Skywalker pilot is so tough to answer, but the tree remembers. It blanks a unit's text and then defeats it if it costs 3 or less. It doesn't matter if it's a leader or not. So it's one of the few cards that can instantly deal with and defeat these pilot leader units. And with the red 5 only costing 3, it's able to take care of it. So Mike, had he deployed onto that Resistance Blue Squadron, would have actually dodged the tree remembers. But here we go. Daniel with the initiative. And it looks like first action will slam the Galen Urso. So now he's already named a card with Ryder Azadi, and the Galen is going to name Chewbacca. I believe that was the call, which means its abilities now gone.
Yeah, and I imagine for the Ryder Azadi, he names Cinta Kaz so that way Luke can flip Cinta Kaz, and he would maybe have the chance to tree remembers, which he ended up doing because Mike flipped on the red 5. And yeah, Galen here naming Chewbacca, so we'll see if Daniel has a card to defeat that Chewbacca piloted ship.
Restore 1 from Ryder Azadi, pretty important here. As Azadi gets in for 2, restoring 1. Daniel back down to 18 on base. Mike only has 2 on base, but Mike is going to play Blue Leader, paying the extra 2 resources, moving it to the ground arena, and attacking and defeating that Galen Urso, which means Chewbacca now has its abilities once again. Daniel does have the Anakin Skywalker Champion of Mortis unit to defeat the blue leader with that when played ability. But some good back and forth, and Mike's still in a pretty good spot with that Chewbacca piloting the squadron. Only needs to find 12 more damage, so 2 attacks with that unit would be enough.
Yeah, it looks like Daniel just claimed here, hoping to draw something to deal with this Chewbacca piloted ship. Because, like you said, 2 more swings with this unit, and that is going to be game for game 1.
Daniel with the initiative. What does he have? Again, that Chewbacca piloting the Resistance Blue Squadron means the squadron cannot be defeated or returned to hand by enemy card abilities, which makes things a bit more difficult. And first action for Daniel, is that another Galen Urso that he just played?
It looks like a bow.
Was it a bow? Oh, it's a bow.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it's good. It's -3/-3 for the squadron, which means that squadron only gets in for 3. It's buying Daniel even more time. Solid play.
Now he should be able to last another turn. So hopefully, I bet Daniel's plan is to just get a bunch of ground guys in there, maybe draw something, but maybe just be able to close this game out with his powerful ground units.
Let's have quite the bit of power in the ground arena now. A new 2-cost space unit coming out. The green leader for Mike as Daniel continues to put some pressure on in the ground arena. Anakin attacking up to 9 damage on Mike's base. Another space unit in the Beans Masterpiece. And sudden ferocity onto the Resistance Blue Squadron will give +3 as Lando did attack for 4. Now that is 9 damage. So it still means that Mike would need 2 actions unless he has some kind of pump.
Yeah, we'll see if Daniel has a way to answer that 9/7 can't be defeated space unit. Or if he maybe just has like the home one unit to heal all his ground guys and just make a massive 7/10 Sentinel.
In the opening round of the tournament, we saw home one do so much work against Boba Fett for Lando, and it's another copy of Bo-Katan, -3/-3 to Mike's units, defeating both the Green Leader and the Sabine's Masterpiece. 2 experience tokens onto that ready Bo-Katan, and here comes a big swing of 6 into Daniel's base. Does Daniel have enough to close out the game? I think he's got enough in the ground arena to do it, Mason.
Yeah, it looks like he is 1 over on damage in the ground arena to defeat Mike's base here. We'll see if Mike has an answer or if this is going to be a crazy game 1 in which 2 Bo-Katans was enough to... Oh, it looks like there is the handshake. 2 Bo-Katans back to back, buying enough time for Daniel to get into the base. Just barely being lethal and allowing Mike not to be able to do the last 4 remaining damage to Daniel's base. A crazy, crazy game 1 in which Daniel was barely able to get there.
What a way to open round number 3. And you said it perfectly. The back-to-back Bo-Katan Kryze 9-cost unit was exactly what Daniel needed to prevent him from losing. That -3/-3 was so impactful because he didn't have a way to outright defeat the Resistance Blue Squadron that was piloting, or that was piloted by Chewbacca. So the -3/-3 from Bo, so good, so important. It's what kept him in the game and ultimately what allowed him to close out the game. Think about it. You said it, Mason. He was only 1 over the amount of damage he needed, and that second copy of Bo-Katan giving the 2 experience tokens was actually the extra bit of damage needed for Daniel to get across the finish line. So unfortunately for Mike, the extra 2 units he played running into the Bo-Katan, they ended up being detrimental.
Yeah, Bo-Katan's passive ability, seeing its value yet again. getting 2 XP tokens to Daniel's units, allowing him to get lethal on Mike's base in this game 1.
So far on stream today in 3 rounds, we have seen Lando Calrissian, Vigilance, face off against a couple different pilot decks. It was Lando Vigilance versus Boba Lake Country in round 1. And then here it's Lando Vigilance versus Luke Skywalker Data Vault. And so far, Lando Vigilance 3-0 against these pilot decks on stream. We'll see if Mike can change that. Earlier in the day, and Mason, you called it out in that opening game, was home 1. Home 1 was certainly the stabilizing play for Lando Calrissian that allowed him to turn the corner. And then here, instead of home 1, it's just double Bo-Katan. That'll also do the trick. Let's see what game 2 brings us. And is there anything on Mike's side, Mason, you think that could help potentially coming out of the sideboard in this particular matchup?
I don't know exactly what. Oh, actually, no. There is one card I think of that Mike could sideboard in. Commence the festivities. I'll pull it up on the stream here, but it allows a unit to get Saboteur for the phase, and it can also pump them. So it could allow Luke to be able to fight through the home ones that Lando plays by just going straight through and attacking the base.
That is a great point. Commence the festivities. Another great way to close the games, even through the Sentinels. A lot of these Luke Skywalker Data Vault decks do run aggressive negotiations, generally in the main deck, so you have that pump, attack pump to try and cross the finish line first, but the aggressive negotiations can't get around the Sentinels, so the Commence the festivities can do just that. Do like that call out. I think something else that we also talked about earlier in the day, the Arvel Skeen, I think could be in play here. It is something that you could see targeting these credits, and it does bring that extra bit of damage. Generally, you want to be putting your pressure in the space arena, but if you can shut off maybe a big play with one of those credits while also putting pressure on either a unit to clean something up or putting extra pressure on the base, certainly an option for Mike if he has that in the sideboard. And then I think for Daniel, one thing that these Cunning Heroism decks have, which is so good into these pilot decks, is Blue Ace. I think that's probably the big standout for me that can really improve these space-oriented matchups. We'll see if that's something that Daniel opts to do in Game 2. Here we go, Game 2 underway in Round 3 of this Planetary Qualifier at the GameZenter in Roseville, Minnesota. And it's a pretty identical start to Game 1. It's Phoenix Squadron A-Wing and Corona 4 yet again, but this time around, it's Mike Cruz with the initiative, and that'll be helpful against that Corona 4.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely helpful for Mike that he has the initiative this time around. In the it looks like he's just going to be doing 3 to base, saying I have ways to deal with Corona 4 later. Probably maybe with the green squadron ships or just another red 5. We'll see what he plays here.
So there it is. Corona 4 once again on attack, giving Phoenix Squadron A-Wing -2, defeating the A-Wing, taking only 1 damage back. Now Mike plays the Sabine's Masterpiece and does ping with that Luke Skywalker activated ability online. And that means the Corona 4 only has 1 HP remaining. But in that exchange, Daniel was able to get the initiative, only creating a credit token on that second action phase of the game. And with the initiative, we'll play Ryder Azadi right away. Once again, shutting down a card. Very curious to know what he is naming.
Yeah, if I had to take a guess, I would imagine that Ryder Azadi is going to name Chewbacca here. But again, can't be 100% sure because Daniel could have the trio members to answer the Chewbacca for if it decides to get played. But if not, then Chewbacca definitely is a good call, stopping him from jumping on that Sabine's Masterpiece and just slamming into base for 6 every round.
Now look at this, Mason. I believe that Ryder Azadi, yeah, just it calls the Sabine's masterpiece and the hot shot maneuver play, and they're talking it through here because Ryder Azadi just says you can't play a card. So I'm kind of curious what the discussion is here.
Yeah, they might be getting confused as if this is Galen or so, because Galen is the one who turns off all of the abilities of a card. But Ryder Azadi just says that while this unit is in play, your opponents can't play cards. But the Sabine's Masterpiece is already deployed. It looks like they are just. It looks like this Corona 4 might be getting defeated here. I don't know. We'll see what this discussion is about.
Yeah, absolutely. The hot shot maneuver, very strong card in this Luke deck. So many of these space units have an on attack ability. And for each of the on attack abilities on that unit, you get to deal 2 damage to a different enemy unit and then attack with that unit. So if the hot shot maneuver was played here, that on attack ability that allows 2 damage to be dealt to one of Daniel's units, and that could, in theory, defeat the Corona 4 and then still attack with the Sabine's masterpiece. And it does look like that is the play. So not sure exactly what the confusion was, but nevertheless, the Corona 4 is defeated in 3 damage to Daniel's base.
I believe the confusion was I think they're checking that because Sabine's Masterpiece has an on attack ability and then it has layered things based on what aspects you have. I think they were either talking about if he can even trigger the on attack ability because he had no other aspects, or if it triggers multiple times because there's 4 different aspects that it triggers all on attack ability with.
Okay. Yep, that does make sense. And green leaders to play for Mike. Just putting another unit in the space arena. Good for Sabine's masterpiece. Get some more aspects out there so that on attack trigger on Sabine's masterpiece will start to become relevant. Daniel does have the initiative. Ryder Azadi remains in play, shutting down whatever it names, and direct hit first action for Daniel to defeat the Sabine's masterpiece before Mike got any real value there.
And it does look like last turn, Daniel used the Lando action ability and missed because he got Blue Ace discarded from the top of his deck, which is not a Vigilance unit. So that is unfortunate for him.
Yeah, that is unfortunate for sure. The Blue Ace so good in this particular matchup, but not when you are discarding it from the top with that Lando action ability. Missing on the credit, you don't have it to ambush and defeat those space threats right away. Definitely not what Daniel wanted to see as the Red Squadron Y-Wing is played for Mike. 10 damage on Daniel's base, just 2 on Mike's base as we get ready for the next action phase. Going into the deploy turn, 6 resources for both players. Keep in mind, Daniel does have a couple credits as well. He will deploy Lando Calrissian leader unit right away, generating an additional 2 credit tokens up to 4. So he could make a huge play on this 6 resource turn. Back
Looks
over
like
to Mike.
Luke Skywalker's just going to go ahead on deploy onto one of these ships. The risk with this is we could see, as in we saw last game, the Tree Remembers come down and defeat Luke Skywalker from this 2-cost ship. But it looks like Luke's just going to be playing Sintakaz, so at least even if he's defeated, he'll get into base for 5, deal some indirect, as well as use Luke's on-attack ability to defeat the Ryder Azadi here.
Yeah, love the action compression. Very good, knowing that you are so susceptible to the Tree Remembers. Taking out the Rider, getting the ability to play whatever Rider had named, and dealing some good damage to base. But Daniel has the hyperspace disaster to defeat both of the space units. Mike will just claim the initiative, but it's exactly what Daniel needed to stabilize the board. Sintakaz does remain in play as 1 credit is spent to put out the Owen Lars and 4 damage into Mike's base with Lando. But if you're Daniel, I think you have to like this spot. Do have to deal effectively with Sintakaz in the near future, but cleaning up the unit piloted by the Luke Skywalker does feel good.
Yeah, like you said, Daniel is probably pretty happy about this position that he is in, but Mike still has his Syntacaz that's going to be swinging to 5 to base every turn unless Daniel can find a way to deal with it. Lando, with his units on the ground right now, cannot kill the Syntacaz, so the Syntacaz guaranteed going to be swinging in unless Daniel plays an event or something like that to deal with this Syntacaz unit.
Now, what we have to really pay attention to right now is that Owen Lars and how long it stays on the board. How much value can it get? Owen attacking, restoring for 2. So essentially that exchange, Syntacaz and Owen in play. Mike is only dealing 3 per turn right now with Syntacaz as the Danger Squadron wingmen coming out for Mike, and it's Chimera out of aspect. The extra credits cashed in for Daniel. The Owen Lars defeated. And it looks like the Syntacaz will be defeated as well. Daniel will get to heal 2 damage from his base and also search the top 5 cards of his deck for a force unit, finding the Kanan Jarrus. What an exchange for Daniel, the Chimera showing up big.
Yeah, what an amazing play for Daniel. That is the best thing the Lando could defeat as well with the Chimera win play. Defeating the Owen, refilling your hand with cards, getting the Chimera down to just get even more healing. It can kill Mike's space units while just restoring his base, getting him further and further away from the danger zone that Luke can put him in.
Just developing the Jedi Starfighter, but just not matching up so well right now. He would have to trade with it into the Chimera, as Chimera does attack and defeat the Danger Squadron wingmen, healing 2 more damage from Daniel's base, and now the Jedi Starfighter going to attack into base for 1, and 1 damage on the on attack to Chimera, but Daniel playing the home 1. Now wait just a second. Yeah, Mike, that was absolutely the play. So it would have been a trade immediately if the Jedi Starfighter attacked into the Chimera with the on attack trigger, but instead going to base, that home 1 comes out again, healing all the damage on Daniel's units. The Chimera now protected by a Sentinel, and things really getting out of control for Mike. He does play that big 7/7 Dinosaur Turtle and the Red Squadron Y-Wing, but this is a very difficult situation for Mike. Daniel with the initiative, and that Chimera lives on.
Yeah, Mike really hoping he could get the Luke ping off, defeat the Chimera, stop all that healing, but home 1 coming down yet again to ruin the plans and heal all of Daniel's units, including the Lando that was on the ground. And here we see Daniel playing a Lost and Forgotten to defeat this Dinosaur Turtle and heal 3 from base from the Lost and Forgotten, and then 2 more from the Chimera always on ability.
Healing 5 in 1 action. Pretty good, as the Y-Wing just puts some damage on a couple of Daniel's units, and now the Blue Ace comes down to ambush and defeat the last unit in play for Mike. Mike playing another Jedi Starfighter, and Daniel has the green light. Lots of damage will be pouring in. He's got another 10 showing between the Chimera and Lando. It's just a couple of cheap space units for Mike. You can see it with the hand movements there for Mike. He's got nothing left in hand. He's staring down. Lethal now in play for Daniel. Chimera still healing all of this damage. Daniel's back down to just 8 damage on his base. What a game this has been. The first action for Daniel, 7 into Data Vault, is 26 on. So another 2 actions for Daniel, and he can close out this match.
Yeah, that home 1 proving yet again its value as it shuts down all of these space units. And there's a handshake. Mike is going to call it the Chimera healing plus the home 1 blocking everything. It's just too much for Mike to deal with, especially because he didn't really have anything in hand other than some cheap 2-cost units.
That was quite the phase for Daniel, with Mike not just outright trading the Jedi Starfighter for the Chimera, the home one saving the day, healing everything back up. And that's the thing. You have to be so cautious against these Lando Calrissian Vigilance decks. The home one has been a very strong piece in this deck ever since it was revealed at the Galactic Championship. And if you make a slightly greedy play, hoping that in one more action you can defeat it, that home one, given the chance, can just change everything. Now, at the end of the day, Mason, even if that Chimera was taken off the board, it's still an extremely difficult spot for Mike. He would have had no units in play. Daniel did have the home one. He's able to follow that up. And I don't think Mike really had a way to get through the home one regardless. So maybe the game draws out a little bit longer. But in the end, if you can't close out this Lando deck pretty quickly, the late game, it's going to be difficult to deal with.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, like you were saying, Chimera, it definitely healed him even more, but he didn't necessarily need the healings because he just had so much late game bombs. When you get into Lando's late game territory, you start to see the Bo-Katans and the Pre-Vizslas and the Chimeras, and it's just so much big units that Luke has a hard time dealing with if they can't kill the base quickly.
So now we've seen 3 rounds here at the GameZenter. We had Lando Calrissian Vigilance featured in round 1 and again here in round 3. And Lando doing very well at the feature table, winning both of those rounds. Round 2, we had quite the meta matchup in Cad Bane versus Darth Vader. Vader was able to take that one in 3 games. So some good stuff so far on stream. It looks like we've got about 20 minutes left in the round. Was there anything specific that you wanted to point out about this round, Mason, before we go into break?
Nothing really. Just again the amazing top end that Lando has. If we continue to see him played throughout the rest of this tournament, it's just we'll continue to see how hard it is for other decks to be able to come back from Lando's big, powerful win plate ability, big units.
Yeah, that is absolutely right. Very good in the late game. And what's so interesting about this Lando build is the out of aspect stuff. You have the Chimera. We have seen some pre-Vizslas trickle in here and there. Not sure if Daniel has it in his deck, but that is all made possible because of the credit tokens that Lando generates. You can get those out of aspect plays early and essentially match your opponent. Whenever they could play it on curve, you can as well, even out of aspect, because of the credit tokens. So it's a very good, strong option for these decks. And at the end of the day, you also have that extra top end in Bo-Katan. And we saw in game 1, Bo-Katan was the key piece to victory for Daniel. So not only do you have things like the home one, the out of aspect bombs like Chimera, but then Bo as well. And so that's the one thing you do have in terms of the upper hand against the villainy foes is you have that Bo-Katan as well at the top end. And if your opponent doesn't play around her very carefully, that can be a very big blowout play. So love to see Lando have some success. This deck was created to really target Cad Bane, the Eclipse team, cooking this up going into the Galactic Championship with Cad Bane being the #1 target. This deck was actually formed off of the back of Anakin Skywalker because Anakin Skywalker had not been seeing a lot of play going into the Galactic Championship, but he was positioned so well because of things like the new Imperial Armored Commando that only has 3 HP and it's tough to get through because of the shield token. It's a lot of cool stuff, and this Lando deck has proven strong, Mason, because if we look back to the Galactic Championship, then the sector in Berlin and the sector in Indianapolis last weekend, Lando is the only other leader paired alongside Cad Bane that has made the top cut in all 3 of these major events.
Yeah, Lando definitely a very strong deck. And as you were saying, Josh, about Anakin Skywalker unit, it goes from just being a good 6 cost unit, that -3 something, to an amazing late game bomb with the -6 turned on, being able to kill things like Chimera, kill Previsla, kill the Mandalorian token units. It just becomes incredible once you get a villainy unit in the discard pile as well as a heroism card.
Yeah, that is absolutely right. And really, the big deal, right, with Anakin and this Lando build that can rather consistently get the villainy cards in the discard pile as well. Love that synergy. And Anakin Skywalker giving -6/-6 is definitely a game changing effect. Now we are 3 rounds into Swiss. We've got another 4 rounds of Swiss to go before we cut to our top 8. We had 69 players to start the day, so that did lead us to 7 rounds, and players looking to at least get into the top 16 to score some points on the leaderboard as they look to become a Planetary Qualifier champion and lock a spot in the main event of the Galactic Championship in 2027. So we're going to step away for a short break. Don't go anywhere. We've got round 4 from the Game Center coming up next. Hello and welcome back to this Planetary Qualifier at the GameZenter in Roseville, Minnesota. I'm Josh Snyder, now joined by Knightley Jacobson. And Knightley, you were actually a top 8 finisher at the Galactic Championship. So good to be here with you.
Yeah, good to be here with you too.
Now, coming into this weekend, Knightley, of course, we had the news that Cad Bane is officially suspended starting Monday of next week. So this weekend, Cad Bane's swan song, his last chance to claim some bounties, and we have seen him fall once already on stream today. It looks like we're going to have Cad Bane Vigilance on stream again versus Lando Calrissian Vigilance that we have seen a few times. What are your thoughts on this specific matchup?
This is an interesting matchup because I've heard that Lando Calrissian is favored into CAD, though it is a very tight matchup. Both decks are running a ton of late game in them, so it'll be interesting to see how the players navigate that.
Absolutely. Lots of late game bombs for both players. And I think one of the crucial parts in this particular matchup, can Cad actually get off to one of those aggressive starts? Things like that early Rancor Keeper into the Ogdo Bogdo. Can Cad put on good pressure early? As you get into the late game, it then becomes more of a question of who gets their bombs and when. For instance, that Bo-Katan can kind of go over the top of Cad Bane pretty well. But the question is, does Lando find it? Is he able to set it up just right? Should be quite a fascinating matchup. Once you get into the sideboard, you start have to thinking about questions such as, does Cad Bane have access to credit hate and such? And I think that both of these players right now, of course, looking to remain undefeated, both 3-0 coming into this round, looking to go to 4-0 to start the day here in Roseville. 7 rounds of Swiss is what we will have before cutting to the top 8. And this is going to be quite the matchup, not just deck-wise, but two fantastic players. We've got Daniel once again on the right. We just saw Daniel in the last round take down Luke Data Vault. And we've got Joey Frechette on the left, as it does appear that Lando is ready to go. And it looks like Daniel will be starting with the initiative to open things up. Here we go. Game 1 is underway. Lando action ability used. Huang discarded off the top will get the credit generation going for Daniel. Pretty common turn 1 play, right, Knightley, this token on turn 1.
Yeah, I think it's kind of like the Krennic deck where they're both trying to essentially ramp into their 4-drops, which have huge impact on the board. It just depends on what 4-drop that is. Heroism has a lot more tempo plays, whereas the villainy side is just more trying to lay sentinels. But like units, as we saw in previous games, like the Mandalorian or Kanan Jarrus, can provide huge tempo to the board state.
It absolutely can. And to go along with that credit token, Daniel had the Owen Lars. Marek, the first play for Joey to open things up, and the Kanan Jarrus that you were just talking about coming out for Daniel, bouncing Joey's Onyx Squadron Brute at turn 1 play. And it's going to leave Joey with the initiative here going into the 4 resource turn.
Yeah, Morocco on Joey's side. That really stops the tempo swings from Owen Lars because he would now have to just essentially take some free damage in order to get any restore off from the unit.
My apologies. It was actually Daniel that had the initiative after the CAD ping. That's what Joey went for at the end of that last action phase. Anakin Skywalker, the 2-cost unit coming down for Daniel. And once again, another Cad Bane action ability, another damage to Kanan Jarrus. Daniel opting to generate another credit token with that Lando action ability, discarding direct hit off the top. Certainly not extremely viable at this point.
This Maroc
Action.
really shutting down Lando's side because everyone has 2 damage on it. So in order to actually get anything, you'd have to stack the units like he just did with the cannon there.
Jarrus just running in, dealing some damage to that Maroc. And Maroc actually taking out the Owen Lars, getting that restore unit off the board. Daniel gets a search for the force unit off the top 5, and it looks like he has found a force unit. Another copy of Kanan Jarrus will go to Daniel's hand after the IG-2000 entering play for Joey. So now has a space threat and a ground threat. 1 damage on that Anakin, 3 damage on Maroc, and Daniel continuing to hold on to the initiative. Again, Daniel just has to figure out a way to get through this Sentinel unit in the ground arena. See what he's got here on the 5 resource turn. It is going to be another copy of Direct Hit. We saw one get discarded from the deck last turn. And this turn it will be played from hand to defeat the IG-2000. Daniel consistently using this Lando action ability, generating another credit, making sure that he has a credit token going into that Lando Calrissian deploy turn.
Joey efficiently using his pings to allow Maroc to kill all of Daniel's units.
Right, the ping leaving Anakin on 2 HP as well, so Maroc would take out the Anakin in combat as Maroc just goes to base. So 2 damage now on Daniel's base. The only base damage currently, as Joey does play a pretty aggressive threat in the ground arena. The Ogdo Bogdo coming out. We'll have to damage it before starting to attack. But first action for Daniel with the initiative on this next phase. Going to deploy Lando Calrissian right away, turn his 2 credits into a total of 4 credits. Leaves him with plenty of options. Could play up to 10 resources worth of cards on this turn. Maroc is going to attack and defeat the Anakin Skywalker, leaving 1 HP left on the Sentinel unit that has stuck in play for quite some time. And now Daniel lining up a Tree Remembers. Ogdo Bogdo will be blanked and defeated. Taking out the big 5 power threat, relieves some of the pressure in the ground arena as Cad Bane action ability used, a damage to Lando Calrissian, and Lando leader unit will attack and defeat that Sentinel, finally clearing up the ground arena as Joey deploys his Cad Bane leader unit.
Barris if he coming down to heal Lando Calrissian and give him some advantage tokens to just present a bigger threat against on the board. Let's see what Joey will do to refill the board and kind of reclaim some board state from this Lando.
And I do like that play from Daniel. Not only, of course, making Lando stronger with those advantage tokens, but also healing Lando out of range to be defeated in one attack from that Cad Bane leader unit. As Barris Offee now defeated. Maroc coming back into play as well. So the Sentinel has rejoined the ground arena for Joey Frechette. And finishing that action phase, the Tie Dagger Vanguard is played, dealing 2 damage to Lando Calrissian. We'll leave Lando with 3 HP remaining, but still has the 2 advantage tokens, so we'll attack for 6 if Daniel does attack with it right away.
Like you said, those advantage tokens are allowing this Lando to really cleanly trade it, not trade, just value trade into the Maroc, allowing Lando not to be able to be pinged by Cad on attack, as well as just clearing out another unit.
I do like the follow-up for Joey Frechette, though, After that attack from Daniel, it left Lando with just 1 HP remaining. And that lines up brilliantly with the 5-cost Justifier unit when played, dealing that damage to Lando Calrissian and defeating Daniel's leader. An advantage token onto Justifier, but looks like Daniel's getting ready to cash in all of these resources and the credits for Bo-Katan. -3 to Joey's units. It does defeat one of them, the TIE Dagger Vanguard, so that Bo-Katan getting an experience token and Joey just claiming the initiative. Knightley, I have a feeling he may have a one-action answer for this Bo-Katan.
Yeah, the CAD deck runs a ton of removal. Let's see if Joey has it. If not, this Bo-Katan will really put him in a tricky situation.
Bo-Katan, a 9/9 right now with that experience token, but the no glory only results from Joey Frechette going to take control and defeat the bomb on Daniel's side of the board. And look at this, Daniel getting ready to unload another very big play. Not a threat this time, just removal. Lost and Forgotten will defeat Justifier, healing Daniel back to full health, but then taking 4 damage from the Cad Bane leader. As to close out the action phase, it's Daniel playing the droid laser turret, which does line up nicely into Cad because Cad Bane at least cannot ping that shield off due to it only having 1 HP.
Yes, the droid laser turrets are a huge roadblock for any tempo with Cad Bane, as Cad Bane would just have to swing into the droid laser turret.
And with that shield token, would, for the moment, nullify that overwhelm keyword on Cad Bane leader unit. First action for Joey Frechette. It is Pre-Vizsla to defeat the Sentinel unit, opening the ground arena up. It does allow Joey to create 1 Mandalorian token. Back over to Daniel Haupt. What does he have here? It's going to be Corona 4 into the space arena. Cad Bane gets in for 4. It's 8-0. The damage totals in favor of Joey. But Daniel's got a back-to-back Lost and Forgotten phase, defeating Pre-Vizsla, healing up some damage. But right now, the board's still favoring Joey.
This Corona 4 is very effective at nullifying the Mandalorian's attacks if as he will have the next action in the round. Let's see if he uses that.
Good call for sure. The on attack from Corona 4. Daniel's able to give a unit -2 power for the phase, so dealing 2 damage to Joey's base, -2 to that Mandalorian token, leaving the token without anything to do here. And it's going to be Justifier, the play for Joey. And that is going to deal another damage to the Corona 4. It had 2 damage on because of that ping from Cad Bane. And it is defeated with that win played ability on Justifier, giving an advantage token to the Mandalorian token. And now Daniel is going to play the champion of Mortis, defeating the Mandalorian token, getting a threat in the ground arena that now poses a way to defeat that Cad Bane leader. But Joey has the Sentinel unit. The first time we've seen the Imperial Armored Commando so far this game. And that's going to protect the Cad Bane leader and allow Joey to continue to be the aggressor in this opening game.
Yeah, Imperial Armored Commandos, often we see them to just shut down the ground arena, but in this case, it's just a solid unit that protects his CAD and hits the base for 4.
Good. Anakin Skywalker is really the great answer to this Imperial Armored Commando, getting right around that shield token. The -3/-3 is enough to defeat it, even if you don't have both heroism and villainy aspects in your discard pile. But in this situation, Anakin Skywalker already in play. We'll have a bit more trouble dealing with the Commando. Joey finishing up his resourcing decision. And now Daniel with the first action, just going to attack and remove the shield on the Commando. The Commando now shieldless, attacking Daniel's base for 4. And here comes the home one that we've seen so many times from Lando already today, healing that 4 damage from Anakin Skywalker. And it's a big Sentinel temporarily for Daniel. Another copy of No Glory Only results to defeat the big Space Sentinel.
At No Glory really coming in clutch for Joey there, allowing the Justifier to not only just do nothing in space or even just trade into the home one, but allowing him to swing forward a base and, as you can see here, eventually force out a concession from the Lando player.
Hey, Knightley, you know what's better than 2 No Glory Only results? 3 of them. That was the third copy of No Glory Only results for Joey in game 1 to then clear out the Anakin. He gets in with Cad, leaving a 2-action lethal on the following turn. Daniel says, yep, I've seen enough. Let's go to game number 2 as they go to the sideboards, and we'll see what Daniel has for this particular matchup. Is there anything that you may be looking for sideboard wise?
For Daniel, I would probably just see if I can put in some more ground sentinels and maybe throughout the game I feel like they really need to get off like a good Bo-Katan, which sadly weren't able to see that played, which can really take so much pressure off the board and present a huge threat. But I would probably just put in some more removal. Probably I don't really know what these decks run, but just more removal and some sentinels. That's what I'd do.
I think removal could be very important. We saw Joey really being the aggressor for the vast majority of that game. You think about the Sentinel units coming in clutch for Joey. The early Iraq was so good, being able to force Daniel to go into it, which left all of his cheap units vulnerable to being defeated. And it allowed Joey to keep his foot on the gas pedal. And then that led into a second copy of Marak and then that Imperial Armored Commando. So I think in game 1, the Sentinels, a big part of the story. And then I also think the 3 copies of No Glory Only results very good as well. Because like you said, Bo-Katan is such a big piece of this Lando Calrissian deck, and its top end, one of its best ways to close out a game. And while we did see Bo-Katan being played in game 1, it only defeated 1 unit. It was a very non-threatening TIE Dagger Vanguard. It was only 1 experience token on Bo, but with only 1 unit in play for Daniel, it was very easy for Joey. Just claim the initiative, no glory only results. I'm not going to deal with this massive threat. And Joey still had multiple units in play. So if Joey can position himself in that way to not be massively impacted by the bow, it goes a long way.
Yeah. And it does look like this Lando list is running some copies of Finn as well as the big Qui-Gon Jinns, the 7/5 ambush. So I bet he'd be bringing those in just for huge tempo plays. The Qui-Gon Jinns notably can kill Cad Bane on flip, which could provide some huge tempo for Daniel.
I do like that a lot if you think about it with this Lando Calrissian deck, because it has that capability. As long as you have a credit token going into that 6 resource turn, you can deploy Lando first if you needed to, or if you already had multiple credits in play. You could just immediately bring out that Qui-Gon Jinn, like you said, into a Cad Bane that gets deployed even before Lando is deployed. So the credit tokens could really come into play, and you could essentially 2-for-1 your opponent right out of the gate. Potentially, right? You'd have 1 HP left on Qui-Gon, and if it gets defeated, then you can put something else back away, back on top or bottom of Joey's deck. So you can really clean up the ground arena very nicely with that Qui-Gon Jinn. So I like that call out, and I'll see if Daniel's able to use it effectively here in game 2. And so far, today, this is the 3rd time we've seen Lando Calrissian on stream. And Knightley, Lando was actually 4-0 in 4 games over 2 matches. So that was the first loss on stream. Joey able to take care of business. We'll see if Daniel can get back in the winning ways, as Daniel should be starting with the initiative going into game 2. Again, last weekend for Cad Bane being Premier Legal. This is it. Last chance for these players to claim the bounties, get all that free damage in throughout the games with Cad Bane that has proven to be extremely beneficial. All three major events so far since Ashes of the Empire released has featured multiple Cad Bane leader units in the top cut. And 2 of the 3 major events have been won by a Cad Bane Vigilance deck. So definitely the deck to beat right now in the format. And a lot of players trying to secure some points with it this weekend as Game 2 gets underway. Daniel starts with Corona 4 in the Space Arena. Cad Bane immediately putting some damage on it with that action ability, leaving Corona 4 with 2 HP remaining.
Notably not a credit play from Daniel. Let's see if he has a good 3-drop to do it. But this Corona 4 is such a tempo play. And it looks like Joey missed his turn 1, or at least decided not to play. We'll see how that goes for Joey.
Very different start in Game 2 for sure. Let's see what Daniel has. As you mentioned, no credit token. And they're just pointing out that the initiative should be on Joey's side because after the Cad Bane ping took the initiative, it looks like. So here it is. Barris Offie to heal that damage after Cad Bane pings it. So it was 2 damage on the Corona 4. And that means 2 advantage tokens will be given because 2 damage was healed. It's a 4 power Corona 4 for Daniel. It appears that Joey does have a unit to play this time around. It looks like there's options. Ogdo, Bogdo, and Marak. What is going to be the play? A great early start for Daniel Haupt here in Game 2. Ogdo Bogdo is going to be the play for Joey. And now Daniel has to decide. Attack for 4 with Corona or claim the initiative. He will get in that attack, so Daniel able to deliver the first damage to a base in game number 2. Joey with the initiative, but Ogdo Bogdo is not damaged just yet, so doesn't have the ability to attack right away. Joey's going to change that with the action ability from Cad Bane, dealing 1 damage to Ogdo Bogdo as Corona 4 attacks for 2, shrinking Ogdo by a couple power down to 3. Here comes the Sentinel units. Marak, the play for Joey. So Barris has to deal with the Sentinel.
Yeah, the Corona 4 swing noticeably prevents Ogdo Bogdo from favorably trading into the Barris Effete and healing some damage with its ability. That was a super strong play by Daniel.
Now Daniel playing the Rider Azadi. Very curious to know what Daniel named. Whatever card he named, Joey will not be playing it while Rider is in play. Now, if it was something crucial, Knightley, you could see something like Joey just claiming the initiative right now and first action that Ogdo Bogdo in the next action phase would have the 5 power once again, so could cleanly take out that Rider if he wanted to do so, but that's not going to be the play just yet. Ogdo Bogdo going to get the damage in while he can, so 3 damage to Daniel's base, and now that first credit token generated for Daniel off that action ability, discarding the Tree Remembers this time around.
Yeah, the Rider Azadi, I can only assume is probably naming a 4-cost Sentinel or like Justifier, but naming a Koska Reeves or Imperial Armored Commando would not be the worst play.
Here we go. Joey with the initiative. Very curious to see how he utilizes that Ogdo, if it is going to be attacking into Rider with that first action. And that is absolutely the play. So attacking and defeating Rider Azadi. and essentially just not taking any damage. He would take 2 damage in combat, but whenever Ogdo Bogdo attacks and defeats an enemy unit, Ogdo heals 2 damage, so that 2 gets healed off right away. Strong play for Joey, freeing up whatever card was named.
Making the board state look a little more favored towards Joey as we come on to this to Daniel's action. Looks like if he's debating whether or not what unit he should shrink with the Corona 4. I'm assuming it's going to be Maroke.
Definitely a reasonable call if so. 8 damage on Joey's base. Joey does play the Justifier when played, dealing 1 damage to Barris Offie, leaving Barris with 3 HP remaining. And now the action back over to Daniel is yet to spend any resources. Does still have to deal with this Sentinel if he wants to put any kind of pressure on in the ground arena. Keep in mind the Sentinel is also important for protecting Cad Bane once it is deployed. And it looks like Daniel's going to cash in a credit. And there is Finn. You were talking about it coming into this game. Finn having a closer look, ambushing and defeating Maroc because Finn has the exact amount of power needed. 6 power into the 6 HP Sentinel. The Sentinel is defeated, had -2 power from Corona 4, so no damage back to Finn. And Daniel now positioning himself a bit better on the board. Now, as strong as a play that was, unfortunately, Daniel not able to get full value out of the Finn, as if he had a non-unique unit, would have been able to shield it up. And of course, we know that Cad Bane could ping it off. That is the one thing about Cad Bane, isn't it, Knightley? The shield tokens just become almost irrelevant against Cad.
Yeah, I feel like that was one of FFG's like main things when banning Cad was that his ability just made all these shield archetype decks just unplayable because it was just a free ping. And shield units are already shielded units are already understated enough when it comes to HP.
Definitely an unfortunate situation for the shield tokens so far in this meta. That will certainly change next week as we move on to the next action phase. Daniel not attacking with the Barris after that Cad Bane ping. So Daniel starting with the initiative, attacking. Looks like into base right away, the on attack trigger. Shrinking one of these units. I believe he pointed at the Ogdo Bogdo, but not entirely sure.
If he did shrink the Ogdo Bogdo, that allows Daniel to favorably trade the Finn or the Barrisafi into the Ogdo without dying. I mean, the Barris would die, but the Finn wouldn't die, as well as preventing Joey from just cleanly taking out the Finn immediately.
Now Ogdo Bogdo. Joey sees the writing on the wall with that Finn unit. So Ogdo attacking and defeating Barris, healing a couple of the damage, so has 3 HP remaining. Look at this play from Daniel Haupt. The Bo-Katan's Gauntlet coming out of 4-5 in space with Restore 1, but when any of Daniel's other non-token units would be defeated, a Mandalorian token is created. Only problem is that Justifier.
Yeah. Bo-Katan's Gauntlet provides immense value when it comes to Daniel's units dying. Like, Mandalorian tokens are no joke.
No joke at all. And look at this play. The no glory only results taking control and defeating the Finn, making sure that Ogdo stays in play. Lando Calrissian is deployed. Action back over to Joey. That no glory only results able to defeat the Finn and make sure that the Bo-Katan's Gauntlet didn't generate that Mandalorian token because Joey controlled the unit when it was defeated. Both leaders have been deployed. Lando going to attack and defeat the Ogdo Bogdo, taking just 3 damage back. Again, it was shrunk from Corona 4. Joey now attacking with Cad Bane leader unit. pinging 1 damage onto the Corona 4 and defeating Lando Calrissian. So now the ground arena, all for Joey. Action back on Daniel. Very likely just claims here. Does get a Mandalorian token when the Lando leader unit was defeated. And the question now is, does the Justifier go in and take out the Bo-Katan's gauntlet? Now it will. And I think if you're Joey, he might be a little frustrated with himself that he didn't take out the gauntlet first before the leader unit, because that left Daniel with 1 extra unit in play, that 1 Mandalorian token. First action for Daniel. Look at that. What a play. When played, is going to take out both of the units, Cad Bane and Justifier, because a villainy card was in the discard pile for Daniel. So both of those triggers happening. Night Sister, the follow-up for Joey. But look at this, Knightley and Owen Lars in play are discarded from the hand. So only 1 damage is dealt. Does defeat the Corona 4, but definitely lessens the impact from that Night Sister.
Night Sister really coming down and just forcing Daniel to have the low cost card, as well as presenting a huge body. You can't really let 8 get to base in these kinds of games.
Daniel will have the initiative. Mandalorian token and Anakin Skywalker, Champion of Mortis and Daniel's ground arena. It's Night Sister, the only unit in play for Joey. Anakin will strike first. Daniel right now ahead in this race. It's 15 damage on Joey's base, only 3 for Daniel. So a bit different game too, as Daniel's the one that wants to try to close out this game at this point. Action back over to Joey. Plenty of resources. Night Sister in play. Can play defensive if need be. The only problem is if he does play defensive with that Night Sister, that Mandalorian token that's shielded will line up very well into it.
Looks like Joey will take the defensive option and allow the Mandalorian to get a free kill on the Night Sister.
That Mandalorian token really proving to be an important asset for Daniel right now. But it looks like the attack will not be the first action he takes. Lando action ability. He's getting another credit token. Back over to Joey. Does Joey have a way to deal with that token and keep the 8 power Night Sister in play? Not going to deal with the unit itself, but does deal with the shield token with that Cad Bane ping. And Daniel just going to continue to be aggressive. 2 damage into base. It's 17 damage on Joey's base. Now there is Pre-Vizsla defeating that Mandalorian token, and that gives Joey his own Mandalorian token.
Pre-Vizsla is just such a solid card right now, allowing Joey both to kill something and develop board state at the same time, really presenting an overwhelming threat to Daniel.
The Pre-Vizsla wars have begun, and this one is going to favor Daniel just a bit because he's able to defeat the Night Sister and Joey's Mandalorian token. So Daniel getting a bit more value, has 2 Mandalorian tokens created from the Pre-Vizsla play, and has the board advantage going into this next turn. And he's also quite ahead in the race, Knightley.
Yes, this board development from Daniel will probably help Daniel a ton. Looks like Daniel's going through Joey's discard, seeing how many, I don't know, I would assume how many No Glories have been played or single reactor ignitions are in the discard pile. Looks like Joey is just going to trade Pre-Vizslas, try to shore up the damage and prevent some of it that's going to base.
Definitely needed to do just that. 2 damage gets in before Casca Reeve Comes down for Joey, getting a Mandalorian token in play. So Casca has Sentinel. Daniel playing out Huang. And Cad Bane is just going to ping off the shield token on the ready Mandalorian token. Another copy of Corona 4 for Daniel. And now Daniel's going to really have to deal with a wall of Sentinel units, because Joey has played an Imperial Armored Commando, but Daniel has lost and forgotten to defeat the Commando, healing back down to just 1 damage on base. And the ready shieldless Mandalorian token will put 2 damage onto Casca Reeves as we go into the next action phase. Joey Frechette has the initiative.
Looks like Daniel is really trying to be the aggro here, and is just trying to, and is forced to fight through so many Sentinels that Joey keeps playing. Let's see if he's able to get the final points of damage on base that he needs to win.
Ninth Sister, the opening play for Joey. It was Ryder Izadi discarded, cost 3, so 3 damage dealt to the Corona 4 off of that ability on Ninth Sister, defeating Corona 4, cleaning up the space arena. And now what does Daniel want to do? Has to get through Casca Reeves to start being aggressive in the ground arena. The Mandalorian token will attack and defeat Casca. And now token on Joey's side, defeating Daniel's token. Huang in for 2, putting Joey up to 21 damage on base. Both leaders, action ability being used. Huang with the damage. And now Daniel actually starting to mill Joey's deck. We've seen this a little bit earlier today, and this is what these Lando decks want to do. Once you get to a resource count that it just doesn't really matter if you have the credits or not, you can start milling out your opponent. And here's the card you called out, Knightley. Qui-Gon Jinn. Daniel says the negotiations will certainly be short. Ambushing and defeating the Night Sister. The token gets put back on top or bottom of the deck. It can't go to the deck, so it's essentially just washed away. And Daniel now has the board, full control, strong play.
Yeah, that Qui-Gon really put in it work, as it was able to really cleanly just clear out Joey's board, especially with the token not being able to be bounced. And that really puts Joey on the back foot of this game.
Joey has a second copy of Pre-Vizsla, and as we get into the late stages of the game, the number one question does become, who draws more bombs? Pre-Vizsla for Joey, but Daniel has the Anakin Skywalker. Again, he has heroism and villainy cards in the discard pile. So any copy of Anakin Skywalker, Champion of Mortis, is -6/-6. It's enough to defeat Joey's Pre-Vizsla. And because Daniel had a unit defeated, Casca Reeves comes out, brings along a Mandalorian token, and just like that, there is lethal damage showing in the ground arena for Daniel, but single reactor ignition will reset the board. All units defeated, 3 damage to Daniel's base, but it leaves Joey with only 3 resources. Can Daniel put some more good threats in play? Finn is the first play for Daniel. Maroc into play for Joey. So a Sentinel in Finn's way. Finn gets pinged by Cad Bane, has 4 HP remaining. Joey continuing to try and just stabilize and hopefully turn the corner at some point. Finn has to get through the Sentinel unit. Between the damage from combat and another Cad Bane ping, it leaves just 1 HP on Finn. And that is perfect for the Justifier. Coming in, defeating the Finn unit, getting an advantage token, and Daniel plays his second Pre-Vizsla. We're really seeing it all in this game, Knightley.
Yeah, the bombs and the back and forth that just keeps going on. From one side, it's Joey has board state, then Daniel has board state, then it's Joey, as each continue to clear each other's boards consistently.
So both players have shown 2 copies of Pre-Vizsla. And the question now for me is Daniel running all 3 copies of Pre-Vizsla? Would be shocked if Joey doesn't have 3 copies in his deck. Joey, after that Pre-Vizsla, does have a Casca Reeves to bring out a Mandalorian token, at least putting a Sentinel in the way. And Cad Bane shooting off the shield token on Daniel's token, Mandalorian token, I should say. Lots of tokens in play. Mandalorians, shields, you name it. Daniel has the initiative. Lost and Forgotten taking out the Sentinel. Casca Reeves healing back down to 1 damage on base. And we're starting to get to the point, Knightley, as this game goes longer and longer, that Lando action ability can continue to mill Joey. We could get in a spot if Joey continues to just answer this board. Maybe Daniel can win off of decking Joey out. The 3rd copy of Pre-Vizsla for Joey. So he is tapped out of the Pre-Vizsla line. He does have 2 Mandalorian tokens in play. What does Daniel have? It's Kanan Jarrus to get rid of that ready Mandalorian token.
Let's see if Joey is able to stabilize after this. I bet both players are running out of top-end cards that are in their hands as well as their decks. Let's see how they continue to navigate this, with Daniel being the aggressor here, with 1 damage on his base and 23 on Joey's.
Looks like still a decent amount of cards in Joey's deck, so might still take some time for Daniel to get to that point where he can win by decking out Joey. Joey has plenty of cards in hand. That's one advantage he does have. And Chimera's the opening play, defeating Joey's own Mandalorian token to defeat Kanan Jarrus on Daniel's side, healing 2 damage from Joey's base. Leaves him with 9 HP.
The first Chimera played this game. I don't think either player has played them.
That is a great point. Still could be lots of Chimeras in our future. And speaking of a lot of Chimeras, it's back-to-back. Daniel's got his own, trading his Mandalorian token for Joey's Chimera unit, healing back down to 0 damage on base. What does Joey have? He's got the No Glory Only results. He really rode the back of No Glory Only results to victory in Game 1. And now Daniel has to claim the initiative with no units in play. Pre-Vizsla for Joey, able to put some damage on Daniel's base. And now Daniel has to find a way to replenish this board and try to force a Game 3. Keep in mind, something else we've got to think about, Knightley, is the clock getting down to about 15 minutes left in the round. So even if Daniel can get this game, there's not going to be a lot of time left for game number 3.
Looks like Captain Rex coming down and giving himself, as well as the Pre-Vizsla Sentinel, stopping the Pre-Vizsla from going to base and halting future aggression towards Daniel's base.
Joey has the next action to take. It looks like he will ping the Captain Rex with Cad Bane. This does set up a potential trade for Captain Rex and Pre-Vizsla if Pre-Vizsla does indeed attack. And now Daniel playing Galen Urso. And whatever Daniel names will be blanked, losing all of its abilities. What has Daniel shut off? We know that all 3 copies of Pre-Vizsla have been played, but only 1 Chimera has been played by Joey. IG 2000 now coming out for Joey will deal 1 damage to both Captain Rex and Galen Urso units. Nope. A little bit of a pump fake there. Going to take that back. Think through this next line of play a little bit.
Daniel is tapped out, so Joey has free reign this turn of what he wants to do.
We could see quite a bit of units coming down for Joey, starting with the Outer Rim Constable. Daniel just going to mill a card from Joey's deck with that Lando action ability. IG 2000, damaging Daniel's units, including
And
that Outer Rim
noticeably-
Constable. Oh, I love that. Yeah, he defeated his own Constable. Sorry about that, Knightley. Didn't mean to cut you off, but that's a really cool play.
Yeah, I've seen this played 1 time before on stream, and it's very smart. It's such a cool line that I've really never thought about.
It really is quite the play, but Daniel has it. We talked about this card needing to come in for Daniel if he wanted to win this match. It's the first Bo-Katan in game number 2. back-to-back games, Bo-Katan only defeats one unit with that win plate ability, giving everything -3/-3 on Joey's side. However, it is lining up these units to not be very threatening this turn as Cad Bane dealing 1 damage to Rex. But what's important here, Knightley, is that Mandalorian token was defeated, so Captain Rex is able to go to base for 7, and he can't stop it, losing the Sentinel on Casca. Daniel is going to win game 2, forcing a deciding game 3 with under 14 minutes on the clock. What a game.
Yeah, that Bo-Katan really swung the game into Lando's favor. And like I said before, the game went so long that both players, aka Joey, was out of bombs and responses that he could play. I think he used up most of his no glories and all of his pre-Vizslas that game. And Daniel just fought through all of it and still was able to come out on top.
Really was timely, Bo. You talked about the pre-Vizslas, and commonly quoted amongst the most competitive players in the game, generally whoever starts with pre-Vizsla. So if you can be the person to play pre-Vizsla second in the pre-Vizsla wars, that generally favors you. And that is absolutely what we saw from Daniel. Joey was the one leading with pre-Vizsla both times. Daniel followed it up, and it did seem to favor Daniel a little bit each time. So we'll see how the pre-Vizsla wars unfold in the final game. Any thoughts on the pre-Vizslas there, Knightley?
Pre-Vizslas, it really depends on how, yeah, like you said, how much pre-Vizslas you have in your hand and when you play them. If you're confident in your opponent not having like at least like 2 pre-Vizslas and you have 2 pre-Vizslas, then it could favor you to start a pre-Vizsla. Start with pre-Vizsla, knowing that you can counter their next pre-Vizsla when they play it. But oftentimes that rarely happens, so you just try to stay away from playing it first.
And in game 2, I think Joey was in a spot he just couldn't avoid playing it first. He was behind in the race. Daniel had done a good job at putting on some pressure. Pre-Vizsla had to come down and keep things going for Joey. And unfortunately, in the end, just wasn't enough. As we get ready for the deciding game 3 here in round number 4 at this Planetary Qualifier in Roseville, Minnesota at the GameZenter. Started with just under 70 players, which the players love it. When you have 65 players at least in these Planetary Qualifiers, the top 16 pays out in leaderboard points. So here we go. Game 3 underway. It is the battered Hallcraft for Joey, and Daniel playing the 2-cost Anakin Skywalker. It's pod racing time for Daniel.
Noticeably, again, it's not a credit play from Lando Calrissian. I think he's scared of being Arvel scheened in turn 2, especially because Joey does have the initiative.
It's a great call, and look at it. Yeah, that's a wonderful shout there, Knightley. Ryder Azadi comes out for Daniel, and there is the Arvel scheme just being played to the ground arena. No credit to take out, and then deals some damage. Anakin gets in for 2. First action for Joey Frechette going into the 4 resource turn. He will attack and defeat the Anakin Skywalker unit. And now Daniel going to attack and defeat Arvel Skeen, because you have to keep in mind that Arvel Skeen, while it may not get the win plate ability to take out a credit, it also has an on attack trigger as well. So once the credits flow in, Daniel definitely wants Arvel Skeen off the board.
Looks like Kanan just bounced the battered Hallcraft and Joey replayed it and pinged the Kanan. Not what Joey wanted to see, but still a fair play line as it puts a threat in space that can just keep swinging to the base.
In this game 3, these players know they have to get this game over if they want a win. Less than 10 minutes on the clock, and Daniel is playing rather aggressively. That Barris Offee will come down. healing 2 damage from Ryder Azadi and giving 2 advantage tokens to it. So that Ryder Azadi will be attacking for 4 with that next attack. Action back over to Joey. Let's see what he's got. Looks like it is going to be no glory, only results to take control and defeat Ryder Azadi. Is going to be the play here for Joey, leaving him fully exhausted in terms of resources, but Kanan Jarrus getting in for a total of 3, restoring 1. Battered Hallcraft getting in for 2. Now the token generation will begin for Daniel, discarding the Casca off the top with that Lando action ability. So 5-3, the damage totals in favor of Daniel as we go into the 6th resource turn. Time to see these leaders deploy.
Daniel does have board state on the ground while Joey has the space arena under control. Let's see what both players will do. Lando able to have a explosive flip turn this turn with the credits while Joey is limited to his 6 resources. We'll see if Daniel plays anything big.
Daniel just going to base with both Kanan Jarrus and Barris Offee, dealing a total of 6, restoring 1 in the process. Cad Bane attacking and defeating Barris Offee after it was deployed and dealing 1 more damage to Kanan Jarrus. Now Daniel deploys, get the extra credit tokens. And Joey Frechette once again has that Justifier when he needs it to deal 1 damage and defeat the Kanan Jarrus. But Daniel has a way to defeat the Justifier with the Lost and Forgotten. We've talked about such good back and forth play. We're seeing it again here in game 3. Daniel was able to heal 3 from base with that event and deal another 4 with Lando Calrissian. Has the race in his hands currently, 15-2 the score in favor of Daniel, as Cad Bane is just going to attack into that Lando Calrissian, leaving Lando with just 1 HP remaining. Daniel has to be very cautious. That Lando could be gone in the next action. Lando
Looks like
does
a Coscaries coming into play and creating the Mandalorian token, which can cleanly kill the Lando Calrissian.
Oh, and it's so good for Daniel. The Bo-Katan is able to come out, take away the token and the battered Hallcraft. 2 experience tokens given out, 1 to both Lando and Bo-Katan. This is important for Daniel. It means that Lando now cannot be defeated by a ping from, say, the IG-2000, something along those lines. But Joey's just going to have to wipe the board as Daniel had lethal in play. Single reactor ignition, defeating all the units, dealing Daniel a couple damage to his base. And now Daniel has home 1 in play. 7 cost space unit Joey has to claim. 19-4 the damage totals. Just under 6 minutes on the clock. Daniel has done a wonderful job at being the aggressor once again here in game 3.
Daniel just trying to stick something big so he can finish off Joey's base. Looks like Joey did not have a clean answer to the home 1 and plays a Justifier instead, allowing Daniel to really just start producing a board state. And it looks like the Ray is for game. What a
Ray
clean
Skywalker.
Finish.
Wow. Coming down. Daniel didn't have an answer for the home 1. He takes 7, just claimed the initiative, going, okay, I have to find an answer for home 1. And then Daniel slams down Ray, and Joey he just kind of threw his hands down, knows that he's not getting around both of those units. What a game for Daniel. What a comeback. Joey taking game 1, and Daniel back-to-back victories here in game 2 and 3 to remain undefeated, and Lando remains undefeated on stream nightly.
Yeah. Joey had a strong start in game 1 and Daniel was able to just beat back Joey's aggression in games 2 and 3, taking the place as the aggressor both games.
What a match, and just about the end of round number 4. We've got 3 more rounds of Swiss to go before the cut to top 8. Don't go anywhere. We've got round 5 coming up next. Welcome back to the Planetary Qualifier here at GameZenter in Roseville, Minnesota. I'm Josh Snyder. I am joined by Knightley Jacobson, and we get prepared for round number 5 here in our 7 Swiss rounds. Really getting down to the wire, aren't we, Knightley? Here at the feature table for round number 5 is going to be Boba Fett Lake Country once again. We saw this earlier in the day against Lando Calrissian on stream. And this time it's going to be Boba Fett Lake Country versus Cad Bane Vigilance. So Cad Bane very represented here at this Planetary Qualifiers. Just under 70 players. And Cad Bane, quite represented, was over a 6th of this PQ. And so far on stream, though, Cad Bane getting beat up a little bit. We've seen Cad Bane a couple times on stream through the first 4 rounds. Lost to Darth Vader back in round 2, and then lost to Lando Calrissian Vigilance last round as we get ready here for round number 5. Any thoughts on this particular matchup, Knightley?
Cad Bane versus Boba Fett. It's not a matchup I've often seen, but really don't know. It depends on how topple the Boba flip turn is. Boba's flip turn can be super explosive and really swing the board towards his favor, and if Cad is able to efficiently prevent that from happening, it gets a lot harder for Boba to win.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Definitely wants to get onto a space unit if possible. But these Cad Bane Vigilance decks, they have a good bit of space interaction. And it's kind of interesting because these CAD decks, they can draw into those hands that have good space interactions, or they can draw those really good aggressive hands where it goes something like Rancor Keeper into Ogdo Bogdo and really just get off to the races where you're kind of racing the space-oriented deck.
Yeah, Boba. It depends. I wonder what list this Boba is playing, because oftentimes we see a split between the ground Boba and the space Boba. I wonder if this Boba is running more space than ground units.
Definitely be interesting to see as we get ready. Got Cody versus Oliver. Cody on the left piloting Cad Bane Vigilance. We've got Oliver on the right piloting Boba Fett Lake Country. Ready to go. Cody ready. Already made his resourcing decisions. Here in the early game. The early curve. The question mark for me with Cody. And the start's going to be HK-47 into the ground arena for Cody. Oliver just playing the TIE Bomber. And Cody does opt to take the initiative, not pinging the TIE Bomber with that CAD action ability.
TIE Bomber is such a strong unit in this Boba Lake Country deck, for it allows Boba to get their extra indirect damage, and it looks like Cody is playing the Ogdo Bogdo, trying to become the aggressor in this game, and allowing that Ogdo to absorb indirect damage to trigger, to allow it to attack.
And I just love this Ogdo Bogdo, and I see absolutely why that initiative was claimed. Get the Ogdo down right away, because against Boba Fett, when they deal this indirect damage to you, you're so thrilled to put that indirect damage onto Ogdo Bogdo. Now, Cody doesn't have to spend that action ability on Cad to damage the Ogdo himself, and it is going to be aggressive with that 5 power threat turned on for Cody. As Oliver playing Sebulba's Pod Racer, something we don't see a whole lot of, right, Knightley?
Yeah, I don't really see much decks besides the Sebulba decks themselves run this card. I mean, it is a ground vehicle that Boba could to potentially deploy on, which could be crazy, as well as having the ability to potentially ready. I don't know what effects Boba Lake Country has that can ready this Sabolas Pod Racer, but if they do happen, it could be pretty crazy.
Looks like in this case, Oliver just getting that ground unit, a bit thankful he had that option because that Sabolas Pod Racer is able to attack and trade with the Ogdo Bogdo before it gets out of hand. But now that Cody has had a friendly unit defeated, playing Casca Reeves, getting that Mandalorian token alongside of Casca, the Warrior of Mandalore. And Oliver is going to play that Hunting Aggressor. It's been a card we've been seeing consistently on stream. We saw this in Boba Fett earlier. This just increases that amount of indirect damage coming through by 1. As the TIE
What's
Bomber
so
does
good
attack.
about the Hunting Aggressor in the Boba deck specifically is the Boba effect also does indirect, so it essentially adds 2 indirect damage to the TIE Bomber's attack.
Yeah, I do love that, right? It's each instance. It does increase the amount of indirect damage you deal by 1, and because you have an instance of indirect coming from the TIE Bomber, another instance of indirect coming from the Boba Leader, 2 separate things, increasing it by 1 both times. So yes, absolutely love that synergy as the indirect damage dished out. Does leave 1 HP remaining on both HK-47 and the Casca Reeves.
I wouldn't be surprised if Cody also put 1 damage onto his Mandalorian token that we just can't see right now.
Do believe you're right. I think it did get that damage on it. Yes, there, the bottom of the screen. Early in this game, we've got 3 damage on Oliver's base. No damage on Cody's base just yet because it's been the TIE Bomber dishing out the indirect damage that has just ended up on Cody's units. And then the Sabolas Pod Racer was Oliver's turn 2 play, and that was used just to clean up the Ogdo Bogdo before it got out of hand. Now Oliver just deciding what to resource. Important decision here as we get ready to go into the 5 resource turn. As it stands, Cody is showing more damage in play. Has 8 power showing in the ground arena. Oliver is only showing a total of 3 power plus the indirect damage that comes through with that TIE Bomber. And again, that will be a total of 6 indirect damage with the Hunting Aggressor and that Boba triggered ability. May have
Damage
missed
is
something here.
essentially even. I don't know what the players are waiting for, like you said, but seems like they're getting something resolved or just deciding what to resource.
I think there may have been something that happened. I didn't quite catch what it was, but you did see Oliver very specifically keeping the 2 cards that he was going to draw separate from the cards that were in hand. I'm not sure if maybe something accidentally was revealed or he saw an extra card. Not quite sure what happened, but it does look like we are getting the judge to clear things up for us here. If you're just tuning in, it's game 1 of round number 5, the Planetary Qualifier in Roseville, Minnesota at the GameZenter. Both of these players coming in undefeated at 4-0, looking to keep this incredible run going. If you start 5-0, Knightley, I know there's a real opportunity that these players could just end up doing the intentional draw over the last couple rounds, 5-0-2, to get into the top cut. So I think a 5-0 and start should be very comfortable at that point to get into the top cut, which these players would be guaranteed 25 points at a minimum if they get into the top cut.
Yeah. As you said earlier, this game, there is the PQ at 70 players, which is crossed over the 65 players, which these players really love to see, as it gives top 16 points for placing, as well as it may have increased points for a top cut.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. That top 16 does matter. I had the privilege of going to a limited Planetary qualifier down in Atlanta, Georgia, a couple weekends ago, and ended up in 12th. Just missed out on the top cut, and tiebreakers was 5 and 2, but scored my first ever leaderboard points, made me feel a little bit better about myself. And so I know some of these players can still play for that as well. Getting into the top 16, certainly a very viable reality. As it looks like we do have a resolution. We move through. Cody has made that resource. Here we go. First action. Cody has the initiative. Cad Bane action ability going to once again fire the blaster at the TIE Bomber. Just 1 HP left on the bomber. And the TIE Bomber is going to come through. Lots of indirect damage, as we mentioned. And it looks like that damage being put onto base. A total of 6 indirect damage going to base. IG 2000 the play for Cody, dealing 1 damage to the hunting aggressor and the bomber. So that defeats the bomber. But now Oliver has a nice play as well with the Justifier to deal 1 damage and defeat Casca Reeves, giving an advantage token to one of these units. Believe we saw him put it on the aggressor. And yeah, there it was. Kind of hard to see on the card once he put it there. But nevertheless, it's an attack from the hunting aggressor for 4, putting Cody up to 10 damage on base. And now Cody attacking with the Mandalorian token. So Oliver actually swings the damage race a little bit in that turn. 10 to 8 the totals in favor of Oliver. And Oliver will have the initiative. Getting into the deploy turn. This is it. The big turn. Knightley. Boba can be deployed. We can see things plotted out. Like topple the summit to try and wipe Cody's board. The Centicaz to attack right away. Action compress with the Boba. Whether it goes into the ground arena or on one of these units in the space arena as a pilot. This is the pivotal turn of game number 1.
Looks like Cody wants to trigger his Boba Fett ability one last time before Boba Fett is deployed, getting some extra value from the hunting aggressor.
No, and it looks like, did he miss that trigger? I didn't see Boba exhaust. So it was a great attack. The Justifier taking out. Oh, there's the trigger. Even better. Okay, so wasn't a missed trigger. He was waiting for the planetary bombardment after taking out the IG-2000. Cad was able to, no glory only results and defeat the hunting aggressor, but a massive amount of indirect damage going on to Cody's base. The Justifier will be piloted by Boba Fett. The Justifier had already exhausted, so as we go into the 7 resource turn, it's 19 to 8, the damage totals in favor of Oliver. Does Cody have an action, a 1-action answer to this Justifier that right now is threatening an 8 damage attack? He's got his own Justifier, does Cody, and did misspeak a little bit, would be 9 damage because he can ping off that Mandalorian token, put the advantage token on the Justifier, and just like that, Knightley, there's only 2 HP left on Cody's base.
Looks like Oliver just trying to swarm the board to push those final points of damage onto his base. Let's see if Cody has an answer to all of the units.
Looks like he does not. Cody will scoop it up after the punishing one is played as well. And Oliver taking game number 1 with Boba Fett Lake Country over Cad Bane Vigilance. And so far on stream nightly, Cad Bane, he's getting pushed around a little bit.
Yeah. That game, Oliver was able to really just push a ton of indirect damage out, forcing Cody to spread it all over his units, allowing Oliver to cleanly take out many of them, putting him way ahead of the race. As we saw, Cody did have an amazing start for an aggressive hand, for aggressive board, but Oliver was just able to take them out with the indirect as well as just ping effects in his deck.
Really was a great setup from Oliver, wasn't it? All that indirect coming through left Cody with multiple units that were susceptible to that justifier ping. Back-to-back turns, Oliver able to deal that 1 damage needed to a ground unit that Cody controlled, giving out an advantage token, putting more pressure on the base. And also a crucial moment for me in that spot, Oliver cleans up those units and then plays the planetary bombardment before CAD was deployed, which was really important Knightley because that indirect damage could not be distributed onto Cad Bane to try and protect the base a little bit. So I just thought that planetary bombardment was very well timed for Oliver, and it helped him get across the finish line.
Yeah, that planetary bombardment, that was very smart playing by Oliver's part. I've played a little bit of Boba Lake Country myself, and I always found it so frustrating when they deployed their leader and then my planetary bombardment damage all goes on that leader, especially against leaders like Aura Singh. But that timing was very smart by Oliver and delaying his, dirtling his actions a little bit to bait out his final unit, one of his final units, clearing out one of his, trading with one of his ships, allowing the 9 damage to just go to base. Really threw Oliver ahead of in the races.
It really did. And now as we get ready for game number 2, looks like the hyperspace disaster coming in from Cody. Pretty common to see hyperspace disaster in these Cad Bane Vigilance decks in the sideboard. Another good option if you want to target the space arena could be something like B-Wing Rear Guard. Don't think we've seen that card yet today, but is relatively common for these Vigilance decks to try and stave off some of that early pressure in the space arena, getting the Space Sentinel with 5 HP most of the time forces your opponents to use multiple actions into that 5 HP. There's not a lot of ways to deal with it in one action. So see if something like that could come into play for Cody. On Oliver's side, just wants to continue to be as aggressive as he can. We saw how good that planetary bombardment was in that game. Does he have more in the sideboard? Could he potentially try and finish the game with one of those yet again? Some more ways to deal extra damage to the base as we get ready for game number 2. Again, should be a win and in for both of these players. Would, I think, be close to impossible for either of these players to miss the top cut if they start 5-0. Of course, I don't want to never say never. Probably seen crazier things happen, but would feel pretty safe for sure. So a lot to play for these guys here in round 5.
Yeah. As you were saying before, Cody has some, Vigilance especially has some interesting cards that you can run to kind of shore up the space arena and slow down the Boba deck a little bit. And Boba Lake Country being limited to only the red and villainy aspects really doesn't have a ton of great ways to clear out units besides just pinging them when they're already at low health. Like there's no clean answer to like the hyperspace disasters. You can't you don't have any discard effects to rip them from hand or like those B-Wings. You just have to clear them out the old-fashioned way of just swinging units in.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you are just tuning in for this planetary qualifier in Minnesota, We are in Swiss round 5. 2 more rounds of Swiss remaining after this one before we get to our top 8. In Cad Bane's Swan Song weekend, he's going out in Premier after this weekend. The announcement was made beginning of last week. I believe all of us knew that was very likely the call. I think FFG even had Cad Bane in the thumbnail. If anyone thought Cad Bane was going to continue to claim bounties, they were gravely mistaken. But this is the weekend for Cad. Can he continue to wreak havoc in the meta as he has done so thus far? And we are getting ready for game 2 here in round number 5. See if Boba Fett can take down Cad Bane. It's actually interesting because if we go back to the Galactic Championship Knightley, where you made the top cut, what a performance that was. Was so proud to see you get into the top cut, but the finals ended up being Cad Bane Vigilance versus Boba Fett Lake Country. It was the only top cut appearance so far in the majors in the Ashes of the Empire meta for Boba Fett. And Boba did fall against Cad Bane, but it was such a good match. The games were close. We saw it again in that opening game between Cody and Oliver. This matchup really is pretty close, isn't it?
Yeah, as we were saying before, it's really just about the race. And does Boba have the ways to push damage and as what cleanly kill your units if you've been pinging them down with the indirect damage? The bomber with the hunting aggressor really pushed that indirect damage, forcing Cody to put some of it on its units, allowing Oliver to easily clean them out.
One note from game 1, a very interesting turn of events in game 1. Something that we haven't seen a lot of is that Sebulba's pod racer that Oliver is running and played in game 1. Like you said, it is an option for Boba to actually pilot the pod racer in the ground arena. And it was very good for Oliver because it ended up being an answer to that Ogdo Bogdo when Cody was positioning himself to potentially be the aggressor. Once that Ogdo Bogdo came out, the interaction in the ground arena with that Sebulba's pod racer I thought was really critical. Being able to claim the initiative early, take out the Ogdo Bogdo, and at that point, it really felt like Cody never could get any good pressure on. So I thought that was a really nice play from Oliver, an interesting include, one that most players probably aren't expecting. And at the end of the day, that 2 damage was just what he needed to get through the Ogdo. Or the 3 damage, excuse me, to get through the Ogdo.
Yeah, that's Sebulba's pod racer. Like I said before, I've really never seen a Boba deck actually run it, and I think this is the first time I've actually seen a competitive deck like include it in their deck, and it's actually pretty spicy. As you said before, it really came in clutch this game, allowing Oliver to clear Cody's high power unit and just keep swinging the base.
Having a little bit of a delay here as we get ready for game number 2. Looks like we do have some forward movement at this point. I saw something interesting just now, Knightley. Cody, it appears, putting that initiative token on Oliver's side of the board, maybe wanting to set up that Cad Bane ping early, not wanting the initiative. It's an interesting conundrum, right? If you're Cad Bane, I've seen some Cads in this particular matchup or these space matchups, they want to try and be aggressive, or they can be aggressive. We saw it earlier. Uh-oh. Getting word here. Appreciate Cody showing the screen, or showing his screen on the phone to us. Boba actually had an illegal deck in game 1 is what the word is. And if that is the case, that would mean that Cody likely got that opening game, just waiting for some kind of official confirmation, but a very crucial development. Oliver playing so well in that game, but it's likely that what happened, if it was an illegal deck, sometimes players in between rounds will forget to de-sideboard. And what I mean by that is, of course, in between games 1 and 2 and 2 and 3, you can, of course, change your deck a bit with your sideboard cards. And there could be a situation where you forget to take maybe one of those sideboard cards out of the main deck going into the next match, and you can't have those sideboard cards in the main deck for round 1 of the following match. So maybe that's what happened here for Oliver. Certainly wouldn't be the first time it's happened, and it certainly won't be the last, but it is unfortunate, as it would be a game loss for Oliver, putting Cody up ahead here going into game 2. And so maybe that's why we saw Cody giving the initiative over to Oliver Knightley.
Maybe. I don't know the official ruling, as you said, so we won't be able to know like the official ruling, but I'm pretty sure it is a game loss. And there is also strategy in giving the player the initiative as if you're Cody, because then you can see whether they're playing to the ground or space and play accordingly.
That's an excellent point for sure. And this time around, Oliver with the initiative, starting with Cyril Karn, and Cody actually going to the space arena with the Onyx Squadron Brute. The Cyril Karn does get pinged, so Oliver, second action phase, will attack into Cody's base for 2 right away, disclosing the aspect icons needed, the Sebulba's Pod Racer and the Droid Missile Platform, to deal a couple damage to that Onyx Squadron Brute, but Cyril Karn immediately defeated off of that wind plate ability on the Tie Dagger Vanguard. Good start here for Cody early.
Looks like Cody just decided to claim the initiative early instead of swinging with the Onyx Squadron Brute, potentially setting himself up to play Sentinel to stop this Sebulba's Pod Racer from going base.
Back-to-back games, Oliver throwing down that Pod Racer on the second turn of the game, but this time for Cody, finding the Brute into the Tie Dagger Vanguard, dealing with the turn 1 Cyril Karn. Been a good start for Cody as the Pod Racer gets in for 3. 2 damage coming back into Oliver's base with the Tie Dagger Vanguard. The Droid Missile Platform for Oliver, but with that Onyx Squadron Brute, it's a great answer if Cody wants it. Cody does put a Sentinel in the way, the Maroc coming down into the ground arena. And the question now is the question Cody has is, do I want to trade with that Droid Missile Platform with the Onyx Squadron Brute? The answer is absolutely yes. He will heal 2 damage from base with the When Defeated trigger, and Oliver will be sending some indirect damage across. It will be 3 + 1 from the Boba trigger, 4 indirect damage. It will be 3 to base and 1 to Maroc, leaving the damage totals on base 7-2 in favor of Oliver going into the next action phase.
Cody does have board presence with a Maroc on the ground as well as a Target Dagger in space, though he's down 5 points of damage, not including the late country bonus.
First action for Oliver. IG 2000 unit is the play, dealing 1 damage to Maroc and the Tie Dagger Vanguard, and indirect damage coming through as well. That goes onto Cody's base. Now with Maroc, Cody can be aggressive, go to base. And if that Pod Racer does want to attack into Maroc, it would be defeated. So Oliver contemplating that choice right now. And it looks like that is going to be the play. So 3 more damage onto Maroc. The Pod Racer defeated. No more pod racing going on for Oliver here in game number 2. As Cad Bane is going to fire a shot at the IG 2000, dealing 1 damage to it. And there is that B-Wing rear guard. So Cody did have it, very likely coming out of the sideboard. Also gets in another 2 damage to base, 8-6 in favor of Oliver right now, but a Sentinel in both arenas for Cody going into the next phase.
Cody does have, like you said, the Sentinel in both arenas, really shutting down Boba's aggro start. We'll see what happens during this next round. As it is, both players flip turns. Will we see an explosive Boba flip or not?
That is certainly the question. Oliver is going to deploy Boba Fett as a pilot upgrade onto IG-2000 with his first action, damaging the B-Wing rear guard. He will plot out, topple the summit. 3 damage will be dealt to each of Cody's units, defeating all of them. But now the question is, does Cody have a response to that Boba pilot on the IG-2000 that is threatening 7 damage in the space arena? And he absolutely has a response. Condemn onto IG-2000. A glorious card in this spot for Cody, as IG-2000 will attack in only for 1. Cody had the Chimera to disclose, giving Oliver's space unit -6 power during that attack. Cad Bane is deployed. Cody has to feel great about this spot. Oliver only has 1 more resource. Just claiming the initiative. Cody actually pulling just ahead in the damage race with Cad Bane there. Oliver up to 10 damage on. Oliver will have the initiative if he's got maybe his own Outer Rim Constable, something to deal with that condemn. It would be very helpful.
Yeah, looks like Cody is up on board presence. That condemn really saving him from a ton of damage. We'll see if Oliver has any upgrade hate for the condemn, allowing that Boba to swing the base, or we'll just play other units trying to get to his finishers like Devastators and Nine Sisters.
Oliver has the first action, not showing an answer to condemn just yet. Will attack in, forcing Cody to disclose that Chimera once again. It's only 1 damage to Cody's base. Cody returns the favor. He connects a 4 damage attack to Oliver's base with that Cad Bane leader. Action back over to Oliver. In a bit of a tough spot here in game number 2. Going to play down, I believe that was another Cyril Karn. It was either a Cyril Karn, maybe that was an Allegiant General Pride. Can't quite tell with the glare, but nevertheless, Cody has an Outer Rim Constable to defeat the Boba leader. That's actually just going to defeat the IG-2000 outright because it had 4 damage on it. And once that Boba pilot upgrade is gone, it loses that extra 4 HP. Cody plays his own IG-2000, pinging that 2-cost unit in Oliver's ground arena. And this is really tough, Knightley. Oliver did not have any other plays on that turn. He just plays the small ground unit and didn't have any further development to the board. This is absolutely brutal.
Yeah, Oliver is not in a good position right now. Cody was really able to turn around the board state after the Boba flip, as well as put more pressure on Boba's base than on his own.
Just looking a little bit more closely at the text box, do believe it is an Allegiant General Pride in the ground arena for Oliver. Now, Oliver does have the initiative, which means that the attack from the Pride would bring some extra indirect damage. Pride's on attack ability. If you have the initiative, deal 2 indirect damage to a player, which would then allow Oliver to trigger the Boba Fett leader ability as well. Here it is. Allegiant General Pride coming in. Getting into base. Cody sending 2 indirect damage to the IG-2000. And it was actually an aggressive negotiations for Oliver, which is why you saw Cody's damage total go from 10 to 17. So actually attacking for a total of 5 plus 2, so 7 to base. The indirect damage distributed to the units. And now Cody with that Outer Rim Constable tying the damage race, 17 on each base, although Oliver does have an additional 4 HP because he is running the 34 HP Lake Country base. So in theory, Oliver remaining just ahead. But this board presence completely in Cody's favor. Oliver left with, I believe, only 4 resources. May have just claimed the initiative once again. Not 100% sure. Did look like that was the gesture. And here it is, Knightley, the Chimera trading the Outer Rim Constable for the General Pride. Cody will heal 2 damage from base, attack Oliver's base for 7. 24 damage on Oliver's base, and now Cody is presenting lethal with these units in play.
Yeah, looks like Cody has really just been pushing lethal and really was able to turn around the board after that Boba flip turn, especially with Oliver only being able to play 1 unit on each of the turns after the Boba flip, not really having the best cards to play there, allowing Cody to really just push a ton of board presence.
Oliver does have a response that was necessary. Direct hit defeating Chimera, which means that Cody no longer has lethal in play. He's only showing 7 damage between his 2 units, needs to find 10. But Oliver, with only a couple more ready resources, not going to be able to develop much past that play. Ogdo Bogdo coming down for Cody. It's an Outer Rim Constable for Oliver that will have no immediate impact on the board. So now Cody has the green light, can absolutely get this damage into base and set up a 1-action lethal at the start of the next action phase that Oliver will be forced to respond to, because Cody will have lethal in both arenas, which puts Oliver in a very tricky situation. 31 damage on Oliver's base. Anakin Skywalker will defeat the Outer Rim Constable. No units in play for Oliver. He has the initiative. Does he have anything to do? It is just going to be the Planetary bombardment. It's going to be a total of 9 indirect damage with that Boba triggered ability. But even if there was no units in play for Cody, it's not enough to deal lethal, but Cody can divvy out the indirect damage on his units and then swing for lethal with Ogdo Bogdo. And now just waiting to see if the players do indeed pack it up right here. Then it was indeed a game loss for Oliver game 1.
Looks like Oliver is de-sideboarding, so maybe it was a game loss from the illegal deck call.
Yeah, looks like that was the call. So unfortunate for Oliver, he fought valiantly in game 1, taking game 1, but then unfortunately come to find out it was an illegal deck from Oliver. Very likely had forgot to de-sideboard coming into this round number 5. And that means that Cad Bane and Cody would be given the victory in game 1, and Oliver unable to send it to that deciding game 3. But I don't know. Are we shuffling up here? Still waiting for an official confirmation, but as you said, Knightley, it did appear that Oliver was de-sideboarding. Both players played really well. Unfortunately, there in game 2 for Oliver, was pretty rough. Cody just had the answers he needed. He had the good early plays, that early tie dagger Vanguard, erasing Oliver's turn one play. Had the Sentinels then to answer both arenas, had the Maroc, had B-Wing rear guard. Oliver had to fight through the Sentinels, losing units in the process. And then that all-powerful Condemn upgrade being played on Oliver's IG-2000 as soon as Boba deployed onto it. And at that point, it felt like it was Cody's game, and he never looked back.
Yeah. Cody, from that point, really just got ahead in the race with the Cad Bane swing and then just continued to deal with Oliver's threats while building a board of his own and was just able to go from there and eventually win the race.
Did win the race in the end. Great start, nevertheless, for both of these players. Cody will advance on to 5-0, should guarantee a spot in the top cut. And Oliver, now at 4-1, still very much in play for a top cut appearance as well. So Oliver will look to bounce back in round 6. So that is going to conclude round number 5 here at GameZenter in Roseville, Minnesota for this Planetary qualifier. We've got 2 more rounds of Swiss remaining. Don't go anywhere. Round 6 up next. Welcome back to our live stream of the Planetary Qualifier in Roseville, Minnesota at the Game Center. I'm Josh Snyder. I'm joined by Knightley Jacobson, top 8 finisher at the Galactic Championship. He's alongside me here for one more round. And Knightley, it's been interesting. We've seen some great matches so far today, and we do have some decks other than Cad Bane in contention for that top cut.
Yeah, we've seen a ton of Landos throughout the tournament, and they've actually been doing pretty well as the Cad Banes are. Some of them are doing well, though we've seen a lot of them lose surprisingly.
That is absolutely right. We have seen Cad Bane on stream multiple times today, being defeated by Lando Calrissian and Darth Vader on stream earlier in the tournament. But last round, Cad Bane was able to take down Boba Fett Lake Country. And now we have a very different matchup. We have seen Luke Datavault on stream today, but we have not seen Ahsoka Vigilance. And Ahsoka getting its first top cut appearance in Indianapolis last weekend, being piloted so well by Christopher Patrick, and now at the top tables of this Planetary Qualifier, as would be very exciting to see if Seth can take Ahsoka to the top cut here at this tournament. It's going to be Seth on the right piloting Ahsoka Tano, and then we've got Nathan on the left piloting Luke Skywalker Datavault here in round number 6. Two decks that can be very aggressive, but in two very different arenas. It does look like Ahsoka will have the initiative for game number 1. Will not be surprised to see a lot of ground versus space in this matchup. Ahsoka, generally a deck that wants to put on a lot of pressure in the ground arena, and Luke wants to put on a lot of pressure in the space arena with these fighter units. As we start in game number 1, it's Gunji. Turn 1 play for Seth. And then on the opposite side, it is going to be that Black 1 opener. Nathan. Here we go. Second action phase. Huang coming down for Seth. Pair of 2-cost units early in the game as Black 1 getting that Chewbacca on turn 2, getting +3/+3, but also gets an additional power thanks to Black 1's text. So that's a 6-power threat now, Knightley, in the space arena. Nathan getting in for 6. And Seth, unfortunately, only attacking for 2. Didn't have a unit that had more power than Gunji, so unable to take advantage of the Ahsoka action ability to pump up that offense in the ground arena. First action for Nathan with the initiative. Air superiority. He controls more space unit than Seth, so he can deal 4 damage to one of the ground units. It's enough to defeat the Huang unit. And now Seth able to use the Ahsoka action ability, giving Han Solo +2 for the phase. As Black 1 attacks for 6, but a good bit of damage coming through in the ground arena for Seth now as well. Han Solo attacking for a total of 4, getting that experience token with the on-attack trigger. Gunji gets in for 2. That's Razi, the next play for Seth. No units in the ground arena for Nathan, but nevertheless, it is a 3-2 threat for Seth. So here we go. Nathan has the initiative yet again. He's up in the damage race 12-8, and Black 1 continuing to put on big pressure with the faithful first mate at the helms.
Blue leader coming down to take out the Han Solo before it keeps growing, as Han Solo can really become such a big threat against space-oriented decks because they have no way to deal with him, which is very effective at kind of easing up the pressure on Nathan's base as well as stopping Seth's aggression.
It was so important against that Han Solo. The Luke action ability, pinging off that shield, is what allowed Nathan to ambush in and defeat it on that first action. And a big play here for Seth, the direct hit, defeating that blue leader. As we get ready, going into the next action phase, Nathan will have the initiative, but the damage race has flipped a little bit in favor of Seth. 15 to 12, the damage totals. Let's see what Nathan has.
Looks like in the previous round, Nathan did not attack with the black one to try to flip on the blue leader before it was killed by the Latch-Rossi, but the direct hit threw him off that plan.
It really did. Quite a wrench in that particular line of play for Nathan. Missed out on 6 damage from Black One on the last action phase. And we know how much damage Ahsoka can present on her deploy turn. So first action for Nathan, deploying Luke Skywalker to the ground arena. Sent to Kaz. Will be plotted out from the resources. Luke Skywalker going to attack into Latch-Rossi, just cleaning up this ground arena. Trying to minimize the offense that Seth will be able to push out on this turn. Leave Seth in a bit of an awkward situation. Can't use that Ahsoka action ability right away. We know that these Ahsoka decks want to use up most of the resources on the deploy turn with plot cards. So let's see what it's going to be. Ahsoka is deployed. Seth is digging through the resources. Jar Jar Binks will be plotted out. +2/+2 onto the Gunji. That is the only plot card being played, as Ahsoka supports Gunji and attacks in to base for 4. So that's 19 damage on Nathan's base. The black one attacks for 6, but it's another big swing for Seth with Ahsoka. 5 damage on Nathan's base, bringing his total up to 24, has 9 HP remaining. And Seth playing Casca Reeves because that Latch-Rossi was defeated earlier in the phase. Gets to create a Mandalorian token. The Casca now has Sentinel, and Seth has Lethal in the ground arena.
That Casca play was very smart by Seth because it stopped Nathan from being lethal this turn with the combination of his ground units and space units, forcing him to kind of play defensively and not have the offensive capabilities that this Luke player really wants.
Now Nathan forced into a tight spot. A very important decision incoming. Has to focus on that Casca Reeves Sentinel unit with the first action. And at this point, Seth is showing 2 action lethal in the ground arena. Aggressive negotiations from Black One. That's 6. I don't know how many cards he had in hand. I guess it was 6. He had enough cards in hand to close out the game in one swing. Seth had it all lined up beautifully, but aggressive negotiations for Nathan, closing things out in one action. The Black One, piloted by Chewbacca, was never dealt with. And even though Nathan missed on one attack, passed up on one attack earlier in the game, he's able to get there first. What a battle in game 1.
Yeah, that aggressive negotiations was key for Nathan winning that round. It was looking really good for Seth without that because of the Casca shutting down Nathan's attacks, allowing Seth to just really get into base and destroy the Nathan's base before he could have a chance to destroy his own.
What an opener here in round number 6. Nathan and Luke Datavault taking that opening game. Absolutely brilliant play from both of these players. Really navigated it nicely. I really thought that that 6 damage that Nathan had passed up on earlier in the game may come back to bite him, because if you think about it, Knightley, had he attacked earlier in the game with that black 1, we fast forward to the later stages, we know Seth didn't actually have an answer for that black 1. Nathan would have been 1 action lethal without the aggressive negotiations, but he had the aggressive negotiations and he was able to close it out anyways. It was an interesting line of play. In the end, he has the pump main deck. We are seeing these in these Luke decks very consistently. Definitely the best pump in the game, and one of the better ways to close out a game.
Yeah, the Luke player must have been strategically playing his cards, and that's when the benefits of plot really shine. Because when you plot, you're not playing cards from your hand, allowing Nathan to keep cards in his hand so the aggressive did hit for 6. Because if he ever played 2 cards, he wouldn't have, on a turn, he wouldn't have been able to hit for that 6 damage, allowing for exact lethal on Seth's space.
Was interesting. Very well navigated for Nathan. And now we get ready for game 2. We'll see how Seth responds. Back against the wall. What kind of answers may Seth have from the sideboard to potentially interact in space? I do believe Seth will be giving the initiative to Nathan. So Nathan with the initiative, playing that Phoenix Squadron A-Wing. And it's a Huang to start for Seth.
Huang's a really good play for Seth, as it shuts down pilots on the A-Wing because of the -4, -0 effect off of Huang's on attack.
That is absolutely right. So a turn 2 Chewbacca would be much less threatening this time around. Nathan understands that. 3 quick damage to Seth's base. Seth is going to get in with Huang for 2. Let's see what Nathan has with 3 resources. Just going to play out Blue Leader. Is a 3/3 in the space arena, not getting any extra value. And Seth will play his own 3-cost, 3-power units. Obi-Wan Kenobi, Detective Padawan in the ground arena. Seth is going to end up with the initiative as Nathan just using that action ability, dealing 1 damage to Huang. Obi-Wan Kenobi could come into play later with Sentinel. These decks are generally running things like Kanan Jarrus, so later in the game, Obi-Wan Kenobi could get Sentinel in a clutch moment. If Nathan does present some ground threats, Huang, the first action for Seth, attacking into Nathan's base for 2.
Noticeably not using Ahsoka ability first, probably fearing and respecting the air superiority play from Nathan. Or that, the
There you go.
Resistance Blue Squadron.
Yeah, didn't have the superiority, but had another way, an even better way to deal with Huang. Develop a 3/4 in the space arena and defeat Huang in the process. Does open up the power play on the 4 resource turn for Seth, putting 6 power of units in play. Casca Reeves the play, bringing along the Mandalorian token. And now with Casca in play, it opens up that Ahsoka Tano action ability to buff up Obi-Wan Kenobi by 2 power. And with an attack, it is 9 damage on each base. Nathan technically ahead in the race because he's on Data Vault, has the extra 3 HP. But right now, Seth is presenting good damage. Got 9 damage right now for Nathan showing. 9 damage for Seth as well. But of course, Seth has the option to buff up with Ahsoka Tano And there is the air superiority this time around for Nathan. He controls more space units and will defeat Casca Reeves, leaving Seth now with just 5 power showing in the ground arena. How does Seth respond? It is a direct hit onto that Resistance Blue Squadron, defeating one of the space units. But here comes Chewbacca with Hugh Wang off the board. Nathan giving +3/+3 to the blue leader. That's a lot of damage being represented.
This turn has been interesting with both players opting to kill each other's units as well instead of developing a ton of board, just trying to stop the opponent from having more damage on base. Nathan got the better end of it for air superiority is a 2-cost card rather than a 4-cost card, so he's still able to play Chewbacca and push 3 additional damage to base.
Chewbacca, the faithful first mate for Nathan, keeping Nathan ahead in this damage race. Seth able to further develop that ground arena with Han Solo. So going into the deploy turn, on Nathan's side, he does have the Phoenix Squadron A-Wing. He has another space unit that could be piloted by Luke. And on Seth's side, you have multiple units in play to try and line up a massive turn. The damage race is tight. Right now, it's 17 HP remaining for Nathan, just 12 HP remaining for Seth. First action, Luke Skywalker deploying onto the Phoenix Squadron A-Wing. Sent to Kaz will be plotted out. The A-Wing will attack for 7. Just 5 HP remaining on Seth's base. 3 damage to Obi-Wan Kenobi. And now the tree remembers for Seth will blank the abilities on the blue leader, essentially blanking that Chewbacca. And that will allow Tree Remembers to defeat it. The lethal in play for Nathan currently wiped out.
That Tree Remembers really saved Seth here, as it turned off lethal as well as got rid of most of Nathan's board. I don't know if he has an answer to this Luke Skywalker or is lethal, but looks like there's a concession. I don't know exactly who won.
So I think they were doing the math, and just with what was in play. So Seth was in a spot where Nathan claimed after Nathan claimed after his unit was defeated in the space arena, and Seth then had to win the game because there was lethal in play in that space arena. First action, he has to win the game, and I'm not sure that he had it. He had a total of 4 damage with the Han Solo. He had 3 with Obi-Wan, that's 7, plus 2 with the token, that's 9. 5 from Ahsoka would be 14, plus an additional 2 from the Ahsoka ability. That's 16. So I believe Seth ended up being 1 damage shy. He couldn't finish the game, and Nathan with the initiative would close it out. First action on the following action phase, and Nathan with a 2-0 win on Luke Data Vault over Ahsoka Tano and Seth. What a performance. 2 fantastic games that came down to being so tight and really came down to an action, and in this case, 1 damage.
Yeah. I really did not expect Luke Skywalker to just race Ahsoka that well. I always thought Ahsoka was like the king of racing space decks, as I've played Vader, and it's really hard to beat Ahsoka. But with Luke's removal options and disruptions with the ground arena, and Nathan's skill as a pilot, allowing him to play those cards smartly and disrupt Ahsoka's game enough that he was able to take the lead and win by 1 point of health in the end.
Really was a tight game indeed. And you're right. The interaction for Luke, clearly much better. He can interact with the interact with the ground arena a bit better than Ahsoka can interact with the space arena. We know these Ahsoka decks are main decking direct hit a good bit now. We actually saw that being played, I believe, in each game. Also, you've got, of course, Nothing Left to Fear, which can go cross arena. And then the kill switch is the other big one. That's the one where they try and line up that kill switch on a big play. If you don't have Centicaz, the kill switch can exhaust your leader once it is piloted. So definitely some lines for Ahsoka to slow down and try and gain some tempo and interact with that space arena. But in this case, Nathan had the Centicaz both games, was able to plot out Luke and attack right away, which was crucial. In game one, it allowed him to clean up the ground arena and keep Seth off of the big deploy turn. And then in game two, it allowed him to attack right away with Luke, not having to worry about something like a Tree Remembers on Luke because he was piloting a 2-cost unit or a kill switch just outright exhausting Luke. So yeah, I mean, just a lot of really interesting back and forth. But Nathan with the Centicaz, that action compression really coming in clutch. And at the end of the day, he is now 5-1, trying to lock a spot in the top cut. Seth falling to 4-2, which means to make it in, he will absolutely have to win that last match and then hope that his tiebreakers are good enough. For Nathan at X-1, does become possible where a draw will get him into the top cut and a loss, depending on his breakers, could get him there as well. Well, Knightley, we have, for the first time today, a very quick round. This one was blistering fast, and Nathan takes it down in less than 20 minutes. And I think that when you look at these two decks, that probably was not very surprising. Whether it goes 3 games or not, this is a matchup that's likely pretty quick. Both decks, very aggressive decks in opposite arenas. So we knew the fireworks were coming out here, and they didn't disappoint. But I'm curious on your end, Knightley, as this particular format comes to a close, because Cad Bane will be leaving the format at the beginning of next week. You have obviously put a lot of time and effort into this format, a lot of preparation for the Galactic Championship, led you to great success into the top cut. What are your current thoughts on this particular format prior to Cad Bane exiting?
Um, this format I think is so a lot of a polarization of space versus ground because Cad Bane is it's really hard to beat Cad Bane on the ground. You have some outliers like Ahsoka or I think or maybe like a Force deck that just are trying to outvalue the Cad units or push a lot of damage really fast like Ahsoka. But oftentimes we see people just jumping to the space arena just to avoid the Cad, and that makes it harder when it comes to like building and preparing for a deck because it's hard to, like I said before, it's hard to beat Cad on the ground. And if Cad does run a ton of space units, and since Cad decks know that they are one of the best ground decks, they can main deck space hate to make their matchup even better against space. So it becomes, at least when I was playing Vader, it becomes more of a did Cad draw a lot of his space units or did he not when it comes to those games. There are some ways of counterplaying, and if you're a good enough player or you just think of the lines. But I feel like it's becoming more and more of a space versus ground. Like I'm gonna rush you on the ground, or you're gonna rush me in the space.
I think that's an excellent take. When you think about Cad, Cad is clearly so dominant in the ground arena. Ahsoka has been the only ground-based deck that has given Cad a pretty good run for his money. And we saw that being the case last weekend in Indianapolis when Ahsoka did make the top cut for the first time in a major appearance or in a major tournament. And up to the top cut, Christopher Patrick on that Ahsoka deck was undefeated against the Cad Banes, and I believe he faced 4. So definitely proved that Ahsoka can beat Cad. Not an easy matchup, and it may even be slightly Cad favored depending on the player and depending on the main deck, sideboard, etc. But I think you're absolutely right. It's just so tough to beat CAD in the ground arena. And given that, does CAD draw that space curve? Because these CAD Bane decks did offer up a very strong space curve that interacted so well with things like Hallcraft or Onyx Squadron Brute on turn one, into the Tie Dagger Vanguard, IG 2000 Justifier. And if they curve out like that in space, it is very, very tough to win if you are indeed one of these space decks. But that really did become the question. Do I want to try to beat CAD in the ground where I know he is extremely dominant? Or do I want to try and beat CAD in the skies where he's not as dominant and is really forced to draw a specific set of cards to interact very well and deal with what you want to do? And that absolutely has been the case. It was very much the case at the Galactic Championship when you look at the top cut and it was CAD plus a lot of pilots. There was actually 4 pilot decks, so you had 4 space decks in the top cut at the Galactic Championship. Now, the pilots slowly started to wither away as we got further along into the format. In Berlin and Indianapolis, there were less pilot decks. In fact, last weekend in Indianapolis, there were no pilot decks that ended up making the top cut, so it seemed like CAD was getting a bit stronger into that matchup as we move forward. But now, with Cad Bane leaving, does this open things up even more for the space decks, do you think? Do you think the pilot decks will start to be a bit better moving forward with CAD out of the picture? Or do you think that the trend will continue where you still have these more ground-based strategies like Lando or Ahsoka continuing to be dominant?
I personally think that space decks will get better because there isn't like nobody's coming like pre-teched against space, but also you'll have to, as a space deck, you'll have to contend with decks like Ahsoka, which just get better because CAD isn't so oppressive on the ground anymore. As well as there will be, people are predicting that some of the best decks will be like Krennic or Lando because they don't have to outgrind CAD anymore, and they can just do their credit things and get the big units and win as their game plan. I think it'll be super interesting to see what happens. I'm wondering right now to see if a deck will fill like the Cad Bane slot where it's just the go-to ground deck that kind of is a good against a lot of decks. Maybe not so much as space anymore, but still has a good matchup spread against everything. But I really do think space will get better and more people will be on the space wagon as long as they are confident they can beat Ahsoka's.
I think that is going to be a big question, right? Because without CAD in the picture, as good as the Sentinel package is for vigilance villainy or aggression vigilance villainy as well, because you get Marak on top of that, as good as the Sentinel package is, and the Sentinel package will still be there, and that's clearly Ahsoka's weakness, it was Cad Bane's ability to deal that extra damage that also made things just so difficult, and his units would line up well into your ground units. So I think Ahsoka definitely gets better. She still will very likely have to deal with multiple different iterations of strong villainy decks that can play well into the late game, that have all of these good sentinels, but not having to deal with that free damage every turn certainly makes things easier. And I'm also curious, looking at that, and without the ground dominance that Cad Bane had, does that lend itself to another aggressive ground-based deck, something like a Grief Karga, or maybe an Ezra Bridger, which wasn't really ground-based, but can decks like that come back in, these other aggressive decks, and do well, be good enough into things like Krennic and Lando Calrissian? Because I think both of those decks in particular, both Director Krennic and Lando Calrissian, while they have the tools to fend off aggressive starts, they were not nearly as consistent into the aggro decks of the format, whether it be Space or Ahsoka, as CAD was, right? CAD was clearly the best mid-range, late game style deck into those more aggressive builds. So I'm curious if some other aggressive decks will also be able to come to the forefront outside of, as you mentioned, Space. I think Space still is very relevant. The pilot decks will likely pick back up and play with Cad Bane out of the picture, and Ahsoka. We know those two are going to be huge. So I think that's the big question for me is, will something else come in, another good aggressive deck that can fight well into things like Krennic, Lando Calrissian, and whatever aggression, vigilance, villainy pile pops up? I think there's still going to be something out there, whether somebody wants to test that with, say, Dedra Miro or a Sing. Obviously, the Force decks are still out there with aggression, vigilance, villainy, and Talzin and Maul. So that's kind of my question, and I hope to see another one or two good aggro decks that can contend, because I think it makes for a healthy metagame when you have some really viable aggro strategies to go along with these more late game decks as well, such as Lando Krennic and these good vigilance villainy builds that we're definitely going to see.
Yeah, and with the aggro decks, I can see like a Grief Karga Red or a Grief Karga in general becoming a new aggro deck that people can play because their ambushers with a +1 advantage token can really hit hard. Things like Anakin's Pod Racer, which can just clear a 2/4 on turn 1, can be really effective in just gaining control of the ground or stopping your opponents from actually racing you in the first place. So I think strategies like Grief Karga, maybe an Ezra Bridger. I haven't really tested Ezra Bridger much, but maybe he could come in too. I think it just blows the doors wide open for shield decks like the new Sabine Wren leader
Yes.
as well to kind of like come in and get their shield archetypes going without fear of CAD pinging all the shields away.
That's actually exactly what was in my mind next, was Sabine, the new Sabine Wren leader from Ashes of the Empire. Such a cool leader. Love what you're able to do. I have played with that leader multiple times in the limited format. And again, not great against CAD because he can ping off those shields so easily. But it's so much fun being able to get the max value out of these ambush units and the shielded, or excuse me, and the sentinel units with that shield token. And when you put that in Premier and Constructed, and these decks can be specifically built around these very strong ambush units and sentinel units that will get shielded, and they now have that ability to not worry about instantly losing their shields. And I think you mentioned it earlier. That was one of the big things with Cad Bane. And I think FFG had to make a move. Of course, we've seen Cad Bane just being dominant, but Cad Bane literally just made shields irrelevant. They're just irrelevant. He can freely ping them off. So I really can't wait to see what players do with the new Sabine leader. I think there's a lot of playability there. This particular leader will probably compete with the other leaders that are trying to have that blue green heroism slot. And I can't wait to see what is in store for us, because shields are fun. It's a fun mechanic, and that leader offers a lot of flexibility. A rightly timed sentinel or ambush unit can be massive. Not to mention, Sabine does deploy on 5, not a big threat, but we know that those heroism decks can run things like the Mastery. We've seen that a good bit. The new Sabine's lightsaber, very good. So I think that Sabine could still be a threat while also pairing that the shielded synergy. And I really am excited. I think that's what I'm most excited about, is seeing Sabine hopefully being a player in the meta.
Yeah. I've played a little bit of Sabine, and it's so fun when you play like a Koska Reeves and it comes into play with a shield, and it's so hard for your opponents to get through it, or like a blue leader or another ambush unit with shields. It's just so fun the value you can get, especially because her ability is free. Well, you do have to give the advantages, but it doesn't cost any resources.
Yeah.
It's just fun to see more variation in decks like that. So like an actually viable blue green heroic deck, as well as see a resurgence of the importance of 5 flip leaders. Because most 5 flip leaders were just worse versions of CAD, like Talzin. Talzin was played, but like her ability was almost worse, essentially just worse than CAD's. And CAD just, when CAD was playing, CAD just did it better. It'll be fun to see a resurgence of leaders like Talzin and the new, just any really 5 flip leaders, including the new Sabine one.
Agreed. Yeah, I think another 5 cost leader that comes to mind is Grand Admiral Sloan. I think that has some potential in Premier. Excited to see if she can make a splash as well, because when we were talking about the shielded keyword and how good shield tokens can be, unfortunately they were just made irrelevant. But with shield paired with Sloan, that's really good too, because now you can get these shielded units that all have Sentinel, right? And that's extremely good. On Sabine's side, you mentioned you give out the advantage tokens, but it doesn't cost any resources. And if you're playing a really strong shielded unit into an arena where your opponent just gave the advantage tokens, well, that's fine because you're shielded anyways. So you don't really care that your opponent just got those advantage tokens. And then you have the tremendous upside with ambush, right? You can do some really good things with some of these early space ambush units, for instance, because you can give the advantage tokens, ambush in with your space unit, has shielded, take out your opposing space unit, just lose the shield, and now you can still interact in space. So I think that would be a good way, for instance, when you think of the blue leader that you mentioned, or eager escort fighter, some really good early space units. That will be a good way for the Sabine Wren decks to counteract the space. And yeah, can Sloan play a role? Can Ezra, right? We mentioned Ezra already, and those 5 cost leaders. Towson has been very good. And it's interesting that you mentioned Towson because Mother Towson actually just won a pretty large local planetary qualifier here in my area and actually took down multiple CADs on the way. So I think Mother Towson is very, very playable. And without Cad Bane in the picture, we could see a pretty big increase in the aggression, vigilance, villainy force decks because obviously that aspect combination they did get a lot from the set. And I think Marek is just so good in those decks because it makes sure you get the force. That those decks are already crazy in the ground arena, so now you have to go through the Sentinel. There's a lot of good stuff, and next weekend is what I'm most excited about because I can't wait to see what the new meta is going to look like.
Yeah, it'll be super fun to see all the spicy decks that people have cooked up. Like you're saying, Grand Admiral Sloan could really be something there, something good, because her ability when she's out is just so strong and so annoying to deal against. And it's just will be super fun to see all these crazy decks that were repressed by CAD kind of show up before the meta has stabilized.
Definitely should be a lot of fun, and I know players are very curious to see what that's going to look like. I know I am. Unfortunately, we do not have any more major events with the current meta before the next set when Homeworlds is released. The only 2 majors, the 2 sector qualifiers following the Galactic Championship have already taken place. So we will not see any major events without CAD before Homeworlds, but we're going to have plenty of planetary qualifiers to look at week in and week out. And I think it will be very intriguing to see what that's going to look like. Can someone put together a ridiculously good aggression, vigilance, villainy deck that kind of just takes CAD's place? Obviously, If you do try and replace it with something like Dedra, we've already seen Dedra running around a good bit in the format. It's more of a control deck than CAD was. I think CAD Bane is definitely more of a mid-range deck that can certainly go into the long game. But these Dedra decks generally are a bit more control-y. They're definitely trying to get to the late game, whereas CAD can be aggressive because of things like the Rancor Keeper, the Ogdo Bogdo, etc. And now those things are really off the table if you switch to, say, something like Dedra and try and keep that same package together, because you lose the synergy with Rancor Keeper. You're losing the synergy with Ogdo Bogdo. So that's completely off the table now because you don't have that way to just damage him freely, turn him on right away. That's going to be tough. The Tie Dagger Vanguard has been another card that is very unassuming. It's just a 3-cost 2/2, but it's so good for CAD to clean up the board in the early game. We've actually seen that on stream today. And that synergy is also gone with the free ping out of the picture. So even if somebody comes up with a good aggression, vigilance, villainy build, a lot of those key components that made CAD so deadly don't synergize anymore, and they're just not there. So that's why I think players may very well lean more towards the force package of those decks, because there is some real synergy involved there. But it's been fun, Knightley. We have completed 6 rounds. It looks like we've got just over 15 minutes left on the clock. I think we are going to step away for a short break, but we appreciate all of you tuning in. We've got one more round of Swiss before we determine who is going to the top cut and playing to become a Planetary Qualifier champion, trying to take home 100 points for the leaderboard, which not only adds to that score on the leaderboard, but guarantees a spot in the main event of the Galactic Championship. Lots of things to play for. One more round of Swiss. We'll be right back. Stay tuned. Welcome back to our live coverage of this Planetary Qualifier in Roseville, Minnesota at the Game Center. It all comes down to this one final round of Swiss to see who is advancing on to the top cut and playing for all the prizes and all of those points. I'm Josh Snyder, and I'm joined by Mason Jacobson. Mason, so good to have you back as we get ready for the final round of Swiss. How are you feeling at this point?
Yeah, excited to be here. I know I missed some of the previous games, but I heard there were some exciting ones were played. Really excited to see this last game and see if one of these players can uh, make it to the top cut today.
Absolutely. We've seen some great matches, including that last match. Quite a fast one, but the games were so crazy tight between Anakin Data Vault and Ahsoka Vigilance. But we have something spicy for you here in the final round of Swiss. It is going to be the Armorer on Nabat Village versus Towson Aggression Force. This should be a fantastic way to close out our rounds of Swiss.
Yeah, excited to see what the Armorers got for us today. It's always been an exciting deck, and I think it did take down a PQ or two. It's done fairly well, more than I thought it would this season of PQs.
It's so interesting, right? Such an interesting deck that it's kind of all in, right? Like it needs to make one unit an incredible threat in the ground arena generally with these upgrades. And it can be very, very difficult because you have things like shielded units on Han. If you get an early Han Solo that can start getting buffed up with these upgrades. But you also have access to Cunning, which gives you things like Ascension Cable and Saboteur to get through all the great Sentinel units in the format. And you get this great value and card advantage off of Armorer's ability, being able to play upgrades from the resources. So I am very curious to see how this is going to play out, because on the opposite side of the table, Mason, Towson is so good at controlling the ground arena. These force decks, especially Towson, just do so well at manipulating everything the opponent does in the ground arena, and it's very tough to deal with. So I am very excited. My interest is piqued, to say the least, on how this is going to play out. I think it's going to be phenomenal.
Yeah, we'll see if Talzin gets those early game 4 drops that just give her so much advantage in the ground arena, like you were talking about, Josh, with the Darth Tyrannus and the Knight Sister as Warrior, or Talzin's Assassin, I mean. And also with the Talzin ability, being able to shrink all the units, it is just amazing at clearing up the ground units. Though the armor, to help them suit up their units, they do have the Dark Saber, which is going to be, could be a problem for this Talzin deck to deal with.
Now, if you are not familiar, because it's a base that we don't see very often, the Nabat Village base, it's 27 HP, and you get to draw 3 extra cards in your starting hand, but you cannot take a mulligan. And then when the first regroup phase starts, you actually have to put 3 cards from hand on the bottom of your deck. So here we go. Game number 1. It is the Armorer starting with the initiative. A Toydarian Technician is the opening play. And for Towson, it's going to be Acolyte of the Beyond, making sure to get a unit in play that can start generating the force.
Yeah, it is so important for Talzin to make sure they get this early force use, so that way, or early force, so that way they can actually use their forecast power units effectively.
So we've got Casey on the left piloting Towson. It is Braden on the right on armor. Braden with the initiative, going to attack with the Toydarian Technician right away. And that Toydarian Technician has Raid 1 and Restore 1, so it's 3 damage to the 28 HP force base. The Acolyte of the Beyond will attack, generate the force, getting 2 damage into Braden's base, but now Latsrazi coming out, getting an experience token, 3 damage to the Acolyte of the Beyond it is defeated, and it is going to be the Grand Inquisitor for Casey on the second turn of the game. But once again, Braden has the initiative. We'll see what he wants to do with it. Can continue to be aggressive with that technician if he chooses to do so. Both players coming into this round 4-2. It is a must-win situation. They were 11th and 12th in the standings. So a win here doesn't necessarily guarantee a spot, but it certainly could as long as their tiebreakers are good enough. First action for Braden, attacking for 3 once again with the technician, restoring 1 from base. Very critical.
Yeah. We'll see if Talzin has those 4s that I was talking about. If he does, he could, Casey could send this Inquisitor into the lots and then play either a Tyrannus or an Assassin to take out the other unit. It looks like he's just gonna start off with the Mother Talzin ability to shrink this Lots Razi, making her a 2-1.
Now it is nimble prowess for Braden onto that Latsrazi, so it gets back that +1/+1 that Talzin is subtracting from it for the phase. So essentially they're just washing one another out. But more importantly, Braden has exhausted the Grand Inquisitor, and that's going to force Casey to act with a Shatterpoint, and that will defeat the Latsrazi unit. Going to be a Master Code Breaker now for Braden, searching the top 8 cards of his deck for a Gambit card. And there's a card, a fantastic Gambit card in this list that we've been seeing for armor. Will we find it? That is the Improvised Identity, and it's one of the cards that this deck is really built around.
Yeah, for sure. That Improvised Identity card has seen a lot more play than I thought it would. It is so good with comboed with the Maul unit, as well as things like the Sarlacc Pit and Bendu, being able to either take their units, defeat their units. It is it can be very, very impactful.
Now, unfortunately, this time, Braden, I believe, whiffed. I don't think he found a Gambit card in the top 8. So, unfortunately, left with no immediate value from the Master Codebreaker, but it is worth noting that the first Gambit card Braden plays during each round will cost 1 less, so clearly did not have the Improvised Identity in hand. Had an open resource, would have been able to play it for just 1, which is such a crazy combo with the Codebreaker. Unfortunately, doesn't have it. So Casey has the initiative this time, attacking into the Technician right away with that Grand Inquisitor, getting the force and taking out that threat. See what Braden has. No upgrades yet so far for Braden. We'll see when the big upgrades start pouring in.
Yeah, what's interesting about this matchup too is both of these leaders flip on 5 resources, which is something that you don't see all the time in this meta right now. We have a lot of 6 flip leaders. I would imagine the armor loves seeing those 6 flip leaders so they can flip and do all their things before their opponent has a strong chance to interact. So we'll see how he deals with this Mother Talzin leader being able to flip at the same time, as well as shrink his armor to make it easier to kill.
Now it is going to be Braden deploying first, getting the armor leader unit in play. Now Talzin's Assassin coming out for Casey. Force is used, and that gives the armor -3/-3 for the phase, leaving just a 1/3 leader unit currently for Braden. Let's see what Braden has. Digging for some resources. Again, yet to light an upgrade. We know this deck wants to make some very big threats with the upgrades, and it is going to be the Darksaber onto the armor. This will give the armor +4/+2. It is also going to essentially cover the aspect penalties of any out of aspect cards that Darksaber is going to give the armor the ability to have those aspects covered as Mother Talzin gets deployed. And now with +4, it is 5 damage coming from the armor. 11 damage on Casey's base. And there it is, the improvised identity being played from the resources when attack ends off of that armor ability. This is a massive leader unit now for Braden.
Yeah, like you were saying about the Sir Codebreaker, this improvised identity comer is very good. Being able to put the Darksaber on and have one resource left over for the improvised identity is very, very good. And all these upgrades make up for that Tulsin's Assassin -3/-3. It looks like Braden claimed the initiative here, and he'll be able to get into the base for 8 with this massive armor leader.
Towson dealt some damage to the armor, but even with the -4/-4 from Towson, Assassin plus Towson, it just wasn't enough because of the additional upgrades that Braden put on his leader unit. So like you said, now with Braden having the initiative, this is going to be a really, really big attack with the armorer. A total of 9 power is what the armor is showing. 6, 7, 8 plus 3. It's 11 HP with 3 damage on. So it has 8 HP remaining. And Braden's going to make it even bigger with a copy of Mastery. The armorer now getting another +3/+3, but that will immediately be stopped and shrunk back down. The Outer Rim Constable defeating the most threatening of the upgrades, the improvised identity. And that's just going to stop any shenanigans for Braden with that action ability that the improvised identity gets. With some of those crazy combos like Maul or other units in the deck, if Braden were to find them, the armor would gain those abilities for the attack. So now Braden, 4 + 3, 7 + 4. It's 11 damage. If I did my math correctly, that is absolutely right. 11 damage going through to Casey's base, 22 damage on, and Braden's going to play Preparation onto the armor as well from the resources. This is absolute madness, Mason.
Yeah, this is a massive armor leader. It just keeps getting upgrades on. One thing that's so interesting is to see how powerful improvised identity is, that the Outer Rim Constable would choose to remove that instead of an upgrade like the Darksaber. It is cool to see this card. It has such threat of being very, very powerful that it's worth removing over some of those bigger upgrades.
So now the armor is a 13/12 with 6 damage on after the Grand Inquisitor, 7 damage on, excuse me, after the Grand Inquisitor attacks into it. And here's the Sentinel for Braden to protect it. It's exactly what Braden needed, because with 7 damage on, the armor only had 5 HP remaining, which means that Casey was showing, just with the 2 units left in play, Assassin and Towson ready, that Casey could have answered it. But now Lobot coming out as 0/4 Sentinel with grit, and Casey's going to have to find another way to try and deal with this armor, because the armor is a 1-action lethal next turn.
Yeah, that Lobot was definitely very key for this armor, for Braden to play. I mean, if his armor died, I don't know if he would have been able to come back from all of the, like we were saying, how good Tolson is at removing the ground arena. I don't know if he would have been able to play a unit that could stick and close out the base. So getting that Sentinel down, protecting this massive armor, hopefully securing one more swing at base to close out this first game.
Now the question for me is, and it doesn't look like Casey has any in hand, where are the Sentinel units? Because we know in this aspect combination, aggression, vigilance, villainy, you have access to things like Marak, Imperial Armored Commando, Casca Reeves, all the great new Sentinel units. But at this point, Casey has not found them. A Sentinel unit would work out just fine for the time being, because the armor at 13 power, at least temporarily, does not have overwhelm. so wouldn't be able to push through that extra damage, but Casey just has not been able to find it, has to claim the initiative. And now Brandon with the Master Codebreaker will attack for 1, leaving Casey with just 5 HP remaining and forced to find some kind of answer, a sentinel, or some kind of way to deal with the armorer on this first action.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he has really anything to deal with this armor unit in his hand. We'll see if I was mistaken. There could have been a Marok in there. He could have drawn a Marok, but I am not 100%. It looks like Casey is just going to scoop it up. Brayden gets game 1 with this massive, massive armory unit.
This deck is just so wild, this armorer deck. And Brayden off to the races in round 7. Can Brayden finish it? Can he get this second game and potentially get into the top cut with the armor? Definitely one of the more fun decks to see played. Wow, love to see this. Casey running a very cool deck as well. The Thousand Force deck hasn't been as prevalent lately in the meta, but still a very real contender. And as we talked about, Casey, he's got Sentinels. Certainly will be running things like Marok, but just didn't find it in that opening game. And now the question becomes, what does Casey have in terms of the sideboard to potentially help in this matchup?
Yeah, I would imagine if he doesn't have them in the main already, he'd be putting in some condemns as well as more outer rim constables if he has those. Those would definitely help slow down. I mean, if you can throw a condemn on that armor, it stops a lot of damage to base. Or just play more constables, get rid of those upgrades before armor can swing at base. I'd also imagine Brayden, if he has something that gives his leader Saboteur or can give a unit Saboteur, he would side those in. Because I'm sure he knows just as well as you and I do that Casey runs Sentinels. I don't know how many he has, but he definitely has them.
Absolutely. They have to be in there. Marok would be the best one in this particular aspect combination, given it is the Force. That's one of the trade-offs with the Force builds, these Force villainy builds. It's harder to include things like the Imperial Armored Commando and Casca Reeves because that 4-cost slot needs to be used up with the not the Trace Acolyte, excuse me, the Towson's Assassin and the Darth Tyrannus. Those are your 2 crucial pieces, the 4-cost units that synergize with the Force and really allow you to get good board control out of the 2, whether it be the ground arena or Towson's Assassin can even go cross arena into space. So it's very tough to run those other 4-cost Sentinels. And I think that's the big question is how many does Casey have access to? And on Brayden's side, I do believe I mentioned it before the match started. Ascension Cable is huge for these decks. It's usually in the main deck. It's something that not only buffs up this massive unit that you're stacking the upgrades on by +1/+3, but it gives Saboteur. And in this world of such premium Sentinel units, it is so good indeed. So going into game 2, we will see what Casey has for us. Hopefully more Sentinels and then just needing to dodge the potential Ascension Cable. And for Brayden, like you said, just make sure you have Saboteur. Make sure you can get through those possible Sentinels that are incoming. What an opener as we get ready for game 2.
Yeah, it'd also be nice for Casey if he's able to lay one of those 4-cost powerful Force units that you were talking about. In this last round, he did not play one of them, I don't think, on his 4-resource turn. Instead, he played it on 5. But if he can get one of those out earlier to help deal with this ground presence and slow down some damage, that would be really nice.
To start things off in game 2, it'll be Casey with the initiative. Looks like both players are ready. And now it all comes down to this. For Casey, a must-win situation to keep this match going and to keep his hopes alive for a top cut appearance. Night Sister Warrior is the opening play for Casey. And now over to Braden. That beautiful copy of Master Codebreaker on the first turn. Searching the top 8 for a Gambit card. Didn't hit off the Master Codebreaker's win played ability in game 1. Let's see if Braden has it in game 2. And he's missed once again. Casey has to be relieved to see that.
Yeah, unfortunate for the armor to miss, but I imagine Braden is used like most of the time. The Codebreaker is gonna miss, and even when he does, like you're still 8 cards closer to drawing the improvised identity. I don't know what other gambits they run besides improvised identity, so only having 3 cards, the odds of you hitting are not gonna be very high.
And of course, Braden with that Nabat Village starting with the 3 extra cards in the opening hand. Very well could have just drawn that improvised identity already. But now as we go into the second action phase, first action for Casey. Attacking with the Night Sister Warrior into the Master Codebreaker, trading some damage, and Casey generates the force. Let's see what Braden has in response. A Rider Azadi is the play. We'll be naming something and potentially shutting down whatever Casey wants to play. And there is the Grand Inquisitor once again for Casey.
It looks like things are starting off a little bit better for Casey here in game 2. The Latrazi in game 1 was very good to help clear out Casey's units. This game, he does have a good board. He can take that Night Sister and take out the Codebreaker, and then with the Talzin action ability, he will be able to take out Rider Azadi too if Braden doesn't do anything.
Casey certainly positioned better here without a doubt. Braden does have the initiative. We'll see if any upgrades come out at this point, or if Braden just patiently waits until the Armorer deploys. We didn't see upgrades start being played until the Armorer came out. First action for Braden. And look at this, a 1-cost Axe Forgets because it is reduced from the Master Codebreaker, and that is actually going to bounce the Grand Inquisitor back to Casey's hand. It's a big tempo play.
Yeah, the Axe Forgets here definitely is really good. That helps clear out a lot of board. I can't imagine Casey playing that Grand Inquisitor again. He probably has better cards to play, like this Tyrannus he just laid down. That is going to be very, very strong for Casey, especially with the Talzin action ability. He can just use that force, finish off Rider Azadi, and then with the Night Sister Warrior, we'll see if he decides to go into the Codebreaker or just decide to get some damage into base.
So you can see some of the great interaction that Talzin has in the ground arena. Generally so good about cleaning up the ground. But Braden, with those upgrades, able to prevail in game 1. Action back on Braden now. That Darth Tyrannus taking a couple damage back, and then the shielded keyword resolves for Casey. So it's a shielded 1 HP unit essentially at this point after the ambush. Rider Azadi is going to attack into Casey's base for 2. As Braden knows that one action, either one of his units could be defeated. Mother Talzin's action ability going to -1/-1 and defeat Rider Azadi. Action once again back on Braden. 3 ready resources. Just a Master Codebreaker in play. And like you mentioned during the last action phase, that Night Sister Warrior lines up very nicely. Could take out the Codebreaker if Casey wants to do that.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw this Codebreaker going into one of these units, either to, yeah, he's taken out Darth Tyrannus' shield here. Definitely going to be very strong to stop Casey from getting some free hits into Braden's units. Maybe help him be kept alive a little bit longer.
Casey doing everything he can to stabilize this ground arena, not letting any unit stick in play if he can help it. And now Braden playing the Latrazi. And that is going to be an experience token on Latrazi. and 3 damage to Darth Tyrannus. So I do love that play, making sure the shield is popped with the Master Codebreaker, and then Lance Razi to finish off the larger force threat. Casey will have the initiative going into the next action phase. Let's see what the play is going to be. Lance Razi only a 3-2 with that experience token. See if Casey goes for a trade or has other things in mind. It is going to be a trade. Night Sister Warrior for the Lance Razi. When defeated, trigger, allowing Casey to draw a card. And here comes the armor. This was the big turn, the turning point, if you will, for Braden in game 1. And we'll see if he has the upgrades to bring out again here in game 2 on that armor leader unit. And this time, Casey does have the Sentinel.
Yeah, just like you were talking about last game, he did. Oh, and Braden has the Ascension cable, so they both drew their thing. But what's this card coming down?
So it looks like Pointless to Resist is the play from Casey. A card we haven't seen a lot of in Constructed. It just gives the unit -3 power when attacking a base, but it's not going to matter here because Braden has Reforge to defeat the Pointless to Resist, and then Braden is going to go searching the top 8 cards of the deck for an upgrade that he can attach onto the armorer. It will cost 4 less and upgrade the armor right away. This could be another big play. The Ascension cable on armor already is giving it Saboteur, so that Marek not going to do anything. Braden can put his foot on the gas pedal. There is the improvised Identity Mason. Could we see one of those crazy plays with that upgrade?
Yeah, oh man, Braden has had all the answers here to what Casey played. Casey had the, basically kind of like Condemn, stop some of that damage to base, and he had the Sentinel, but Braden had the Ascension cable as well as the Reforge to just get rid of that negative upgrade and get an improvised identity.
And here it is. Here's the combo, folks. The Arcana star map gets put on the armorer first, gives +0/+3, and what that means is whenever Braden searches the top cards of his deck, he searches twice that number instead. So the improvised identity, instead of Braden looking at the top 3 cards of his deck for a ground unit, looks at the top 6, finds them all, then attacks with the armorer. That is going to be a big swing. 4, 5, is that 6? Yes, 6 damage to base. I believe I did my math correctly. And the Maul ability, armorer gains it, hits base, takes control of the Marek, and now it's all Braden once again in control, and things are getting a bit out of hand for Casey, not deploying Mother Townsend, just taking that initiative, and Casey's going to have to find another answer very, very quickly.
Yeah, what a play. The star map and the improvised identity, taking the mirror, completely flipping this board state around. And the only way for Tolson to get Marok back is to take out this armor, which is being protected by his own Sentinel. It looks like Casey here is playing the Outer Rim Constable to defeat the improvised identity. He's not going to allow Braden to do any more searching. He's not going to allow him to get any more mauls and things like that.
Braden does attack with Marek. 2 damage into Casey's base. That's 9 damage on. 4 resources still remain ready for Casey. Townsend is yet to be deployed. Keep that in mind. But the armor, still a 5 power threat with that Ascension cable. Will get through any Sentinels that come down. It is going to be the Grand Inquisitor for Casey. Back over to Braden. Braden going to attack into Casey's base for 5. When attack ends, the armor allowing Braden to play an upgrade from the resources. It's going to be Mastery onto the armor that costs 1 less because it's a unique unit. Now the armor getting +3/+3, a much more formidable threat in terms of power, has all kinds of HP. I believe that is a 15 HP unit at this point. Absolute madness. Casey's going to deploy Townsend. Townsend has to attack into the Marek Sentinel unit. And I just don't know, Mason. I don't know what answer Casey has here for this armor that can get through the Sentinels. What in the world do you do?
Yeah, this armor definitely is a beast. I don't even know. He doesn't even have enough units on the ground, even if the Marok wasn't there to kill this armor. Having such a big back, having so much extra HP from all of those upgrades, and being able to fish for more and more on attack.
Braden with the initiative. This armor, an 8 power threat right now. It's an 8-15. So once again, Braden showing with 2 actions using the armor. This game will be in the books, and Braden has a shot at the top cut. First action for Braden will be an attack with Marek, making sure he gets in that 2 damage. But Casey lining up a pretty big play. It's Knight's sister. But certainly Braden isn't running anything that costs enough to take out the armor. It's going to be, I believe, the Jedi Trials discarded for Braden. And I think that only costs 1. It's only 1 damage to the armor. Not what Casey wanted to see. And here comes 8 damage to Casey's base, 24 damage on. And the writing really starting to be on the wall for Casey Gray.
Yeah, this armor. Oh, another mastery from the resources, making this armor even bigger. I think it then has, what did it have before? 15 health, so it'd go up to 18 HP, if I'm doing the math right, with 1 damage on it. So 17 health, gonna be a massive threat. I don't know if Casey has a way out. Even with the condemn, it's doing too much damage to stop.
Unbelievable. An 11-18 leader unit. When Rivals falls not in the format, things like this, the armor able to just suit up and say to the opponent, what can you do? Casey's got to answer that leader unit in 1 action. What does he have? There's nothing to stop it. And that does it. Braden has taken it 2-0 in round 7 over Casey and Towson. What a performance. We saw exactly what these armor decks can do. Braden was patient, didn't play out any upgrades early, just waited for the armor to come out. Then the upgrades poured in, and Casey just could not answer the suited up leader unit.
Yeah, that unit, the armor, so hard to answer. Unless you have a unit like Kit Fisto's Aether Sprite that Luke has access to in Red Hero to just get rid of all those upgrades. There's not a lot in this format that's legal right now that can deal with a leader like that. Casey tried to stop it with the Marok Sentinel and with the -3, -0 upgrade when they attack base, but Braden had all the answers. He was able to take the Sentinel with the Maul and the Ascension Cable and reforge that upgrade into the improvised identity that we saw played.
It does feel like an impossible task if you're Casey there. You just have to hope that the opponent doesn't find that Ascension Cable. But when you're running in a bot village, you have that excellent chance of finding those early pieces that you need, drawing the 3 extra cards in your opening hand. You have things like the Master Gambit to go and fish out the improvised identity. And unfortunately for Casey, Braden was able to find the pieces he needed. And wow, that was one of the larger units that I have ever seen on stream. 18 HP. Absolute crazy stuff here to close out the final round of Swiss. And now for Braden, he has done the work. He has positioned himself to have a shot at the top cut. Was 11th in the standings coming in. Will certainly move up a little bit. The question now becomes, will his tiebreakers be good enough to put him over the other X2 players and lock a spot in the top cut for Armor? Because For me, Mason, the question is if Braden gets in on the armor, is anyone prepared to deal with this?
Yeah, I don't know what his losses were to, but even I can see Cad Bane having a hard time dealing with this. Same combination as his Talzin deck. It's very similar ability, but Talzin does flip on 5, which should allow Talzin to be able to control this board a lot better. But it didn't matter in these games. Braden was able to still just beat down Casey's base with all the upgrades. So we'll see if he does make it to top cut. We'll see if everybody's prepared for the armor shenanigans.
So, looking at the results, Braden lost to Luke Datavault, so the pilot Luke, and lost to one Cad Bane. So, did lose to Cad Bane. Maybe that matchup is a little worse than we think, but as you mentioned, I do think Braden has the tools to take down Cad Bane. And it looks like Braden was 1-1 against Cad Bane. So lost to one, beat the other. Definitely some playability in that matchup. And yeah, could it be? Could Braden be the one to surprise these players in the top cut? Of course, things get a little bit more interesting once you're in the top cut. It's generally open deck lists, so that surprise factor of what Braden may be running and what's going to be happening with the improvised identity, the ascension cables, etc. Your opponent will know exactly what to expect and can prepare for that right away going into game one. But nevertheless, it'll be interesting to see if Braden is able to get into the top cut. Coming into the final round, the top cut did have a few different leaders. We actually had 2 Lando Calrissian, 3 Cad Bane, 1 Darth Vader, and an Ahsoka Tano, 2 Ahsoka Tano in the top 8 coming into the final round. So now we'll see how that shifts and moves around. Coming in, there were 3 undefeated players at 5-0-1. Those players should be locked into the top cut, so that guarantees at least 1 Cad Bane, 1 Darth Vader pilot, and Lando Calrissian Vigilance into the top cut. But the one thing I love to see, Mason, is we will have some variety. It's not going to be a ton of Cad Bane. We could have at least a few, but I think we are going to see some other leaders for sure.
Yeah, definitely exciting here in Cad Bane's last run. You would expect to see more Cad Bane, but here in this top cut, it looks like it'll be pretty even Cad Bane versus other leaders. So we won't just be getting a bunch of mirror matches.
Yeah, absolutely. And as far as mirror matches are concerned, I know that generally the TCG community doesn't love mirror matches, and I don't generally either, but I will say in terms of mirror matches with the best deck, I think the Cad Bane mirror matches are one of the most interesting mirror matches, and they are pretty fun to actually play. So does lend itself to some interesting back and forth and some good matches if we do end up having to see that at some point before the tournament is concluded. Now, we are closing in. It looks like we've got about 10 matches left to report in round 7, just under 14 minutes on the clock. So I believe we're going to step away for a few moments, maybe get a quick bite as we prepare ourselves for the top cut. But don't go anywhere. We've got top cut action from the Game Center coming up next. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our live stream as we have now gotten to the top 8 here at GameZenter in this Planetary Qualifier in Roseville, Minnesota. 3 more matches left to go. It all comes down to this. I'm Josh Snyder. I'm joined by Mason Jacobson. Mason, how excited are you for this top cut?
Oh man, it seems like it's pretty great. We've got a pretty good spread of leaders actually for it being a CAD slash ride. I think we've got only 3 CAD Banes, 2 Landos, and then 2 Ahsokas and a Vader. So pretty nice spread of leaders here in the top cut in Roseville, Minnesota today.
Definitely a nice spread indeed. Cad Bane still showing up in numbers, was over a sixth of the field and converting pretty well. 3 in the top cut. But we've got some other leaders as well trying to spoil Cad Bane's plans here on his final weekend of being legal in the Premier format. Now, Mason, you've got some experience in top cut performances. You actually made the top cut back at the regional in Milwaukee earlier this year. Getting to this stage of a tournament, obviously a lot of points, a lot of prizes on the line. What do you think is going through these players and their minds right now, and what makes you stand out once you get to the top cut?
Yeah, so like you said, I have been to a few top eights myself. The one thing that I think is probably going through their minds, the one thing you want to do in top eight is it's really great to win one of your games because then you made it to the top cut, you won one of your matches, and then you're fine to lose in the top four. Because if you lose as finalists, you're like, oh, I was so close, but top four, you're like, I had a good run. I made it far. It's good. So obviously, both of these players are wanting to win this game, get more points on the board, hopefully get that invite to Galactics. There is a lot of pressure. There could be a lot of pressure to win depending on how many more PQs these players are going to, how many more opportunities for points that they will have in the future. But I mean, the main thing that they're gonna want to keep in mind is just keep a cool mind, play as they've been doing the rest of the game. That's what's got them this far. So just if they continue to do that, they'll hopefully one of them will be able to take it down here.
Absolutely. Good advice from someone that has been there, and definitely looking forward to seeing who's going to claim the title of Planetary Qualifier champion and 100 points on the leaderboard. Every single player that made the top 16 in the field today locked up 10 points because there were more than 65 players in the field. It was just under 70 to start the day. And each of these 8 players in the top cut guaranteed 25 points on the leaderboard. So if they haven't scored any other points just yet, they're a quarter of the way there to having a spot in the main event. You need 100 points on the leaderboard. The winner of this Planetary Qualifier will get that 100 points, lock that spot into the main event of the Galactic Championship, just as you said. Any of these players that are able to attend that Galactic Championship desperately trying to get that ticket to the main event. And a lot of times you'll have players who weren't prepared or necessarily planning on going to the Galactic Championship, but they come in, they win one of these PQs, they get those points, and then they go, well, what the heck? I guess I do need to go. I need to compete. I'm locked into the main event. I actually had that happen in the first Galactic Championship. A couple of local players, good friends of mine, won Planetary Qualifiers. Weren't planning on going to the Galactic Championship, but once those points were locked in, they figured out a way to make it. So it's exactly what we want to see. And it all starts here at the more local level, the Planetary Qualifiers leading into these big major events, the sectors, the regionals, and then topping it all off with the Galactic Championship in May of next year at Disneyland. Going to be a wonderful experience, just as it was in Vegas this year. Just a month ago, actually. It's been so much going on in Star Wars Unlimited over the past months. Ashes of the Empire releases. And then just a couple weeks later, you had the Galactic Championship. And here over the last month, we've had a couple sector qualifiers as well, and have another one next weekend in Dallas, the limited format. So a lot going on, a lot to be excited about in the game, as it's going to be Daniel Haupt on Lando Calrissian Vigilance. We've seen Daniel multiple times on stream today. He has had very good success, and he finds himself facing off against Seth Buckers on Ahsoka Vigilance. So let's see how this plays out. A deck that wants to go extremely fast, try and set up a massive deploy turn, and count exactly how many actions to lethal it will be going into that deploy turn. That's what Ahsoka wants to do. The plot cards setting up with a wide ground arena if possible. And on the other side, for Daniel, Lando, this deck, a bit slower pace, I would say. Can control the board pretty well. Can grind out into the late game. But we know, Mason, one of the key pieces of kryptonite for Ahsoka, I should say, is the ground sentinel units. And generally, these Lando Calrissian decks, they're not running a lot of them. So I'm curious, how many ground sentinels does Daniel have to potentially put in the way of Ahsoka?
Yeah, one other thing that Daniel might have to help slow Ahsoka down is the Galens and then the Galens, and I forget the other guy's name, the 3 costs that also names cards that can be played. If he can name the Jar Jar Binkses or their plot ship that gives leaders raid 2 and overwhelm, that is going to be very key for Daniel to stop a lot of the damage that Ahsoka can put out on her flip turn.
That is absolutely right. Could be very impactful for sure. Now, if you're just tuning in, we had a crazy armorer match in the final round of Swiss, and unfortunately, the armorer did not make it to the top cut. Braden finished in 12th. But here we are, top cut. It's underway. The quarterfinals, Daniel versus Seth, Lando versus Ahsoka. Daniel, the higher seed, with the initiative, playing Corona 4 in the Space Arena. And it's Han Solo, the only play for Seth in the ground arena. That Corona 4 going to certainly start impacting the board right away. That on attack trigger with the initiative for Daniel, going to give Han Solo -2 power for the phase.
Yeah, definitely a very good card. Not a ground unit to start out with or a credit to trade into some of Ahsoka's ground units, but definitely still good being able to subtract all of these units. Stop a lot of this damage to base, hopefully, for Daniel.
Well, this was one of my big questions. How many ground sentinels does Daniel have in the deck? And he starts things off with that droid laser turret as the Ahsoka action ability able to be used, buffing up the Han Solo. So getting through the debuff of the Corona 4 after that Massassi Group Marines came out. And Han is able to attack in and trade shield tokens with the droid laser turret. That does give Daniel the initiative. So on this next action phase, attacking right away, defeating Han Solo. Both units off the board. That leaves the Massassi Group Marines open to go in for 4. And speaking of Sentinels, they're starting to pour in, Mason. Here's Casca Reeves with a Mandalorian token for Daniel.
Oh, and it looks like Seth just played his own copy of Casca Reeves. Definitely a very strong unit to have out on the board, becoming a 4/4 Sentinel, as well as making that 2/2 shielded body to go along with it. Very strong card that's seen a ton of play throughout this set.
Absolutely has, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, last weekend at the sector qualifier in Indianapolis, there was one card that was 3 of, and every deck in the top cut, it was Casca Reeves. That card is just so good, and we are seeing it continue to perform well today. First action for Daniel. Here we go. Corona 4 going in, and it's going to be...
Yeah.
Oh,
It looks
sorry,
like
go ahead.
Corona swinged in and then subtracted the Casca, but then what's that 5-cost card called that defeats people?
Oh, the Nothing Left to Fear.
Yes, the Nothing Left to Fear came down on the Mandalorian token to defeat Daniel's Casca. He did just now play another Casca that just got traded into, but still making these Mandalorian tokens. So still getting units out of it that he can use to eventually kill some of Ahsoka's units on her side of the field.
Seth asking, how many Sentinels am I going to have to go through? Back-to-back turns with Casca Reeves for Daniel, but both Cascas dealt with for Seth. And Daniel did create that first credit token of the game using that Lando action ability, discarding the Anakin Skywalker off the top. Does leave Seth with the initiative going into this next action phase. Still having a Mandalorian token without the shield and a Casca Reeves in the ground arena. Seth is going to deploy right away on the flip turn. Here's Jar Jar Binks and Galen Erso. So Jar Jar Binks will give one of Seth's units +2/+2. It will be Casca Reeves. And Ahsoka is going to support Casca. Casca attacks in for a total of 6. And the on-attack ability passed over to the Casca Reeves is going to give Ahsoka Tano +2 power for the phase. So now Seth has a 7 power leader unit. And Seth also has a Sentinel because he still has the Mandalorian token. So Daniel has to swing into Casca Reeves. This leaves the door open for Ahsoka Tano to attack for 7. 21 damage on Daniel's base. The on-attack trigger giving +2 power to the ready Mandalorian token. And things certainly getting tight. Corona 4 attacking for 2, shrinking the Mandalorian token by 2 power. So that token only getting in for 2 damage to Daniel's base, putting him up to 23. As Daniel now going to put some more damage here onto Casca Reeves.
Yeah, we see here the power of Ahsoka's flip turn, playing all of the cards from plot, swarming the board instantly, getting that support trigger off, attacking with the unit, doing a lot of damage pumps, and just being able to deal massive, massive damage all on the flip turn and in very, very little actions. So we'll see what Daniel can do about that here, because we also know that Lando's flip turn can be incredibly powerful, making all those credit tokens.
And here's what's even more rough for Daniel. He attacks into the Casca Reeves with his Mandalorian token, but Casca Reeves has +2/+2 for the phase, so that 4 damage isn't enough to defeat it currently. But now Daniel is going to play the Anakin Skywalker, giving -3/-3 to the Mandalorian token. And now we see the Casca Reeves going down. Seth with the initiative. It's 23-4. The damage totals in favor of Seth. No Sentinels that he has to deal with right now. Let's see if he can close it out. He's showing 2 action lethal. What does he have in store? It's Ahsoka, Jar Jar, and Galen Erso in the ground arena for Seth. Staring down Anakin Skywalker, Mandalorian, and Lando for Daniel. First action, Ahsoka attacking for 5. 28 damage on Daniel's base. Jar Jar gets +2. Does he have a response, Mason?
Yeah, it's interesting to see what Galen called. I imagine it would be Bo-Katan here, because that's just going to be a very powerful unit that Lando has. But I don't know, unless Daniel has another Sentinel to play, I don't know what he can do to these 2 units that are both presenting lethal that Ahsoka has on board right now. We see him tapping maybe 6 resources for another copy of Anakin Skywalker to give a unit -3/-3. But I think, yep, that Galen is just going to be able to swing in and close out this. So Seth gets game 1 with Ahsoka Tano Blue against Lando Blue.
Ahsoka just too speedy for Daniel and Lando in the opening game, where Daniel did start with the initiative. And I talked about the Sentinels, and Daniel had them. Daniel had back-to-back-to-back turns with Sentinels early on, and Seth was able to find a way around and end up still putting good pressure on, having the big deploy turn. Like you said, very likely shutting down that Bo-Katan with the Galen Erso, and Ahsoka doing some great work against Lando. And now Seth just 1 win away from a spot in the semifinals.
Definitely some pressure for Daniel here. Let's see if he can throw in some cards from the sideboard to make this matchup more favorable. I don't know. Maybe he has some more Sentinels he can throw in. I don't know What else? Maybe more removal spells or something like that. I guess we'll see when we get into this game too here.
And now just looking at the sideboard for Daniel and exactly what he wants to bring in for this particular matchup. In this matchup, I think that Finn is going to be very, very important. We actually saw Finn earlier in the tournament from Daniel, and that's a great ambush unit on that 6 resource turn that can one-shot the Ahsoka and that Qui-Gon Jinn that we talked about earlier, another unit that could potentially come out with a credit on that 6 resource turn to ambush and defeat Ahsoka in one action. So there are certainly some good ambush units for the deploy turn in the sideboard of Daniel. We'll see if that is enough to get him back in it.
Yeah, did you see Ahsoka put in any cards from the sideboard on Seth's end?
I'm going to be honest, I didn't see it. I was looking at the melee and at the sideboard of Lando, and it was covering up the left side of my screen. So I'm not 100% sure what Seth has sided in.
Yeah, it makes sense. If I was Ahsoka here, I would probably put in some of the Kelleran Becks that Seth has in the sideboard to make to just help compete against Lando's incredible top end, maybe get you the last push you need to defeat the base, as well as the Mandalorian 4-cost unit. That could be very helpful, just being a very sticky unit that also makes your other units stickier by being able to delete the shield on the Mandalorian to protect your other guys and keep them safe.
Absolutely. Now, if I'm not mistaken, I do believe this is the first top cut appearance for both of these players at a Planetary qualifier. I believe this is actually Seth's first Planetary qualifier. So what a performance it is, if it is indeed Seth's first PQ, getting to the top cut. A great field of players today, around 70 total. An absolute great run for both of these players. And our other 3 matches in the top cut, we talked about it. There are 3 Cad Bane Vigilance decks in the top cut. 1 other Ahsoka Tano Vigilance. We've got another Lando Calrissian Vigilance in the top cut, as well as a Darth Vader Cunning, the Darth Vader pilot, the Victor Squadron leader. And the other 3 matches, there were no mirror matches, so Cad Bane ends up pairing into the other 3 leaders. So if there are any kind of Cad Bane mirror matches, that would not happen until the next round at the soonest. But here we go, getting ready for game number 2. See if Ahsoka has what it takes to close out this quarterfinal feature match. Now, the initiative token's still over there with Seth, but I do believe Daniel is starting with the initiative, and he is going to get to pod racing. The Anakin Skywalker is coming out, and here comes one of the most explosive starts you can have in the game right now. It is Neil into Han Solo. Han Solo enters ready because he has less than 2 power. He attacks, gets the experience token, deals 2 damage to Daniel's base. Exactly the kind of start that Seth wanted in game 2 to put big pressure on Daniel.
Yeah, definitely. This Neil Han start is very, very powerful if Ahsoka can get it off. Presenting 2 units, Neil can get pumped, by the Ahsoka ability, and Han being a 2/2 or a 1/1 shielded that just keeps on growing every time he attacks. Very, very strong. We'll see if Daniel can come back from this board state and what he has to deal with these 2 units.
Daniel does take off that shield token from the Han Solo, but Han attacks again, growing, getting another experience token. 5 damage on Daniel's base. But Daniel does finally put down that Sentinel and has done it both times on turn 2 in the game so far here in our quarterfinal feature match, the droid laser turret. And Seth forced to go into it with Neil just getting that shield token away from the droid laser turret, as Daniel does have the initiative and will attack into the Neil.
Using the Anakin Skywalker ability, because Anakin was the first unit that attacks, he's going to be returning Anakin to his hand to restore 2 from his base.
Now the Latzrazi for Seth getting a shield token and dealing the 2 damage needed to the droid laser turret to defeat it. Do love seeing that play from Daniel, though, using that ability on the Anakin Skywalker, something you don't see very commonly. As Daniel plays, the tree remembers to defeat the pesky, well, maybe defeat the pesky Han Solo, thinking this one through. It is going to be Han defeated. There was optionality there for Daniel, but Han Solo certainly the biggest threat as it can continue to grow. Massassi Group Marines attacking for 4, so Daniel up to 7 damage on his base, but Seth has complete control of the board right now, no damage on his base. And I do want to correct one of my statements just a while ago. Daniel has made it to a Planetary Qualifier top cut before, actually made it to the top cut in the Minnesota PQ a couple weeks ago. So he's been on a great run, back-to-back top cut appearances here in the Minnesota PQs. And Daniel with the initiative, going to play Galen Urso. Very curious to see what Daniel names. The bread and butter play of these Ahsoka Tano decks on the 5 resource turn is Queen Amidala, and it was in Seth's hand. So if Galen called it, that is really going to mess this turn up just a little bit for Seth. He might have to go after that Galen Urso. Ahsoka Tano action ability will buff up the Latzrazi, getting +2. And now Latzrazi does have to go into Galen, but it's only 4 damage. Not quite enough to defeat Galen. Daniel creating that credit token with the action ability. And now the Massassi Group Marines will attack and defeat Galen Urso. Both of those ground units intact for Seth. And whatever the call was, I'm almost positive it was Queen Amidala, which is why Seth had to go into Galen. Seth is going to play Queen Amidala, and look at this board state going into the regroup phase.
Yeah, it is pretty incredible. But one card that would be amazing right now, if Daniel has in hand, if he deploys his leader and makes those credits, he will be able to play Bo-Katan Kryze this turn, which will defeat all of the units Seth has in play right now, because the Massassi Group Marines are damaged. So unless Ahsoka has Galen Urso again to name a card like Bo-Katan, Daniel can deploy and wipe Seth's board with it, which would be an amazing play by Daniel, and it could turn this game around.
Oh, but look at this. Seth has the Galen Urso again. Back-to-back games. Ahsoka Tano deployed. First action of the 6 resource turn. It's Jar Jar Binks and Galen Urso being plotted out. That can absolutely name Bo-Katan. Bo-Katan would have no abilities. A massive play. +2/+2 to Queen Amidala. The Queen attacks for 7 with the support ability, giving the Ahsoka leader +2. And I think Daniel's having a very bad day at this moment, Mason.
Yeah, definitely. That Galen Urso really put a stop to his plans with the Bo-Katan Kryze that I'm pretty sure he has in hand. We'll see what he can do about this if he has a card that can defeat Galen Urso and help him to survive this turn, because right now Seth is representing lethal on board with the ground units he has currently in play, as well as the Ahsoka on attack pump ability.
19 more damage, if I've done my math correctly, is what Seth is still presenting in the ground arena. Daniel has to have some kind of response, and he has to have it now. It's going to be lost and forgotten to defeat the Galen Urso. It won't save any damage coming through this turn, but it can turn that bow back on for the next action phase if Daniel gets there. The Massassi Group Marines attacking for 4. So 15 HP remaining for Daniel Haupt in game 2. Lando still ready in the ground arena.
Yeah, and it looks like Seth still has exact lethal right now with the Ahsoka on attack ability, which is unfortunate for Daniel because otherwise he could send this Lando into Ahsoka and then next turn just claim, play Bo-Katan, defeat this whole ground arena. But unfortunately, Seth has 15 damage on board. So we'll see where Daniel sends his Lando Calrissian leader.
Now Lando could take out either the Latsrazi or one of the spy tokens. But Ahsoka still showing 7 plus an additional 2 from her on attack ability is 9 plus another 4. So I believe if Lando takes out one of the units, would it not just leave Daniel at 2 HP remaining? I don't know that he can still deal lethal if Lando takes out one of those ready units.
Yeah, I think if one unit is defeated, he will be left with 2 left on base, which is a little unfortunate because next turn, if Daniel decides to Bo-Katan and wipe this board, Ahsoka will survive and will be able to deal exactly 2 damage to Daniel's base. So it would be exactly lethal and enough to finish the base off. So I think that's what Daniel's contemplating here. He's deciding what he has to attack into, if he has to attack into something, making sure he's done all his math correctly so he doesn't mess up this next play.
Such a good point, Mason. It would indeed leave Daniel with 2 HP remaining, but like you said, Bo-Katan, it can get through everything but Ahsoka, and Ahsoka would have that last 2 power, and I don't think there's any other play from Daniel that could deal with this board effectively outside of that Bo-Katan Kryze. So now Latsrazi getting in for 2.
Yeah, so I think Daniel's just here passing because when Ahsoka, as soon as Ahsoka attacks and pumps somebody, Daniel can defeat that unit, taking 2 damage. But now, if Daniel is to claim, Ahsoka is not going to be lethal in one action. So I think we'll see Daniel claiming here, preparing to play that Bo-Katan unit.
Now, what a play. Such a good play, waiting until Ahsoka did that pump. So we were saying 2 HP would be remaining, but because of that fantastic sequencing, it's 4 HP remaining. Daniel has the initiative. Bo-Katan can clear all of these units other than Ahsoka in one action, and Ahsoka would only be able to attack for 2. Seth would need some other form to get Ahsoka across the finish line. Here it is. Bo-Katan Kryze is played. Seth has 1, 2, 3. I believe it was 5 units defeated as Daniel gives out 5 experience tokens, 2 to Bo-Katan and 3 to Lando Calrissian. Let's see what Seth has in response to this. Lando is now a 7 power threat. So with Ahsoka only having 3 HP, Daniel can take out that Ahsoka in one action with Lando.
Yeah, what an incredible Bo-Katan. Incredible play, defeating 5 of Seth's units, distributing 5 experience tokens. We'll see if that's enough to turn the corner and if Daniel can stabilize after this play or if he's going to continue have to fight for this victory here.
Wow, unbelievable. Daniel has stabilized this board, took some time thinking it through last turn. You could see him doing the math, really contemplating the best possible action, waited it out perfectly during that last phase. Ahsoka attacks for 2. Lando Calrissian will quickly attack and defeat Ahsoka, leaving Seth with no units in play. But Seth has a great follow-up. It's the Queen Amidala that will put 3 units in play, each of them lethal. So Daniel once again forced into a spot that requires a very specific answer, a sentinel, or a way to take out multiple units in one action, because all 3 of these ground units for Seth is enough to close out the game.
Yeah. One thing that I think I did see in Daniel's hand is going to be Chimera, which he should have enough to play even out of aspect. He will have to defeat one of these very powerful units that he has because of all these XP tokens, but it would keep him 2 health away from being defeated, and then he can clean up these spies and heal some more damage from his base.
Just counted the resources. It looks like Daniel has exactly 8 resources and 1 credit token, I do believe, which would be just enough to play that Chimera out of aspect. That would cost a total of 9. Daniel once again in the tank, thinking this one through. More time available in these top cut matches. It is a 75-minute clock for our top cut. And still just under 50 minutes remaining, so Daniel can really think through this turn, because he's got to win this game to push it to a deciding game 3, where there does appear to be plenty of time left. Daniel going to use up all of those resources, spend that credit token. It is Chimera, just as you said, Mason. The Lando Calrissian leader unit is defeated, as well as Queen Amidala. Daniel heals 2, back to 26 on base, and here comes Obi-Wan Kenobi. Obi-Wan Kenobi will be Sentinel unit for the phase. Daniel has to attack into the Sentinel. It does allow him to heal 2, but this does mean that the spy tokens are open. Let's see if Seth has a way to buff up either one of these spies. He's got the nothing left to fear. Nothing left to fear will give +2/+2, and it's the exact 6 damage that Seth needs. Unreal. Daniel packs it up, and that was a fantastic match. What a show.
What an incredible comeback from Daniel. He was so close to being able to stabilize. Unfortunately, he was just 2 damage shy from being able to get out of range of that nothing left to fear, or even Ahsoka's leader ability at that rate. He was so close to coming back against this Ahsoka blue deck, even with the incredible Neil Hahn start that Seth started with. What a close game. Very exciting. Very cool to see Seth take this down. Unfortunate for Daniel, but still an incredible performance from him. Like you said before, he got, I think, finalist in his last PQ, and then a top 8 here. So he has almost collected enough points already to go to Vegas, or to go to Galactics next year. And still, what an amazing run by Daniel.
It certainly was. Daniel was so good throughout this tournament. We saw him on stream earlier, really piloted this Lando Calrissian game, or this Lando Calrissian deck, I should say, so well. Really an incredible performance for Daniel. Like you mentioned, now having 75 points to his name. If he hasn't had any other appearances and PQs where he scored points, so should be at least 75 points on the board, just 25 away. Needs one more top cut appearance in a planetary qualifier to lock a spot in the main event of the Galactic Championship. What a monumental performance for both of these players. Daniel finding the line he needed to survive on that Ahsoka Tano deploy turn, thought it through very carefully, took the extra time, made sure he did it right, and forced the game to continue, and was so close to completely stabilizing. But Seth really played this perfectly as well. Also, having the cards, had Jar Jar Binks plus Galen Erso on the deploy both times, being plotted from the resources. Absolutely unreal. And played the end of the game perfectly, maximizing every point of damage, and had just enough for exact lethal. You can't ask for any more. What a show. It was absolutely a privilege to witness and cast that one, and I can't wait to see how Seth performs in the semifinals. as the top cut just getting started. And I do believe that was the quickest match so far, which isn't super surprising, is it? This Ahsoka Tano can just be so quick. You've got Cad Bane in the other matches that may go just a little bit longer. So as of now, the other 3 matches still ongoing.
Yeah, we do have another Ahsoka and a Darth Vader pilot in this top cut, so I don't believe it'll take us uh, too long to get these other games supported, but we will see. Yeah, a very, very exciting game. Congratulations to Seth. We'll see how hopefully he continues to perform well for the rest of this top cut. We shall see.
Absolutely. And if hopefully before the end of the tournament, we can get confirmation that this is indeed Seth's first top cut appearance. But if it is, what a show he is putting on under the pressure of the feature table, not letting it get to him, nerves of steel, and getting through and doing exactly what he needed to do to have an appearance in the semifinals and lock up 50 points here today. So what a run. It's going to be exciting to see how it all concludes. Again, the other matches, Ahsoka Tano Vigilance taking on Cad Bane Vigilance. You've got a Lando Calrissian Vigilance versus Cad Bane Vigilance. And then the Darth Vader Cunning, the Pilot Vader, also versus Cad Bane Vigilance. Now, in this top cut, Mason, with this particular rundown of leaders, is there anything that you have in mind going into the semis? What do you think may be favored? Any thoughts you have here?
Yeah, I don't know. These Ahsoka decks are definitely very, very strong, as we just saw with the explosive flip turns. They have had a problem dealing with Cad Bane. Uh, they can fight through it, as I'm sure Seth had to fight through some Cad Banes today. But definitely something to look out for. I feel like the other Lando deck is actually going to be probably the most favored. I know we saw Daniel just lose to Ahsoka, but Lando typically is pretty good into Cad Bane as well as the Darth Vader pilot. So if he can just continue to pair up against those, I think he does have a pretty good shot of winning this PQ.
Lando Calrissian certainly can be a very strong deck into Cad Bane. And like you said, absolutely has the tools to take down Darth Vader. Things like the hyperspace disaster and the Bo-Katan, just lots of good interaction to clean up the swarm of space units that Vader can present. A lot of these Landos running direct hit in the main deck, so they have ways to answer those early Victor leaders or the Clone Combat Squadron. Definitely will be interesting to see if those two end up pairing up against one another. But what a tournament it's been. Again, in the quarterfinals of the Planetary Qualifier in Roseville, Minnesota at the GameZenter. Just now waiting to see who Seth is going to be facing off in the semifinals. And then seeing what the other matchup on the other side of the bracket will be. And interestingly enough, just kind of looking at the pairings, Mason, and it does look like Cody Frechette and Joey Frechette did get paired up in the top cut, Darth Vader versus Cad Bane. So the two brothers facing off, that's sure to be an interesting game.
Yeah, that is a little unfortunate for them. I know me and my brother Knightley, who has also been on this stream today, have had our fair share of pair ups in the finals or top eights of PQs, and it is always unfortunate to pair against your teammates. I mean, it is what it is, and I'm sure they'll make the most of it, and we'll see who gets that game. Definitely a very interesting matchup, the Darth Vader into Cad Bane. We saw it perform very well at Galactics, but in the end, the Darth Vader decks weren't able to take out these Cad Bane decks. So we'll see what happens when that game gets reported here soon.
So yeah, just standing by on the other 3 matches. They could conclude at any time. So on the screen, you'll see about 40 minutes left in the quarterfinals of the Top Cut. Top Cut is being timed 75 minutes per round, but this round could end much sooner than that if the other matches conclude here before that 40 minutes is up. So we're going to step away, take a little bit of a breather, but don't go too far. Listen out for us because we could be back in a flash if these other matches conclude in the very near future. We appreciate you tuning in. Stay tuned. We've got the semifinals up next. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the live stream of this Planetary Qualifier at the GameZenter in Roseville, Minnesota. We are down to the semifinals. Just 2 matches remain, 4 players. It's going to be Cad Bane Vigilance versus Ahsoka Tano Vigilance here in our semifinal feature match. We've got just 1 Cad Bane left in the top cut. It was 3 Cad Banes to start in the top cut, along with 2 Lando Calrissian, 2 Ahsoka, 1 Darth Vader. And in the end, now as we get to the top 4, it is 1 Lando, 1 Cad, 1 Ahsoka, and 1 Darth Vader. This one is sure to be exciting. It's a matchup that is a bit difficult, tricky to say the least for Ahsoka. Ahsoka hates seeing all of the phenomenal ground sentinels that Cad Bane can present, and that's really the roadblock that Seth will have to try and get through. It's going to be Seth Buckers on the left, piloting Ahsoka Vigilance. We just saw Seth take a big 2-0 win in the quarterfinals against Daniel on Lando Calrissian Vigilance. And Seth's opponent here in the semifinals, Lucy Mitchell on Cad Bane Vigilance. Both players a fantastic run, locking up some extra points here in the top 4 on their quest to the finals. I'm Josh Snyder. I'm joined by Mason Jacobson. Once again, Mason, so good to be here with you doing some commentary as we get set for a semifinal showdown.
Yeah, good to be here with you, Josh. Yeah, it should be an interesting matchup. We'll see if Seth can navigate around the Sentinels and such that Cad Bane plays and is so famous for. We'll see if she can get her explosive flip turn off with the plot ships, the Galens, and the Jar Jars. Be able to close this game out fast, as I'm sure Seth is going to be trying to do, as Lucy is going to be trying to make this game go late so she can try and close it out with chimeras and previslas and things like that.
Now, getting ready for this match, we talked a little bit about the Sentinels and how important that is for Cad Bane, the ground Sentinels. And looking at Lucy's deck, she is running 8 of the possible 9 fantastic Sentinels here from Ashes of the Empire. 3 Casca Reeves, 3 Marok, and 2 Imperial Armored Commando. So definitely has the potential to put down brick walls in front of Seth multiple times throughout the match. And it's all about stabilizing the board early and trying to minimize the impact of that Ahsoka Tano deploy turn. That is the big explosive turn that Seth is looking for. We saw how much damage can be put out on that turn. It was a crazy number. Something over 20 damage, I believe, is what Seth was able to present on that flip turn in game 2 of the quarterfinals. So lots of potential there. And we'll see how this goes. This particular matchup, again, it's tough for Ahsoka. It's not an easy one, is it, Mason?
No, not at all. Those Sentinels, especially the Imperial Armored Commandos, with the shield and then Marok just being a 2/6 body can absorb a lot of that early game damage. I feel like this matchup typically comes to the flip turn to try and push all the damage that Ahsoka might have missed in the early game because of those Sentinels. So hopefully Seth gets those plot cards like I was saying earlier, because I think in this matchup, they are going to be a very critical piece to this game.
I believe so as well. Here we go. Looks like the players are set. Lucy is going to start with the initiative in game 1. And our semifinals underway here at the GameZenter. Lucy starting with the Rancor Keeper. And a good start for Seth as well, playing that Leppy Lookout, the 3-1 shielded with Overwhelm. That 1 HP, very nice. Lines up well into CAD. Can't be pinged as Lucy claims the initiative.
Yeah, good start for Lucia as well. We've seen the value that this Rancor Keeper can provide throughout games. Looks like Lucy's just going to be swinging into that Leppy Lookout, dealing 1 to base, already getting that Rancor Keeper ability to use. And then Seth's just going to follow up by swinging base with his Leppy Lookout.
Love what we've seen from Rancor Keeper throughout the day, being able to take advantage of that ability, being defensive while also being offensive, dealing that ping damage to the base. Just love what Rancor Keeper offers paired up with Cad Bane specifically. As Seth claiming the initiative after what appears to be some passing action. No other units were played. Both players skipping out on playing a turn 2 play. And with the initiative, Seth just going to attack right away with the Leppy Lookout, dealing 3 damage to base. Lucy wants to trade. Rancor Keeper for the Leppy Lookout, and it's Casca Reeves for both players. Both players had a unit defeated, so they both get a Mandalorian token to go along with it. They both get Sentinel units in the ground arena. But Lucy, a bit up on that exchange because the Cad Bane triggered ability, is able to ping off the shield token on Seth's Mandalorian token.
Yeah, definitely seeing the value that Cad Bane brings to the table. But Seth here could use the Ahsoka action to pump his Casca to potentially have his Mandalorian trade into Lucy's Casca instead of having to trade his own Casca. But we'll see what he has in hand and see what line he ends up taking here.
It's going to be that nothing left to fear. It is giving Seth's Casca Reeves +2/+2. So that's a 6/6 Sentinel currently in the ground arena for Seth. It defeats Lucy's Casca Reeves. And Lucy is forced to put a couple damage onto that Casca Reeves that Seth has, attacking for 6 damage. Lucy up to 12 damage on pretty early. Let's see how Lucy responds here on the 5 resource turn. Does play a Sentinel. Once again, the Marak 3-cost 2/6 Sentinel now standing in the way of that ready Mandalorian token. And will also line up nicely into that Casca Reeves next turn, which is 2 HP remaining. Cad Bane, action ability, going to deal another damage to Casca Reeves. As Seth just taking the initiative. See what the first action brings.
Ahsoka's flip turn, which is the powerful turn of this play. But it looks like Seth's just going to opt instead to play Ezra Bridger. I think this was from Legends of the... No, it was from Secrets of Power or something. This is a unit you don't see all the time. When played, he will heal 2 from his Casca Reeves to get it out of range of being able to be killed by one of Lucy's units.
Now Lucy using that CAD action ability to ping the Casca Reeves, bring it back to 2 HP. Action back on Seth, deploying Ahsoka. 2 ready resources remaining. Will plot out Jar Jar Binks. Misa propose. And that Jar Jar Binks going to give +2/+2. It looks like to Casca Reeves for the phase. So now Casca once again, 4 HP remaining, which means Casca Reeves, a 6-power threat now, able to attack and defeat Marak in 1 action. And still has 2 HP left and does have Sentinel because that Mandalorian token is still in play. So even though Casca would be defeated at the start of the regroup phase, after that the +2/+2 falls off, Lucy can't attack any other unit currently. But that Sentinel effect, here's Lucy playing the Anakin Skywalker, champion of Mortis. We've seen this play come down prior in other matches, and we see it here, -3/-3 to Ahsoka. Now Ahsoka was able to support, get that +2/+2, or excuse me, that +2 power. So Ahsoka -3, but +2, so it was that 4 damage going through.
Yeah, definitely a very good Anakin on Lucy's side, but still Ahsoka was able to deal 4 to base and get the support trigger off on the Mandalorian token. We'll see if Lucy decides to swing units into this Casca or just instead claim and let the Casca die on its own during the regroup phase because the +2/+2 falls off from the Jar Jar Binks ability.
One line that Lucy could take in that spot, which I almost thought we were going to see, Mason, was Anakin Skywalker giving -3/-3 to the Mandalorian token, which would have taken that Sentinel keyword away from Casca Reeves, allowing Lucy to attack into some of these other units, trying to clear up that board with the Cad Bane leader and that Mandalorian token. But in this case, did not happen. So Casca Reeves now going to be defeated in the regroup phase, losing that buff from the Jar Jar Binks. And Lucy will start with the initiative, no longer facing a Sentinel unit, but not currently showing a 1-action answer to Ahsoka. Can only deal 5 at most. Let's see what Lucy has. First action, it is going to be Chimera, defeating Lucy's Mandalorian token to defeat the Ezra Bridger on Seth's side of the table. Lucy heals back down to 18 damage on. And with that Chimera in play, this could spell trouble for Seth. Let's see what kind of response he has. He's got the perfect response, Mason. It's direct hit. Chimera's defeated, and Lucy will not be healing any more damage on this turn.
Yeah, I didn't know Ahsoka decks were on direct hit in the main, but I guess if you're trying to counter these Cad Bane decks for Cad Bane's last ride, definitely a very good card to add in as it defeats that Chimera very cleanly. Very good here, very good response, stopping all the healing that Cad Bane could have potentially gotten if that Chimera remained in play.
Seth wanting to protect his leader unit this particular action phase. Play down the Obi-Wan Kenobi protective Padawan to give it Sentinel. And that forced Lucy with the ready Anakin Skywalker to attack into Obi-Wan Kenobi, defeating the 3-cost unit. And it left Seth open to attack with both Ahsoka and Jar Jar Binks into Lucy's base. Jar Jar had the +2 power from the on-attack trigger on Ahsoka. And when it's all said and done, Lucy has 27 damage on base, just 3 HP remaining, and there's only 3 damage on Seth's base. Lucy, first action, forced to attack and defeat Ahsoka, but Jar Jar Binks gets in for 2. 1 HP left for Lucy. What is the response? How do we stabilize? It's going to be Night Sister, and Night Sister, no matter what Seth discards, that will be enough damage to defeat the 1 HP on Jar Jar Binks, and now it's a very massive ground arena for Lucy. 2 very real threats.
Yeah, but only needing 1 damage to defeat a Cad Lucy's base. Just needs one of these units to be able to stick, and then we'll be able to close the game. The Leppy Lookout that Seth just played is a perfect card to play here, as it has a shield. It's going to be a very sticky unit, hard to get rid of, and all that needs to happen is the Leppy to swing once at the base to close out this game 1.
And Seth was able to put another 2 units in play as well. So Lucy right now has to put down a Sentinel or wipe the board, because 1 action with any of these units that Seth has presented in the ground arena is lethal in 1 action. Let's see what Lucy has. It is going to be a Sentinel unit, the Marak coming down. Another roadblock in Seth's way. This is what Ahsoka can have a tough time dealing with. 2 damage into that Marak, restoring 1. Seth back down to just 2 damage on base. Back over to Lucy.
Notice that the Leppy Lookout does have Overwhelm. So if Seth can get 1 unit to stick, that can trigger the Ahsoka pump on the Leppy Lookout, he can run over the Maruk just to deal 1 damage to the base with the Let Be Lookout's Overwhelm keyword.
Lucy taking out that Massassi group Marines with Cad Bane. Leaves her Cad Bane leader unit with only 1 HP remaining. Seth going to continue putting pressure on with these cheap units. A copy of Huang. Desperately trying to find that last point of damage before Lucy plays something like a Chimera and starts healing more damage. And Lucy's going to put Condemn onto the Leppy Lookout, knowing how threatening it is, just like you were saying, with the shield and the Overwhelm. But here comes the Queen Amidala. So now Seth will have a massive board, just having to get through this Marok.
Lucy fighting for her life over here as she swings the Ninth Sister into Huyang to defeat him. We'll see what happens in this next round. I would imagine that Seth is going to be swinging this Queen Amidala into the Marok and hoping one of these 3 other units will be able to close out this game.
Lucy developing further. After taking out the Huang, dealing some overwhelm damage with the Ninth Sister. Ogdo Bogdo in the ground arena as well. So more ways for Lucy to answer the ground arena. Queen Amidala attacking and defeating Marok. And let's see. It's 2 damage back onto Queen Amidala. Now Lucy once again needs a response. Any of these ready units presenting lethal for Seth. And it's going to be Pre-Vizsla for Lucy. And that is going to defeat the 3 ready units outside of Leppy Lookout and the Queen Amidala. Lucy will create 3 Mandalorian tokens and once again just slamming the door shut on Seth here in the closing stages of this game. 1 more damage is all Seth needed, and now this ground arena just about looking impossible.
Yeah, and I think Lucy actually created 4 Mandalorian tokens because it was the Yaddle, the 2 spies, as well as Queen Amidala. So definitely an amazing Pre-Vizsla coming down there. We'll see if it's enough or if Seth can continue to play units and get one of them to eventually stick.
Yeah, you are absolutely right. It was actually 4 total units defeated. Lucy attacking with the Cad Bane leader unit, defeating the Massassi group Marines that on attack trigger, dealing 1 damage to Ogdo Bogdo. So now Ogdo can attack. And all of a sudden, Lucy is showing a lot of damage in the ground arena. But look at this play from Seth. Ezra Bridger is played and will heal that damage on Ogdo Bogdo just to make sure Lucy isn't attacking with it just quite yet.
Lucy continuing to just clear out Seth's ground arena. Eventually, with all these Mandalorian tokens, Lucy will be able to just close the game in 1 action here. Lucy just closing another Pre-Vizsla from hand. So even if Seth is able to get a board state, that Pre-Vizsla can just come down and defeat whatever Seth tries to play.
Wow. Literally couldn't get any closer than what Seth has got here in game 1. Lucy on 29 damage for multiple action phases. Just needing to find 1 attack to squeak through. And Lucy has played this to perfection. Now has the initiative.
Now Lucy does have lethal with the ground force that she has. So all she needs to do is swing all of these units at base. And that will end this last game.
Jar Jar Binks giving Leppy Lookout +2/+2, but that Condemn still on it. Still a big problem. As long as Lucy can disclose, Pre-Vizsla gets in for 6, 23 damage on. And now Lucy can close out this game on this turn. It's going to be a Galen Urso for Seth. That will blank one of Lucy's cards, but unfortunately doesn't actually have an immediate impact on the board. And Lucy has another Pre-Vizsla defeating Leppy, defeating Galen Urso, more Mandalorian tokens for Lucy. And I just don't think there's a way back for Seth, as Luffy has lethal right here. And it looks like that is going to do it, packing it up. What a turnaround. What a game one, stabilizing with 1 HP. You can't make this up.
Yeah, that was an incredible piloting by Lucy, just clearing out all the units, doing what CAD does best, and playing those late game bombs to remove all of Seth's units, not allowing Seth to get that one extra damage on base that he needed to close out this game.
So close. What an opener. Lucy Mitchell in front, up a game, 1 win away from the finals. Great performance so far. And coming into this match, I do believe Lucy sitting at 45 points on the leaderboard, looking to lock up some more points. Wow, great game. Now we kind of talk about the sideboard here, Mason, for Ahsoka. And we take a look at this sideboard. You've got Haymaker, Keller and Beck, the Eye of Aldani, Mandalorian, and the Tree Remembers. Is there anything here for you that stands out that you may want in this particular matchup? Obviously, the Mandalorian is another 5-power unit, but that shield token irrelevant against Cad Bane. Definitely a tough matchup.
Yeah, that Mandalorian could be really good. I might put it in if I was Seth, just to get another bomb out there. And if Cad has already used his ping ability, it is very relevant that he does have the shield. But other than that, those haymakers could be very, very good because they can help to deal with all of the ground sentinels that Lucy does play. I don't see, maybe actually the Kelrin Bex, just as another late game finisher, like in the end there. Seth could have played a Kelrin Beck and grabbed the Naboo Royal Starship just as a 2-power unit in the space arena to dodge all of the ground sentinels. That could have been very good.
Great call out for sure. We'll see if any of those changes end up being made for Seth on Lucy's side of things. Not a lot to come in here in this particular matchup. Lucy does have retaliation in the sideboard and also a copy of Shoot Down. But again, just not a lot in this particular matchup. You're not into space, and there's a lot of sideboard for Lucy that's looking into the credit matchups as well as space matchups with things like the Shoot Down and Hyperspace Disaster. So I'm not sure if there's any big changes here for Lucy. The main thing is you want to make sure those those ground sentinels are there. We know there's 8 in the main deck, and that's really the key to success. Just slow Ahsoka down just enough where you can turn the corner like Lucy did in game 1.
Yeah, that retaliation I could see coming in just as another way to defeat Ahsoka on the flip turn. And a problem with it, though, is you defeat Ahsoka after she's swung for 7 to 9 damage on the flip turn, which by then is probably too little, too late.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Retaliation. Great card. And something, speaking of retaliation, that's a card that is quite good against the Armorer. We saw the Armorer earlier and being able to suit up a leader unit with a ton of upgrades. We saw an 11-18 Armorer on the table earlier, so retaliation would be great in those types of matchups because that is able to get the leader units as well. But here, like you said, may just be too little too late if Ahsoka is able to swing. Seth will start with the initiative. Lucy with the mulligan here. Can be a little bit more free with your hand decisions and taking that mulligan when you are up a game. Can get a little bit more greedy, looking for something very specific. You know what you need in this matchup, and I think we've talked about it a few times throughout the day. These Cad Bane Vigilance decks, they do have a space curve in the deck. And if you draw into something like a space curve, that is not what you want to see in this matchup. So it would absolutely warrant a mulligan for Lucy.
Yeah, definitely. You don't want to be ending up to play against this Ahsoka deck with only space units while Ahsoka just wrecks your base on the ground. Definitely something to consider while playing these Cad Bane decks because they run so much space as well as so much ground. You can get stuck sometimes having the wrong set of units to interact with your opponent. But for the most part, you're pretty, like, having both of those options is a big help in this meta.
Here we go. Game number 2 is underway. Seth playing the 2-cost Leppy Lookout to start things out. Lucy playing HK47. And Lucy just mirroring that play she made in the opening game, attacking with the 2-4 into the Leppy Lookout just to take that shield token off. And both players firing out a Sentinel unit. It's Obi-Wan Kenobi for Seth. Lucy playing the Marok, but Marok is going to keep that Sentinel past that phase, and Obi-Wan Kenobi only gets it for the phase as Seth will have the initiative. It is worth noting, though, we saw that Ezra Bridger. So Ezra Bridger could come down. It's another Force unit, and Obi-Wan Kenobi could get Sentinel once again, as he does have 1 damage on Cad Bane, pinging Obi-Wan Kenobi. 4 HP remaining.
Yeah, we'll see what Seth opts to do here. Looks like he's thinking about just swinging that Leppy Lookout into the Marok to just get the damage in there. Gonna have to kill it eventually. Might as well start getting in there with your units. HK will be triggering his ability here, dealing 1 damage to Seth's base, if they remember that trigger.
Yeah, it's a great call out there. Would be an extra damage to base. Should be 3-3. And look at this. It is the Haymaker. You talked about it being a very viable answer to the Ground Sentinels. Obi-Wan Kenobi getting +1/+1. 4 total damage being dealt to Marok, and that's enough to defeat it. But Lucy has a great follow-up, has the Casca Reeves on the 4R turn yet again, getting that Mandalorian token. Casca now has Sentinel. And Obi-Wan Kenobi does have 4 power. Could attack in, take out that Casca Reeves.
Yeah, these Ground Sentinels just keep on coming for Lucy. And this is why Ahsoka has had hard times fighting into Cad Bane in the past. Just if they get the Sentinel curve out on the ground, it's just so hard to fight through everything and still have that impactful Philip turn, which you need to be able to close out games against decks like this.
Seth decided just to take the initiative, not attacking with Obi-Wan Kenobi last phase. Lucy able to get some more damage into base, as well as pinging that Obi-Wan Kenobi. Now we see the trade. Obi-Wan Kenobi attacking into Casca Reeves. Both units defeated. And now the HK-47 getting in for another 2 damage, dealing that extra 1 when the Obi-Wan Kenobi was defeated. Casca Reeves now for Seth, so does replenish the board with a couple of units. And Lucy Mitchell going to play no glory, only results, taking control and defeating Casca Reeves, opening the board back up.
With this Cad Bane trigger, it also allows Lucy's Mandalorian token to trade into Seth's by pinging off the shield with Cad Bane and then swinging Mando for Mando. Very, very good play there. Showing the power that Cad Bane has, being able to ping off all the shields and weaken your opponent's units to set up value trades just like that.
Well, game 2 is certainly going the way Lucy wants it to. This is the ideal board state for Cad Bane in this spot going into the 6 resource turn. The big Ahsoka deploy incoming, and Seth has no units in play. We could not have scripted it any better for Lucy. Ahsoka is deployed right away. And we are going to see a couple instances of plot. Jar Jar Binks and Galen Erso from the resources. Ahsoka Tano will get +2/+2 for the phase, but Lucy has the Imperial Armored Commando that is going to be a serious problem for Ahsoka. And it's pretty clear the Imperial Armored Commando coming out. Galen Erso did not name the commando, and that is a 4/3 shielded sentinel in Ahsoka's way. And things just continuing to be difficult for Seth here.
Yeah, Lucy has had just the dream sentinel curve out here with Marok into Casket into this Imperial Armored Commander. We'll see if Seth has a way to close out this game, but right now, Lucy is leading the race 10-3. Seth is looking like he's in a pretty tough spot here.
And all the while, that HK-47 continuing to get great value, continuing to deal that 1 extra ping damage each time Seth's units are defeated. HK attacks in for an additional 2, 13-3. The damage totals in favor of Lucy Mitchell going into this next action phase. Seth Buckers will have the initiative, but again, just Ahsoka in play. Only 5 HP remaining on Ahsoka, staring down the shielded Imperial Armored Commando. First action is nothing left to fear. And it feels like Seth was forced into this type of play to give Ahsoka +2/+2, defeat the Sentinel unit on Lucy's side. It does open up a path to the base for Seth, but at this point, Lucy in a tremendous spot. Going to take Cad Bane, attack into Ahsoka. That's 5 total damage to Ahsoka with the on-attack ability as well. And now Ahsoka with 6 damage on is going to swing in for 7. Lucy up to 10 damage, but at the end of the phase, that +2/+2 will drop off from Jar Jar Binks. Ahsoka leader unit will be defeated as Lucy attacks into Seth's base for 2 with HK-47. It's 15 damage on, and now it's Chimera following up the Huang. HK-47 and Huang both defeated. 2 damage healed from Lucy's base, 1 damage dealt to Seth's base. The Ahsoka should be defeated now as well. Lucy will have the only unit in play, and it's Chimera. Spells big trouble here for Seth Buckers.
Yeah, especially going into Lucy's 8R turn. And I see a Pre-Vizsla in Lucy's hand, so that will be very, very good to clean up units that Seth plays, like Queen Amidala and Kelrin Beck. That Seth will try and play to establish the ground arena. But it looks like Galen Erso is going to be played down here, and I imagine it's Nope, it's not Pre-Vizsla getting named. I bet it was Chimera then to remove the abilities. But it doesn't matter because Pre-Vizsla comes down here, defeat the Galen Erso, and create a Mandalorian token.
Just absolutely brutal. Pre-Vizsla and Chimera in play. The 2 big vigilance villainy bombs for Lucy. These 2 players actually paired up and faced off in round 1 of this tournament earlier today. And Seth lost this match 2-1. It was his only match against Cad Bane before facing off once again with Lucy in the semifinals. Lucy just seems to have Seth's number today. Another 6 damage coming in with Chimera. 22 damage on Seth's base. The Leppy lookout down in the ground arena for Seth just has no immediate impact on the board. And Lucy with only 6 damage on base in a extremely comfortable spot, showing lethal on the board going into the next action phase. Lucy can finish this up in 2 action unless Seth has something to say right away.
Yeah, this definitely isn't looking good. I don't see a way for Seth to come out of this, especially after this Chimera swings in for 6, allowing both of Lucy's ground units to be lethal. to close this game here. And yeah, Seth just plays Queen Amidala scooping it up. Lucy takes this game in 2 against Seth Bookers. Very good run for Seth. If this was his first top 8, congratulations to him. Very impressive achievement, and hopefully he'll continue to do well in tournaments like this in the future.
Absolutely wonderful performance for Seth Buckers and Lucy Mitchell heading to the finals of this Planetary qualifier at the GameZenter. And we do have the report from the other semifinal match between Adam Reynolds and Cody Frechette. It was Lando Calrissian Vigilance versus Darth Vader Cunning, the pilot Darth Vader. And it was Cody Frechette taking that one 2-0 as well over Adam Reynolds. Darth Vader heading to the finals. It's going to be a Darth Vader Cad Bane showdown in the finals. We're going to step away for a super short break. We have the finals coming up next, so don't go anywhere. Who will be the champion? We'll find out in just a moment. It all comes down to this. We're back at the Game Center for this Planetary Qualifier in Roseville, Minnesota. And we are down to the final two. Started with just under 70 players this morning. And now we reach the final table. Cody Frechette, Lucy Mitchell. It's a Darth Vader Cunning, Cad Bane Vigilance showdown. Can Cad Bane claim the bounty? Will Darth Vader shut it down and leave Cad in the dust in this match? Cad Bane's last weekend, legal in the Premier format. Will he close it out on top here at the Game Center? What a day it's been. Some great matches. And now both of these players looking to win a Planetary Qualifier. Lucy looking to get her very first Planetary Qualifier win. On the other side, Cody has won multiple Planetary Qualifiers, so he's trying to add to that number. I believe he has 4 PQ wins already, looking for number 5. Here we go. It's going to be excited. I'm Josh Snyder, joined once again here. I believe it's Mason, or is it Knightley? Which one do we have here for the final round?
Mason still, yep.
Okay.
I decided to just finish this streaming out.
All right,
for the
good deal.
last game.
So there we go. Mason Jacobson with me once again. Has been in the hot seat of these feature matches before. Of course, we talked about it a little bit earlier. Mason, you had a great run back in Milwaukee, top cut at a regional. I know you've had so many great runs in Planetary Qualifiers as well. So you're very familiar with the pressure of these top cut tables. And now we've got Cody Frechette and Lucy Mitchell prepared to face off. Cody Frechette, a member of the Thrawn's Pawns, looking to take it down as his team streams the tournament. Be a great way to close out the day. But Lucy Mitchell has been in fantastic form up to this point, and it's certainly going to be a good match. Now just going back, taking a look at the records. Lucy only dropping 1 game today. Cody has yet to lose a match. Went into the top cut at 5-0-2. So yet to drop a match, looking to keep this great run going. Cody Frechette, the number 1 seed, coming in. So he's going to start with the initiative here in the final match.
Yeah, we've definitely seen some games from Cody before. He's definitely played against a lot of Cad Bane today, I'd imagine, or at least a couple. So being undefeated so far today, he must be feeling fairly confident into that matchup. So we will see how this game goes.
Now, this particular matchup, we've talked a lot about Cad Bane, of course, throughout the day. We did have one Darth Vader on stream as well. That was actually back in round 2, I believe. And I do think it was Cody Frechette back in round 2, actually taking down another Cad Bane. So we've seen Cody do it already today on stream. And throughout this tournament, Cody has faced off against 3 Cad Banes. One of them was a draw and 2 wins. So Cody has certainly performed very well into Cad, but this is that matchup where, once again, Lucy needs very specific interaction. It was the ground sentinels that Lucy needed to find against Ahsoka. Now Lucy will certainly be looking for those space units, the early battered Hallcraft or Onyx Squadron Brutes to open the game, the TIE Dagger Vanguard paired up with that Cad Bane action ability to take out one of Joey's early plays. And then IG 2000 into things like Justifier as well to really ping off this suite of low HP units that Cody will present. Game 1 of the finals is underway. Cody with the initiative, starting with the A-Wing, and Lucy has found the space unit on turn 1, that Onyx Squadron Brute. So the Cad Bane action ability dealing 1 to the A-Wing, but exactly what Lucy wants to see. Good early space interaction.
Yeah, starting with that Onyx is definitely always what you want to be doing against Darth Vader. Ooh, it looks like Cody's just going into this Onyx Squadron Brute, perhaps preparing to play the Pirate Snub Fighter with Ambush to finish it off.
Love the ambush units that the Vader deck has, the Snub Fighter Squadron, and also as the new squadron, the Pirate Snub Fighter, I should say, is the 2-cost unit, but the Snub Fighter Squadron, the new 4/3 ambush out of Ashes of the Empire. So now Vader has good options up the curve with the ambush. Love to see it. But here it is, that Pirate Snub Fighter, like you said, ambushing and defeating that Onyx Squadron Brute. As Lucy just plays the Maroc in the ground arena. And Cody's going to develop another A-Wing and that TIE Fighter token, having attacked with the the vehicle non-token unit. Getting the TIE Fighter train rolling with that action ability on Vader. First action for Lucy, exactly what Lucy wanted to find. IG 2000, dealing 1 damage to each of those 3 space units. And it leaves just the A-Wing in play with 1 HP.
Yeah, definitely exactly what Lucy wanted there. Playing the IG 2000, clearing out all of Cody's units. Very, very good. The card you always want to see as Cad Bane if you're playing against Darth Vader. But it looks like Cody Frechette is going to be playing a Victor Leader, which, as we've seen before, is very, very good into Cad Bane. If it can stick. So I imagine Cody's going to be doing his best to make sure this Victor Leader does not get defeated by anything that Lucy can throw at it.
3 damage getting in to Lucy's base with the A-Wing. And then Lucy going to use that CAD action ability to ping the Victor Leader. It does set up Lucy being able to attack and defeat that Victor Leader in 1 action, having only 3 HP, the IG 2000 in play for Lucy. So Cody Frechette just further developing the board, Republic Y-Wing, as well as that TIE Fighter token off of the Vader action ability. And Lucy does have the initiative, so I don't think that Victor Leader is much longer here for this game 1.
Yeah, definitely feel like the best play here would be to send that IG in, unless Lucy wants to try and get a little greedy and ping something first, so that way when she defeats the Victor Leader, it will be defeated also. But it looks like she's just going to play it safe, defeat Cody's Victor Leader, taking 2 back with the IG 2000.
And now Cody wants to trade A-Wing into that IG 2000, so that takes care of the space unit for Lucy. Lucy does attack for 2 with Maroc. 4 damage on Cody's base. So going back over to Cody on the 5 resource turn, let's see how he can redevelop the space arena if he has another good threat after losing that Victor Leader. Y-Wing getting in for 1. Cad Bane going to shoot the Y-Wing, 1 damage. And right now, Cody just using up his actions, had the action economy, so now Lucy likely just pass back over to Cody Frechette. Not having any other actions to take, exhausting both Cad and Maroc.
It looks like Lucy's only plays, and I can't see her full hand, but it looks like it might only be no glorying. So Lucy might just be waiting for a better unit to no glory here, waiting to see what Cody plays. Maybe Cody will play a clone combat, and that would be a great use of that no glory only results.
Definitely waiting to see what Cody does is Lucy. Is there going to be a big threat? TIE Fighter token is created by the Vader action ability. Lucy, once again, very likely just in a position where she will probably pass yet again. See what Cody plays from hand. Neither player has spent any of their resources so far in this action phase. And no, Lucy's going to go ahead and use that no glory only results. Will not delay any longer. The Republic Y-Wing is defeated, but if you're Cody, you have to love to see that out of Lucy's hand. The Snub Fighter Squadron coming down, that 4-3 ambush I was discussing earlier. Nothing to ambush, but nevertheless, it is a 4-power unit in the space arena. But it does have a little bit of a downside, that when played ability. Cody will have to deal 1 damage to a space unit, so he is actually going to defeat one of his TIE fighters as Lucy has the initiative.
Yeah, I imagine he defeated his own TIE fighters. That way, a Dagger TIE Vanguard, the card that when played deals 2 damage to a space unit, can't defeat his Snub Fighter Squadron here. Allow Cody to get that token generation if he wants, or just allow him to flip on a lot better of a ship if that card were to come down here.
Certainly a heads-up play. Next level thinking for sure. Have to play around those outs that your opponent has. And here it is, first action. After Marok swings for 2 for Lucy into Cody's base, Darth Vader going to be deploying onto that Snub Fighter Squadron. And Cody did this earlier in the day in round 2. And he's going to do it again, showing 2 Garandan from the resources, plotting 1 out, taking a look at Lucy's hand. Definitely some scary cards here. The Casca Reeves, Chimera, Single Reactor Ignition, and Condemn. And now the second Garandan will be plotted out, naming Condemn. Condemn will be discarded. 1 Garandan defeated off of the uniqueness rule, but the Condemn was the answer for Lucy to that Snub Fighter Squadron piloted by Darth Vader, as Darth Vader brings 2 more TIE fighters along with him. And this is set to be some big damage coming through with that squadron.
Yeah, that single reactor ignition, though, that Lucy had in hand could be very good, especially if Lucy can get that Chimera to stick next turn and then play the single reactor ignition to wipe the board clean and then heal a bunch of damage from all the space units that were defeated because of Chimera's ability. So Lucy probably trying to just stay alive until then, get that single reactor ignition off, and stabilize from there.
Lucy playing the Casca Reeves for no extra value, just a 4-4 in the ground arena. As Cody gets in for 10 damage, 9 from the Snub Fighter Squadron, 1 from that ready TIE Fighter token. But that is such a good point, Mason. That Chimera sticking into the single reactor ignition could be a massive amount of healing. Yes, that Chimera would be defeated in the process, but the Chimera sees all of those enemy units defeated and would heal a lot of damage because these Vader decks, they swarm the board. As it stands, Cody has 5 units in play. So let's see what Lucy has for us. First action on the 7R turn. It is going to be that Chimera. Chimera is going to defeat Casca Reeves on Lucy's side and 1 TIE Fighter token on Cody's side of the board. Lucy goes back down to just 13 damage on her base. And now Cody has to really think about this Chimera, doesn't he?
Yeah, Cody does know that single reactor ignition is a thing, so he is just gonna clear this Chimera right away with Cody, with Darth Vader on that ship. Stop that single reactor ignition from really breaking his back by healing tons and tons of damage from Lucy's base.
Folks, this is why these players are sitting at the final table. Heads up play once again. Got that information from Garandan, carefully playing around the Chimera into single reactor ignition. Now Lucy going to attack for 2 with Maroc. Up to 8 damage on Cody's base. Cody just claiming the initiative. And Lucy is going to deal an extra damage to that Snub Fighter squadron. 7 damage on now, which means just 1 HP remaining. So very susceptible to something like an IG-2000, Justifier, TIE Dagger Vanguard. But with Cody claiming the initiative and passing up on the attacks from the 2 TIE Fighter tokens, it guarantees that Cody is able to attack with that Snub Fighter squadron at least one more time. Another 9 damage to Lucy's base. That's 22 damage on, and now Lucy is going to pull the trigger. The single reactor ignition is played. Every single unit on the board defeated. Cody had 4 units in play, so 4 damage dealt to his base. How can Cody replenish the board after Lucy wipes it? He's going to start with the Clone Combat Squadron. See if he's got any more. Lucy.
Cody here has been building up his hand these past couple of turns. I don't think he's played a card since his flip turn. So he does have a lot of cards in hand. Probably a lot of options to replenish the board quickly. A lot of space units. Quickly, he filled up the board with the Clone Combat Squadron, which is now a 4/4, as well as that stolen AT hauler. Both very sticky units, both very high backs, as well as being able to get in for 4 each. So he is presenting lethal right now in the space arena if Lucy has nothing to say about it.
And Lucy has played so patiently, has been playing carefully as well. Cad Bane was just deployed on the last turn, but Lucy had to get the initiative for Pre-Vizsla. Now, Pre-Vizsla will only take out one of these 2 units. The Clone Combat Squadron is a 4/4 currently, and it will be the one defeated. Lucy will create 1 Mandalorian token, and here comes that stolen AT hauler into base for 4. And that means the stolen AT hauler, 1 more swing would be game. So at this point, Lucy would just have to claim the initiative, because with no ready resources and Cody getting a hold of the initiative, it would be game over. And look at this, Mason. He's going to play another Clone Combat Squadron and another stolen AT hauler. Develops a TIE Fighter token, and Lucy's going to pack it up. Game 1 to Cody Frechette in the finals.
Yeah, what a good game. Cody definitely doing some top level playing by taking out that Chimera, not allowing the single reactor ignition that he saw to get played and get that value off with the Chimera. Lucy tried her best with all the units, but she just didn't have what she needed to deal with that Vader pilot after it got discarded from the hand with Garindin. Also, when Darth Vader swarmed the board, he did that not worrying about single reactor ignition, because after looking at deck list, we saw that Lucy was only running 1 single reactor ignition in the main. So after she fired that off, Cody knew that he was clear to just swarm the space again and not have to worry about anything that Lucy could do to deal with all of those big space units that he played.
It's a great point. Only 1 single reactor ignition in the main deck, none in the sideboard, so that is the single copy for Lucy. And now looking at these options for the players. See what Lucy decides to do in terms of her sideboard. Does have a couple copies of Hyperspace Disaster, the Shoot Down, and Retaliation. All of these plays quite
Lucy
viable.
Lucy definitely doesn't have a very space tech sideboard with 2 Hyperspace Disaster, 2 Shoot Downs, and the Retaliation that could potentially be used here on the Vader leader after he swings at base.
Definitely pretty teched for the space matchup. Now, if you're Cody, Cody has, of course, played very well throughout the day. The last undefeated player. But the real secret, Mason, because we saw it on stream earlier in round 2 when Cody was able to take down Cad Bane Vigilance 2 games to 1. And that is game number 1, just draw 2 copies of Garandan and be able to plot out both of them when you deploy Vader and guarantee that you hit that condemn. Cody's done that twice on stream today. And when you can guarantee you strip that condemn, not only do you get the condemn, but he was also able to get that knowledge of the future plays that Lucy had in mind. And that really helped Cody make some very wise decisions and helped lead him to victory.
Yeah, the double Grindin is very good, naming the constable and the condemn to shut off all possible ways that Lucy could deal with the Vader on the pilot. Talking about Cody's sideboard here, he's probably going to be bringing in the other Boba pilot from his sideboard, as well as the Tear the Ship Apart, which, if you don't know, that's a 7-cost card that lets you look at your opponent's resources and play one for free. So that could be something very good. Maybe get something like a Pre-Vizsla or a Chimera, one of those late game bombs that Lucy runs. You might be able to get one of those from the resources against this Cad Bane, so that could come in clutch here on the second game.
If Cody plays that copy or one of those copies of Tear That Ship Apart and wins off of it, I'm going to absolutely lose my mind, Mason. That would be insane. I don't think I've ever seen that card lead to victory. I believe I have seen it on stream, but I don't know that I've seen it hit something really crucial and help lead to victory. That would be an extremely exciting way to close it out on Cody's side. And if you're Lucy, just have to continue making the great plays that you've done throughout this tournament. She's been so consistent, but she will also need to find the right pieces of the puzzle, the right interaction with these space units. And we'll see this time around if Cody can continue with the Garandan, taking a look through the list for Lucy. 2 Outer Rim Constable. And then you've got the 2 copies of Condemn. And that's what you were talking about, just making sure that those are answered with that Garandan to try and make sure that Vader gets in those attacks piloting one of the ships. So far, Cody's been able to do just that.
Yeah, definitely. That hand hate that Vader plays is definitely one of the most important parts about his strategy. Just discarding all your opponent's valuable cards and stopping them from being able to interact with your board.
But once again, as we start game 2 of the finals here at the GameZenter, Lucy playing the Onyx Squadron Brute and Cody playing the Emissary's Sheathipede that does get pinged by Cad Bane. We'll leave it with 3 HP remaining, and Cody will grab the initiative.
It did look like Cody had the Victor Leader in hand, which could be very, very good, allowing him to get this, kill this Onyx Squadron Brew, as we've seen him do in previous games. Killing the Onyx Squadron Brew and establishing control of the space arena again to try and keep it alive. We'll see if that's a playline he goes for, or if he goes for an ambush ship or something like that to help deal with it. But it looks like it is going to be the Victor Leader to pump up his other ship while it's alive.
Emissary Sheathipede now 3 power as Lucy going to quickly get a couple damage into the Victor Leader with that Onyx Squadron Brute before it's defeated. But now Cody Frechette does indeed attack into the Onyx Squadron Brute with the Emissary Sheathipede just clearing up the space arena on Lucy's side. Lucy playing the Maroc once again, that 2/6 Sentinel in the ground arena. Cody's able to put another space unit in play, that TIE Fighter token. And Lucy just wants to make sure that Victor Leader is as damaged as possible. Another damage with the Cad Bane action ability, leaving just 1 HP on that Victor Leader, which means If Lucy could find something like that IG-2000 once again, Lucy could actually just wipe that Space Arena in one action because the +1/+1 would go away from the victor leader. Let's see if Lucy has that, but Cody has the initiative. First action is going to be Garandan. Garandan early here. Is it going to be the IG-2000 that he's trying to strip? If it was, it's not in hand.
Yeah, I imagine he did name that because that IG-2000 here would be pretty backbreaking, completely wiping Cody's space arena. But it doesn't look like Lucy has a space play for this turn. Lucy's probably going to have to just play the Ogdo Bogdo or the Condemn this turn. Unfortunate for her, but thankfully for Cody, she did not end up having IG-2000.
Lucy does play that Ogdo Bogdo. Again, as you mentioned, no space play on this turn. So Cody's going to be able to get in a bit of damage. But Cody also very aware that Condemn is in hand once again for Lucy. So if Cody doesn't find another copy of Garandan, that Condemn could be a good answer to Vader when he deploys. As Cody Frechette will start the damage train. 2 damage into Lucy's base with the TIE Fighter token. Again, the TIE Fighter and the Emissary Sheathipede getting +1/+1. As Cad Bane is actually going to deal a damage to the Sheathipede. And now the Boba Fett upgrade, or Boba Fett pilot, being played as an upgrade onto Victor Leader. And that is going to be 1 damage to Marak. As now it is +2 power for Victor Leader, attacking into Lucy's base for 4. Lucy just going to claim the initiative. Another 3 damage coming through with that Emissary Sheathipede. Cody creating another TIE Fighter token. And that Victor Leader has 4 HP remaining thanks to the Boba Fett piloting it. So Lucy definitely wanting to get it off the board as quickly as possible. And we do know that Lucy had a no glory only results in hand. Lucy Mitchell will have the initiative, and it is going to be that quick play. That's a snap play if I've ever seen one at the start of the action phase. No glory only results, taking control and defeating the Victor Leader, which does defeat the Emissary Sheathipede in the process because the Sheathipede had 4 damage on and loses that static buff from the Victor Leader. So that base unit shrinking up a good bit for Cody. Now the action back on Cody. Does he have another good space unit? Something like the Clone Combat Squadron? He absolutely does. The squadron comes out. That is a 5/5 threat for the time being. And will grow as Cody continues to put other space units in play.
Yeah, definitely a great unit to follow up with that. Just making another massive, massive threat in the space arena here. Unfortunately for Cody, he won't be able to make a TIE Fighter this turn with his leader ability just because he has not attacked with a non-token vehicle unit. But he is establishing a pretty good space force again after having 2 of his units get defeated here. But Lucy, on the other hand, also has a pretty impressive ground force with the Ogdo Bogdo and the Marak. Marak shutting down the ground arena and Ogdo just getting into the base for 5 damage every turn. Might start to turn on the pressure here a little bit.
I really love this play from Cody. Just claiming the initiative, passing up on that 2 possible damage from the ready TIE Fighter tokens just to make sure he gets that first action with the Clone Combat Squadron in play. The squadron now a 6/6, a massive threat. Lucy was able to attack for 2 damage, actually tying the damage race with that Marak. 9 damage on both bases as we get into the 6 resource turn, the turn that is going to be pivotal for both of these players in game number 2 of the finals at this Planetary Qualifier at the Game Center. Let's see what Cody does. First action. Looks like he might just want to get that damage in right away with the Clone Combat Squadron attacking in for 6. Leaves Lucy Mitchell with just 15 HP left on base.
Lucy Mitchell also does have, like I was saying before, the ground units that she needs to race against this Darth Vader deck. With the Ogdo Bogdo also getting in there for 5. Cody Frechette now only having 16 damage left on his base. Has been a pretty even race so far. But Lucy will need to find a way to deal with this Clone Combat Squadron, especially once this Darth Vader flips. It'll become a massive, massive threat. Definitely going to need some immediate answering here soon.
Their TIE Fighter created for Cody. Action back on Lucy. Maroc is going to swing for 2. Actually, putting Lucy just ahead in the damage race temporarily as Darth Vader is going to deploy on that Republic Y-Wing. 2 TIE Fighter tokens will be created, and Cody is going to plot out Chancellor Palpatine, I am the Senate. 2 spy tokens created. They will both have Sentinel for the phase. It's a massive board state for Cody at this point. Let's see what Lucy responds with. We know that she had Condemn earlier, and Condemn is the play on the Republic Y-Wing that has 6 power. So as long as Lucy has the aspects in hand, the 1 vigilance and villainy aspect to disclose, that Republic Y-Wing will not be doing any damage if Cody chooses to attack with it.
Well, the interesting thing here is Cody has forced Lucy in an awkward position because she had to put the Condemn on this leader to stop this 6 damage to base. Now this Clone Combat Squadron can just get into the base for 9 without having to worry about getting condemned or anything like that. It looks like Cody did just claim the initiative here, but maybe he could still be thinking. I think he did claim, hoping to get in there with this Clone Combat, like I was saying, for a bunch of damage to base.
That's absolutely right, Cody. Playing extremely disciplined, making sure he has the initiative, making sure this Clone Combat Squadron gets in with that massive swing. Cad Bane deployed, 1 of the spy tokens defeated. Overwhelm damage to base does put Cody up to 19 damage on base. So like you said, Lucy has put on some really good pressure in the ground arena. But Cody with the first action, a 9/9 Clone Combat Squadron, would leave Lucy very, very close. Just 6 HP remaining. Now let's see, how much does Lucy have in the ground arena? Looks like 4, 9, 11. So Lucy actually has lethal in the ground arena right now. Would take a minimum of 3 actions, but nevertheless does have lethal. And it's worth keeping in mind, Mason, Lucy is also running 1 copy of Aggressive Negotiations in this deck. And if she had it in hand, the action compression there would be huge and could actually close the game out in 2 actions.
Yeah, that would be pretty crazy if she does have that card in hand. Definitely a very, very good card. It might actually be able to just beat Cody here. If Cody goes in for 9, he doesn't have a unit that can deal the rest of the damage to base before Lucy can close out the game with the aggressive negotiations. But it doesn't look like Lucy's going to be resourcing this turn. So Cody could see that she does, in fact, have the aggressive in hand because she didn't choose to resource.
A great call. Staying at 6 resources. Lucy sees that she can win this game on this turn, send us into a deciding Game 3 in the finals of this Planetary Qualifier. Lucy desperately looking for her first Planetary Qualifier win. So close here. And in a good position to send this match the distance. Let's see what Cody does. First action, it is the Clone Combat Squadron. And it is going to be 9 damage to base. 24 damage on. But now Lucy with the first action will attack with Ogdo Bogdo. It's 24 damage on both bases. And if Lucy has the aggressive negotiations, she can close out this game in one action. What does Cody have? Cody's going to play Tear That Ship Apart. You talked about it earlier, Mason. What will Cody find in the resources? He's able to look through all of Lucy's resources and can play any one of them for free.
Now, he might know that Lucy does have the aggressive in hand, but it doesn't look like he has any real good options here to take, unless that's a Maroke I see with Sentinel. But otherwise, it doesn't look like he has a card that can put a stop to these. Actually, maybe this Anakin he plays. I don't know. We'll see if there's anything in here worth noting.
But it is just going to be the no glory only results to take control and defeat Maroc, but Lucy was holding the aggressive negotiations, and Lucy will attack for lethal with Cad Bane. We are going to game 3. We would not want to have it any other way. This is what it's all about. A deciding game 3 in the finals of this Planetary qualifier. What a game. Wow, and that could have been so interesting, Mason, if Cody found a Sentinel in the resources.
Yeah, if he had found a Sentinel or a Chimera, he could have defeated that Maroc and healed 2 from his base, or just gotten that Sentinel out there to stop the damage and then allow his units in space to be able to close out the game.
Couldn't quite find what he needed with that Tear That Ship Apart. It's a bit of a gamble, that card, rolling the dice, just hoping that your opponent put down a really strong play. But it was an out for Cody. It was certainly an out. It just didn't pay off this time. And Cody Frechette will have the initiative for the deciding game 3. Once again, Lucy will be looking to do her best to stabilize early, find that early space interaction. She has found the turn 1 Onyx Squadron Brute both games so far in this finals match. See if she can do it yet again.
Yeah, that Onyx is definitely the ideal start for Lucy here. But as we've seen before, that Rancor Keeper can also be a very good ground play, being able to help race against your opponent.
Definitely. We have seen that already on stream today. Rancor Keeper into Ogdo Bogdo for these Cad Bane decks. And that is a ridiculous amount of damage that starts pouring in every turn. That extra ping damage from Rancor Keeper. The Ogdo Bogdo starts attacking for 5. And then when you have aggressive negotiations in the list and you can start with a pretty aggressive ground arena punch, you can finish the game with that aggressive negotiations generally pretty shortly after Cad Bane is deployed. It's what we saw in game number 2 for Lucy. And it looks like Lucy is satisfied with that opening hand, already making the resourcing decisions. And Cody is having to take a mulligan. If you're Cody, you can't love to see this, knowing that you have to mulligan and your opponent is already ready to go, happy with this hand. So Lucy clearly feels like this is a strong hand into this Vader matchup. And it all comes down to this. Cody taking game 1, Lucy fighting back, winning in game 2 to give us another game of Star Wars Unlimited on this Saturday. We certainly appreciate everyone for tuning in throughout the day, leaving comments, liking the stream. We certainly do appreciate it. It's been a great day. And now let's see what Cody Frechette has found to start us out in game number 3. First action, it is going to be a little bit different. Black Sun Patroller is the play. And Lucy, miss consistency Onyx Squadron Brute, the turn 1 play in all 3 games. Cad Bane is able to ping off that shield. And Mason, I don't love this at all for Cody if he can't follow it up with something like a Victor leader right away, because that 2-2 not lining up well into Lucy's 2-3 in the Space Arena.
Yeah, definitely not the best start Vader could have after the mulligan there. But he has fought himself out of worse situations before. In game 1, we saw him play the singular A-Wing on turn 1, and he was still able to close out that game. So we'll see if he has something good to follow this up with, if that's a pirate snub ambusher, or if that's something like a victory leader that you were talking about before, Josh.
Interesting early start here for Cody. Again, he took that mulligan. The real option, the only option, clearly that Black Sun Patroller. But now let's see what Cody has with the initiative. Thinking this one through. Does he have the Victor leader? He does. So now that Black Sun Patroller is a 3-3. And Lucy quickly getting that 2 damage into Victor leader. The same exact play we saw from her in game 2. And Cody Frechette following suit with his play from game 2, using that ready turn 1 play to attack and defeat the Onyx Squadron Brute. As Cad Bane pings the Victor leader, just 1 HP remaining. Cody will just claim the initiative, and Ogdo Bogdo coming out. So Lucy has found some good space interaction early to make sure damage is put onto these units, and now has an Ogdo Bogdo to start putting some pressure on herself.
Yeah, if Lucy does have the IG-2000 here, that would be very, very good, clearing out Cody's space units, and then this Ogdo can destroy it. And it does look like she has it to defeat both of these space units. Cody was able to get the attack in, so he can make a TIE fighter, but still definitely a setback, especially because this Ogdo is now just going to be getting into the base for 5 every turn.
Cody had Garandan to try and protect himself from this exact play in game 2, and the IG-2000 wasn't in hand, but this time it is, and Cody didn't have a way to stop it. So Lucy with a tremendous opening play for her in this action phase, taking out Cody's Space Arena. Like you said, though, he did attack with that non-token vehicle unit to get the TIE Fighter in play, and Cody does have a very real threat in that Clone Combat Squadron. Just a 4-4 currently, but we know that Cody will certainly be putting more space units in play on this next action phase. Lucy will have the initiative. 5-3 the damage totals in favor of Lucy early. With that Ogdo Bogdo really going to start putting Cody on a clock.
As we've seen before, those Ogdo Bogdos are very good for being able to race these Vader decks, just getting a ton of damage in early. There's not a lot they can really do about the Ogdo Bogdo, but this game will really come down to how good of a flip turn either of these players can have.
So here we go. Lucy Mitchell with the initiative. Justifier will be the play. 1 damage dealt to the TIE Fighter token, defeating it. An advantage token is given to IG-2000. That means it has 4 power. The Clone Combat Squadron is down to a 3-3. And even if Cody plays a space unit right now, Lucy could still attack in and defeat that Clone Combat Squadron. But Cody does have a response and a way to keep the squadron in play for the turn. That Death Space Skirmisher going to exhaust Lucy's IG-2000. Timely play for Cody Frechette. Back over to Lucy Mitchell. Has that Ogdo Bogdo, another 5 to base, 10 damage for Cody now on his base. Let's see what Cody wants to do. Still hasn't attacked yet. A-Wing is the play for Cody. Cad Bane's going to ping the Clone Combat Squadron, shrinking that HP down just a bit. And now the Clone Combat Squadron is +2/+2, so it is attacking for 5 going into Lucy's base. A TIE Fighter token is created as well. It's 10-8. The damage totals, Lucy still has the edge here. And Lucy has the initiative, so we know, Mason, that Lucy can answer that Clone Combat Squadron with the first action if she wants to do so.
But if she does play the No Glory to answer this Clone Combat, or actually, never mind. She can, you're right, she can just go into it with one of her space units. She does also have a No Glory, which is in her hand. If she does use that to answer this Clone Combat, it will open up of plays for Vader. But it does look like she's just going to not spend her resources, go into this Clone Combat Squadron, ping off this TIE Fighter, and give an advantage to the IG-2000.
This is that exact play that I was thinking. That Justifier just lines up so well because that on-attack trigger is able to defeat the TIE Fighter so good in this spot. Take out the Clone Combat Squadron, and now you've got that IG-2000, Mason, with 2 advantage tokens. Really tough spot here for Cody. Does have the A-Wing and the Skirmisher still in play. But Lucy has done a fantastic job once again at stabilizing this base arena in the early game. Now we're here at the 6th resource turn. Both leaders can be deployed.
Yeah, definitely a very critical turn for both of these players. Cody very much thinking about what his next play should be. These are very critical turns, so not wanting to mess this up, wanting to make the most out of his leader's flip turn.
A very important action right now for Cody after losing the Clone Combat Squadron to the Justifier. And keep in mind, again, the 2 advantage tokens on that IG-2000. Lucy right now is presenting 10 total damage between both of her units in play. Cody currently only presenting 5 damage, but here comes Vader. Darth Vader's going to change that math very quickly. Vader deploys onto the Death Space Skirmisher, giving it +5/+5. What is the play? It's going to be Garandan once again being plotted out, and it is the Hyperspace Disaster this time, called by Cody Frechette with the Garandan. It gets discarded, and now seeing that hand, there's another copy and 2 Chimera Mesa. That is unreal.
Yeah, that's what I was just about to point out there. Definitely not looking very good for Cody as he sees the second Hyperspace Disaster sitting in Lucy's hand. Not happy to see that hopefully, I don't know, he might have another card to discard it out of the hand. But if not, this next Hyperspace Disaster is going to be very, very good this next turn.
What a play. IG-2000 clearing out one of those space units, dealing some overwhelm damage as Darth Vader piloting the Skirmisher. It is a big attack. 8 damage to Lucy's base does put Cody just ahead in the race. And the one plus side for Cody right now is there is no play from hand for Lucy on this turn. CAD can deploy, but there will be no resources spent on this turn. Everything costs 7 in Lucy's hand as Ogdo Bogdo attacks for another 5, putting Cody up to 18 damage on his base. Again, CAD can deploy. Could bring Cody to within 8 HP of defeat. And Cody has just 4 more resources to work with this turn, knowing that the Hyperspace Disaster is looming, knowing that Chimera is an option as well.
Definitely a lot to think about for Cody here. Thinking about playing that Clone Combat, but then it would allow Lucy just to claim the initiative and Hyperspace Disaster all of his units. Or Cody could go for the line where he just claims the initiative early here, lets Cad flip and deal 4 damage to the base, and then swings 8 to base with his leader flip this next turn. The problem with that is then Lucy will be able to be lethal next turn with her 2 units on the ground.
Absolutely. Would be lethal into actions with that line, but Cody's going to go with the Clone Combat Squadron line instead. Lucy just claiming the initiative. And we know the hyperspace disaster's there. Cody knows it. Lucy knows it. I think that hyperspace disaster is incoming right away because it leaves Lucy in a great position with the Ogdo in the ground arena. There it is. First action, once again, a snap play for Lucy Mitchell. All space units defeated. Cody Frechette with the initiative. What does he have? He's got tear this ship apart once again. Let's see if Lucy has a big play in hand. Did she resource one of those chimeras? That's my question. I can't quite tell with what she's holding in hand there. What is the play?
Oh,
And it's going to be Pre-Vizsla. That is so good. It's not quite as good as a chimera in terms of healing, but it puts an extra unit in play, defeating the Ogdo. Bogdo, Cody with a massive hit this time. And now he's in a great spot in the ground arena. Cody trying to turn this game around.
Yeah, definitely an amazing, amazing play for Cody here on his side. Now Lucy can flip the Cad Bane leader, but then Cody can just claim that initiative and deal 6 damage to base with this Pre-Vizsla. Also eliminated the threat of Ogdo Bogdo getting in there for 5 every turn. So now he doesn't have to worry about that. He's got Pre-Vizsla, a Mandalorian, and his Gurindon in the ground arena. Let's see what Lucy has to follow up that hyperspace disaster.
Garandan attacking for 1. Cad Bane is deployed as Cody then claims the initiative, and now Lucy has to decide where Cad Bane is going. The shield was pinged off before Cad Bane deployed that shield token on the 2/2 Mandalorian. So now Lucy has to decide, what is Cad Bane attacking? Could certainly defeat one of the smaller units or put a massive amount of damage on Vizsla.
Could also go into base here and then ping
Yeah.
that Pre-Vizsla for 1, allowing Cad to go into it next turn with the on attack plus the 4.
Great call. That's the line. Going to get into the Garandan with the on attack trigger actually pinging the Garandan, it appears, or 2 overwhelm damage to base. It does leave Cad with just 1 HP remaining. So going into this next action phase, 20 damage on Cody's base, 17 damage on Lucy's base. Cody with the initiative. He's got the Pre-Vizsla and the Mandalorian token. Staring down the Cad Bane leader unit on Lucy's side. What a tremendous game 3 this has been. A nail biter, Mason.
Yeah, definitely. Very close. Could go either way from here. Really just depends on what late game bombs Lucy has in hand, or if Cody can fill this base arena again after he goes into the base with this Pre-Vizsla here.
It is 6 damage to base, 23 damage on Lucy's base. Certainly hope you already have your popcorn ready. This is going to be quite the finish in this match. Cad Bane is going to attack into the Mandalorian token, pinging it, so the overwhelm is 3 total damage, 23 on each base. It could not get any closer. Action back on Cody. Both players have all of their resources available.
We do know that Lucy does have those chimeras in hand, which could be very critical in getting this healing, as well as 6/6 unit in space, and it could defeat this Pre-Vizsla.
I think the chimeras may be coming in clutch for Lucy. Cody knows they are still in hand because neither one of them in the resources when he played that tear this ship apart. Craving Power, the play for Cody. +2/+2 onto Pre-Vizsla, defeating the Cad Bane. And let's see what Lucy has. It's going to be Casca Reeves getting that Mandalorian token. And it means that Casca Reeves has Sentinel, Outer Rim Constable for Lucy as well, defeating the Craving Power on Pre-Vizsla. Cody Frechette going into the next turn with the initiative, but now Lucy has the advantage because Cody has to deal with that Sentinel unit, the Casca Reeves, and Lucy would be the one that can actually put some pressure on the base.
And now Lucy does have the units that whenever she wants, she can play the Chimera to defeat 2 of the units in play here and heal 2 damage from her base.
Still 23 damage on each base. Does Cody have any kind of big play here in the late game as well? Or is Lucy going to just try and slam the door shut with Chimera? Chimera, one of the best cards in the Premier format right now. So good at closing out in the late game, stabilizing, taking out the opponent's big threat and healing. Exactly what you need for these types of decks in the late game. Cody really, really laboring over this resource decision. The Planetary Qualifier title all comes down to this. Could it be decided on this action phase?
Very, very close game, like we said before. It could go either way, though. Like you said, it is looking good for Lucy. She seems like she's in a pretty good spot here. Still having 2 ready units that can swing into the base and that Chimera in hand to play here at any time.
That is the play. Pre-Vizsla runs over Casca Reeves, taking out the Sentinel unit for Lucy, but Lucy attacks for 3 with the Outer Rim Constable. 26 damage on Cody's base. He plays the Lurking Snub Fighter to exhaust the ready Mandalorian token. Let's see what Lucy has. She's been waiting. Now it's time to deploy the Chimera. Outer Rim Constable and the Pre-Vizsla defeated. Lucy goes down to 21 damage on base, and now Chimera is threatening lethal in one action.
Yeah, I don't know if Cody has a way out of this one. This is looking very, very good for Lucy. Looks like Cody just claims here, hoping to top deck something that he can do about this Chimera.
He's got to have it right here on the first action. It was a quick claim. What does Cody have? 26-21, the damage totals in favor of Lucy. First action. It's going to be the Death Space Skirmisher. He does have a way to prolong the game with another space unit in play for Cody. The Chimera exhausted, but now the Mandalorian token attacks for 2, and that means Lucy has lethal in both arenas. Action back over to Cody, going to attack for 2 as well. 23 damage on to Lucy's base, and it's shoot down to defeat the space unit, and that's going to deal the extra damage to base needed. Lucy Mitchell is a Planetary Qualifier champion. What a performance. What a run. Congrats to Lucy. We were treated to a thrilling match there.
Yeah, what a great way. What a great game. All 3 of these games were very good. Both very good players here. Both had a very, very good run. Shoot down here coming to end the game. Very, very good. Cody just didn't really have anything to follow up that, tear this ship apart, and Lucy was able to swarm the board again with Sentinels and things to slow Cody down. Stop him from defeating the base. Those double hyperspace disasters was also very, very good because Cody did not have the double Gurindin like he had in game 1 to discard them both.
Cody really did play with such grit and determination in that game, doing everything he could, even in the midst of such a difficult situation, because Lucy just had everything she needed in that final game. She had the great space curve. It was Onyx Squadron Brew early, the IG 2000 taking out that space arena on the 4 resource turn. Mason, Lucy also had the hyperspace disaster when she needed it. She just had it all, and Cody fought valiantly, but unfortunately just couldn't overcome the relentless removal that Lucy had in that game. And how about good old Ogdo Bogdo once again being that aggression piece, that absolute wonderful amount of offense in the ground arena, old reliable Ogdo Bogdo, and it really helped Lucy become a Planetary Qualifier champion.
Yeah, definitely. That Octobato is very critical in these games, being able to just play it on the ground arena, ping it on one of your turns, or ping it with the IG 2000, and then do 5 to base every single turn, getting that pressure on, and then throughout the rest of your turns, you can go ahead, deal with their space units. Don't allow them to get too crazy in the space arena, but the whole time you're doing it, every turn, 5 to base until the game is very close like it was today.
What a final match. Lucy Mitchell has secured a spot in the main event of the Galactic Championship in 2027 with this victory. And as well, Cody Frechette now over 100 points after this weekend. He has also locked a spot in the main event. What a performance for both of these players. Mason, it's been a fantastic day. It's been so much casting with you and Knightley. Really appreciate you guys doing that. Thanks to Brad and all the other people from Thrawn's Ponds that made this possible today. We really appreciate it. Anything you want to add here before we sign off, Mason?
No, just some really great games today. Great job, both of the players. Thanks, Josh, for hopping on with us today. It was a lot of fun casting. Yeah, an incredible PQs. Can't wait for this next stage in the meta here at Star Wars Unlimited because of the Cad Bane ban that will be introduced this coming Monday.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. A completely new Premier meta starts on Monday next weekend. Planetary Qualifier should be super spicy. I can't wait to see what the meta looks like. And also next weekend, if you're not going to attend, hey, maybe get your tickets and get out to Dallas, Texas for the Sector Qualifier next weekend. That is going to be super exciting. It will be streamed over at McClunky Gaming, so definitely tune in next weekend to the Sector Qualifier if you can't be there in person. But again, thank you so much to everyone for tuning in. We appreciate all the support. Again, thank you to you, Mason, Knightley, Brad, and everyone else from Thrawn's Ponds. We certainly enjoyed it. It was a great show, and we hope to see you all again soon. May the Force be with you, and until next time, take care.